WHKradio.com. And I would urge you, if you're thinking about attending, and it's going to be a great event, very, very topical and compelling, but there are only, as I said, a handful of tickets left. So go to WHKradio.com to order your tickets, and we'll see you Sunday night in Cleveland. And again, we'll talk to you all next week from the Quicken Loans Arena. In the meantime, let's talk about your reaction to Donald Trump ending the drama, finishing the mystery, and I want to find out what you think about a Trump-Pence ticket. I'll give you a couple of thoughts, and then we'll get to yours at 1-800-655-MIKE. Mike Pence in no way, shape, or form will hurt Donald Trump's candidacy. As a matter of fact, Mike Pence will undoubtedly win over movement conservatives or social conservatives who appreciate Governor Pence's brand of solid, consistent conservatism. There's no doubt that the religious freedom issue that Indiana was in the middle of a year or so ago or 2 years ago will be brought up with Governor Mike Pence. He, of course, wanted to lead the charge to protect business owners from being the victims of lawsuits if they denied services to gay and lesbian customers. There was a huge backlash by the business community in Indiana and throughout the country, and Governor Pence rebooted it, and at his urging and with his leadership, put protections in place for the LGBT community not to suffer discrimination from businesses that deny them services. So that's going to be the proverbial the controversy surrounding Mike Pence's selection. Of course, outside of that, he's just a absolute consistent social movement conservative. Former broadcaster, he was a radio and TV host. He is a very attractive candidate in terms of looking the part, looks very vice presidential, is certainly an articulate speaker and a guy who conveys the message of conservatism quite admirably. So, but that's my take. Again, and make no mistake, I wanted Newt Gingrich. We spoke to Newt Gingrich today. The former House Speaker is going to play a role in a Trump-Pence administration. So that's, I would guess that Newt was disappointed in not being selected, but I also know that Newt Gingrich is going to have a very prominent seat at the table. So my big takeaway, Mike Pence not only doesn't hurt Donald Trump's candidacy in any way, but he will undoubtedly help it. Now, you may be disappointed or you may not agree. Let's find out. 800-655-MIKE, 800-655-6453. Let's start with Mike. Hey, Mike, welcome to the Mike Gallagher Show. How are you?
Oh, good, Mike. Thanks for taking my call.
So we got Mike reacting to Mike about Mike. So this is good.
Okay. No, this is Mike.
I know.
Okay. I'm a staunch conservative and a Tea Party conservative, but I hate to say this, but I'm very pessimistic about the election. The reason being, and I wanted to get your opinion about this, and
Sure.
This is what gets me down. Here we have somebody, nobody's talking about this, but we've got Johnson. I don't know what his first name is, but
Gary.
he's a libertarian candidate.
Mm-hmm.
Would you not agree that he would siphon off more votes from conservatives than he would liberals? And if so, if this election is going to be close at all, then there is no way that Trump's going to win this thing.
I don't even know that Gary Johnson's going to be a factor. I mean, logical people don't even see a snowball's chance in hell that Gary Johnson could be elected president of the United States. So, certainly you're right about the spoiler factor, but I don't, especially after the terror attack yesterday and the reminder that we face this prospect every day, we don't have time for foolishness, Mike. And if people are going to waste time with foolish decisions like even thinking that the libertarian should be voted for, I don't know what to say. I'm reminded of that phrase, lead, follow, or get out of the way. And these people who want to try to block Trump any way they can have got to get out of the way. They're making a foolish decision These are serious times. These are life or death times. The future of the country and the Constitution hangs in the balance. And I don't know why we would want to waste time on something that isn't logical or pragmatic. Make sense?
Yes, Mike. And the other thing, by the way, is just voter fraud. By the way, I believe it's much more pervasive than what we think it is in the last two elections.
Absolutely.
We identified 4 precincts, both in Ohio, 2 in Ohio, 2 in Pennsylvania, where Romney got like 1 vote. And Obama.
Listen, all you have to do is look at the position. The official Democrat position is that they don't even believe you should have the same requirement to vote as you do to cash a check or conduct any transactional business in America. That's all you have to do to know to realize that Democrats are completely on board with voter fraud. Of course they want people to cheat, or else they wouldn't object to a very basic fundamental form of identification when you cast a vote. No question about it. We've got to be on top of it. Thankfully, I think the tide is turning, and most Americans are also waking up to that as well. Thank you, sir. Paul, you're next. Paul, welcome aboard.
Thanks, Mike. Hey,
Hi.
listen, I'm a strong Trump supporter like you, but I got to tell you, not taking anything away from Mike Pence. I think he's a wonderful governor of Indiana, but I'm really disappointed that Newt Gingrich does not have an opportunity to be the vice president. I mean, there is nobody smarter, more intellectually sharper, and more of a Washington insider that can deal with Paul Ryan than Newt Gingrich. And I think you have to take a look at when Newt goes on the debate stage, he will win over votes.
Yeah, I listen. You know, Paul, what a Newt Gingrich fan I am. So I'm not going to necessarily disagree with you. But the point is, he's not going to go on the debate stage, and that's you can't live in the past in terms of. Same with the Trump candidacy. Oh, well, I wish there was a different candidate other than Donald Trump. Well, he's the candidate, and now the candidate has selected Mike Pence, and if we're Trump supporters and we want to stop Hillary Clinton, then we got to fight for the Trump-Pence ticket. It's as simple as that. Paul, appreciate your input, though, very much. Dr. Zuhdi Jasser, a little bit later this hour to talk more about the terror attacks, in France. Great tweet just now from David, who says the media has it wrong. They keep saying truck drives through crowd in Nice. The truck is the weapon. Man drives through crowd in Nice. Of course, David, thank you. You're right. Follow me on Twitter at Radio Talker Mike. Love to engage with you on Twitter and our Facebook fan page. And, of course, sign up for our official newsletter. It's free. MikeOnline.com. MikeOnline.com. One open line, 800-655-MIKE. Love to get your perspective. A lot of breaking news. Donald Trump picks Mike Pence. The world reacts to the terror attack in Nice, France. We've got it all covered for you right here on the Mike Gallagher Show.
Jamaica, ooh, I wanna take you to Bermuda, Bahama, come on, pretty mama, Key Largo, Montego Bay.
Homeschooling, but you're not sure if you have the time. A lot of parents have made the brave, bold, courageous decision to homeschool their children. And many, many homeschooling families know to turn to BJU Press. When you get video lessons for your children from BJU Press, you can fit homeschooling into your busy schedule. Your children are going to love the engaging videos, and you can relax knowing your children are getting personalized instruction from experienced teachers who share your values. And that's not all. Parents who've homeschooled know that grading, organizing lesson plans, record keeping, it's a time-consuming process. With BJU Press Distance Learning Online, which is I've seen in person, it's amazing. Quizzes and tests are accessed online and graded instantly, putting time back in your schedule. It works. It's real simple. Your child logs in using the simple web interface. They see the next available lesson. They work through it on their own. It's amazing. Visit BJU Press Homeschool. Learn how the blessings of homeschooling can become a reality for your busy, busy family. Visit BJUPressHomeschool.com.
Welcome to the Jesus Calling Daily Radio Devotional. Today's excerpt reminds us that for each moment in our lives, we should fix our eyes on God.
Do not search for security in the world you inhabit. You tend to make mental checklists of things you need to do in order to gain control of your life. If only you could check everything off your list, you could relax and be at peace. But the more you work to accomplish that goal, the more things crop up on your list. There's a better way to find security in this life. Instead of scrutinizing your checklist, focus your attention on my presence with you. This continual contact with me will keep you in my peace. Moreover, I will help you sort out what is important and what is not. Fix your eyes not on what is seen, your circumstances, but on what is unseen, my presence.
What's your Jesus Calling story? Share your own personal Jesus Calling experience and read others' inspirational stories at JesusCalling.com.
Miracles are God's way of letting us know He's here.
From the producers of Heaven is for Real, Miracles from Heaven, based on the incredible true story.
So you're telling me it healed her?
Yes.
That's impossible.
If you don't believe in miracles, you will after watching this film, says The Insider.
He told me I'd be fine.
Who told you you'd be fine?
Miracles from Heaven, starring Jennifer Garner. Own it now on Blu-ray, DVD, and digital HD. Rated PG.
Welcome to Staples. Staples guy, I need to get a grip on my company's spending. Staples has low prices every day. So I won't overspend? Nope. With our price match guarantee, you can always get the lowest price on everything for your office. Everything? Everything. The lowest prices on ink, paper, coffee, ink, folders, notepads, ink, sticky notes, ink, trash pads, ink, binders, and ink? Need some ink? A little bit, yeah.
Trust Staples for low prices every day. Staples. Make more happen. Price match good at checkout for items from retailers operating online in retail stores or products sold and shipped by Amazon. See store or staples.com for details.
Mike Gallagher.
The American Health Association reports that many Americans over 40 do not produce enough nitric oxide. It's a key component in promoting healthy circulation and a healthy heart, but our nitric oxide levels fall naturally as we age. Neo 40 is the leading nitric oxide boosting lozenge, backed by clinical studies from UT Austin. Try Neo 40 daily now by going to Mike40.com or call 800-901-4391. Ask for the Gallagher Special and order a 2-month supply. You'll get 1 month absolutely free. You'll receive free saliva testing strips so you can measure your nitric oxide levels and see the results for yourself. You'll also receive a free book, The NO Solution. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Try Neo 40 Daily today. Go to Mike40.com. That's Mike40.com. Or call 800-901-4391. That's 800-901-4391.
You think that you're rescuing them, but honestly, they're going to end up rescuing you. You don't know what they've gone through, and they're not going to be perfect. And they are so happy that you are taking a chance on them to be a part of your family. I urge you to go down to your local shelters, pounds, dog rescues, foundations, you name it, and rescue a dog. Once you get your rescue dog, you should definitely order some Dinovite. Go online and order it. DINOVITE.com. Dinovite. It's awesome stuff. 90 days of Dinovite will make your dog a happy dog. It will help them with their overall health. You don't need to spend thousands on vet bills. Dinovite is the best thing that's ever happened to my dogs, besides me, of course. Call 859-428-1000.
859-428-1000.
DINOVITE.com.
You're a small to mid-sized business with 300 to 3,000 employees. You face the same network security challenges as big businesses do, but can't support a big IT investment, leaving your doors open to advanced cyber threats. Barracuda next-generation firewalls provide all the core features of enterprise firewalls and UTMs, but without hidden costs and deployment hurdles, making owning a big business firewall no big deal for your SMB. Reclaim your network. Try a Barracuda next-gen firewall risk-free at barracuda.com/firewalls.
Mike Gallagher.
Moments ago, Governor Mike Pence, who had been running for re-election as governor, formally withdrew from the ballot as a gubernatorial candidate. Indiana law prohibits an individual from appearing on the ballot for both a state and federal office. It's official. Donald Trump has selected Governor Mike Pence to be his vice presidential running mate, and as usual, we're tapping into your reaction all over the country. Kevin, you're next up on the Mike Gallagher Show. How you doing, Kevin?
Great, Mike. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
I just wanted to pick up on your last point before your break, and that is, I think it was actually a very good move to pick Mike Pence for two reasons that come to mind immediately, besides his other credentials. One, he reassures people who've been opposed to Trump that Trump has a seriousness of purpose in terms of bringing conservative values into his administration, which will, I think, if not completely end the Never Trump movement, will certainly take away much of its support and will throw it to Trump. The second point is it helps people who've been nothing but Trump supporters, even though a lot of them are disappointed that it's Mike Pence. I think it kind of levels the playing field where, we basically both sides have to come together now. And the Never Trumpers are going to become much more supportive of the candidacy because of Mike Pence. And those who may not be wild about Pence will still support because it's Donald Trump leading the ticket. So that's all I really wanted to comment.
Your analysis, Kevin, is spot on. You're completely correct. And for those who are worried about the polarization of Donald Trump, Pence mitigates that. I mean, for social conservatives and movement conservatives and people who are worried about traditional conservatism not being represented by Donald Trump, well, guess what? That box just got checked off with Mike Pence. This also speaks directly to the Never Trump crowd. I don't know how effective they would have been next week in Cleveland. They had a procedural thing last night that fell apart on them, and they were way short of their votes in terms of the delegates and unbinding the delegates and all that nonsense. But this perhaps gives the death knell. This is the final nail in the coffin of the people who are petulant and upset and still angry about Donald Trump being elected the Republican nominee. Dr. Zuhdi Jasser is a great voice on ways to defeat radical Islamic terrorism. He's going to join us. We'll continue to get your reaction to Trump's selection and more as the Mike Gallagher Show continues.
Fighting a tax battle right now? Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes?
A couple seconds late on that break, James, I think, right?
You have a bank levy or a wage garnishment or years of unfiled tax returns? Do not fight this fight alone. You need people in your corner. You need professionals. You need tax attorneys, enrolled agents, and tax professionals who know the language of the IRS and know how to negotiate. They know how to protect you. Most of all, they know your rights. You need Rapid Resolution Tax Group. If you owe a lot in back taxes, if you have a bank levy, a wage garnishment, or years of unfiled tax returns, don't panic. Reach out to Rapid Resolution Tax Group. Give them a call at 800-280-9595. This could be the most important number you'll write down all day. 800-280-9595. They know how to protect you. They're never intimidated by the IRS, and they know how to advocate on your behalf. Rapid Resolution Tax Group. Call 800-280-9595. 800-280-9595.
Mike Gallagher.
Do you have a family member who's getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care, assists senior citizens and adults to continue living at home and not have to move into a nursing home. Visiting Angels has over 400 franchised locations across the nation. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meal preparation, and light housework up to 24 hours a day. Rates are affordable, and you can select your caregiver before service begins. Visiting Angels has cared for hundreds of thousands of seniors nationwide. Franchises are available. Call Visiting Angels toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE. To find an office near you, visit www.visitingangels.com. For home care for your loved ones, call Visiting Angels now at 877-374-LIVE. That's Visiting Angels.
With SRN News, I'm Patrick Foss. Turkey's prime minister says more than 130 people have been arrested in a coup plot. The situation is getting better every minute. The prime minister says he ordered the annihilation of military planes used by coup plotters. He's calling for people to remain in the streets to support the government. At least 42 people have been killed in the capital. Donald Trump has announced Indiana Governor Mike Pence as his running mate, adding an experienced politician with deep Washington connections to the Republican presidential ticket. Pence spent 12 years in Congress before being elected governor. The East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office says the fourth suspect in a pawn shop gun theft has been arrested. The suspect is 12 years old. He's been charged with simple burglary and theft of a firearm. President Obama has notified Congress that 200 U.S. troops are in Uganda, waiting to be sent to South Sudan if needed. Mr. Obama earlier told lawmakers that he sent 47 U.S. troops to South Sudan amid renewed fighting there. This is SRN News.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
.org, the Fellowship of Companies for Christ, fcci.org.
Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Posting your job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all the top job sites. And now you can. With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job to 100 plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with a single click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll in to ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calls to your office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person fast. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by over 400,000 businesses. And right now, listeners can try ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/America. That's ZipRecruiter.com/America. One more time. To try it for free, go to ZipRecruiter.com/America.
You've had enough of your back pain. You're tired of it. Find your nearest Walgreens or CVS and look for the Australian Dream, makers of the trusted arthritis pain relief cream, now with a formula to ease back pain. Australian Dream Back Pain Cream is real medicine, and it can effectively relieve your simple backache. It absorbs easily and it isn't greasy. Australian Dream is backed by the empty jar guarantee. No more pain for you. Pull into your Walgreens or CVS now. Get Australian Dream Back Pain Cream in the purple and white box in the pain relief aisle.
Breaking now on the Mike Gallagher Show.
Announces he has chosen Indiana Governor Mike Pence as his running mate. He'll be formally introduced at a press conference in New York tomorrow, kind of a rare Saturday 11 a.m. press conference in New York City. And, of course, now that the ticket is set, we're ready to head into Cleveland for next week's convention. Meanwhile, we are hearing just more horrific news from France. We know that at least 84 people were killed, including 2 Americans, a father and son from Texas, little 11-year-old boy. You can't even comprehend the sheer evil that leads to men, women, and children being mowed over by a giant truck with a monster behind the wheel. We also are told that at least 25 of the injured are on life support. If that number is correct, if that's accurate, then the death count will undoubtedly be considerably higher than 84, possibly over 100 killed by this apparent radical Islamic terrorist. Dr. Zuhdi Jasser is the founder and president of the American Islamic Forum for Democracy. He's a former U.S. Navy lieutenant commander. He's the author of A Battle for the Soul of Islam, an American Muslim patriot's fight to save his faith. It's a fascinating perspective. Every time I hear Dr. Jasser, I feel enlightened. So we'd like to welcome on our guest line Dr. Zuhdi Jasser. Dr. Jasser, thank you very much for joining us today in the aftermath of this horrific terror attack. How are you, sir?
Thank you. It's good to be with you, and it's always horrifying on the circumstances, but thank you for including me. I appreciate it.
Well, and I am most interested in your response to someone we spoke with earlier today, former House Speaker Newt Gingrich, who was listed as maybe one of the potential vice presidential running mates to Trump. Gingrich told us he's going to absolutely play a role, he believes, in a Trump administration. He leveled some very powerful statements about Muslims in America, and this is an area that you are so strong in, obviously, from your life experience and who you are. Gingrich said, of course, we should be perfectly happy to welcome Muslims who have given up Sharia, but we need to be relentless about defining who our enemies are. And indeed, he said, every person who's of a Muslim background, if they believe in Sharia law, we should deport them. Dr. Jasser, do you agree with that?
Boy, I'll tell you, Mike, I think Newt, on most of the time, is one of the smartest folks out there on this. I helped him with a documentary he did and think the world of him. And yes, he's right on the diagnosis. One of the reasons we're losing and our Homeland Security has their hands tied behind their back is because the precursors of the Omar Mateens and this man in Nice and Chattanooga and San Bernardino, the precursors of the Sharia ideology, the Salafism, the Wahhabism, we're ignoring because we can't name and we can't diagnose it. So the nonviolent manifestations before the violent ones we're completely ignoring. So Newt is right on the diagnosis, but the treatment he's overshooting. I mean, we can't, listen, I think he's right. There should be a test of their loyalty to Sharia and the Islamic State. We have our Muslim Reform Movement declaration that lays out exactly what Newt was talking about. We want that declaration to be used to vet immigrants, refugees, to vet every security clearance in government and in every level possible. But you don't take citizens that in a country that allows the Nazi Party, that allows the Communist Party, that has proven that we are the best country in the world democratically because we believe that the antiseptic of sunlight is a much better way to treat and marginalize hate groups than it is through pushing them underground. And, we turn into Saudi Arabia and Egypt and Russia if we start outlawing, as I heard Newt say yesterday, where if they click on ISIS websites, yes, that should be a monitoring cue that we should be monitoring those folks, but to deport them because of that, that's a police state mentality.
But respectfully, we're not at war with American Nazis or skinheads. I mean, I think it is fair to say that our Western civilization is being threatened by these barbarians. And so isn't it reasonable to say that Sharia is in direct contradiction to the U.S. Constitution and drastic times call for drastic measures?
I think you're right. The Sharia is in contradiction, and if you have a problem within the House of Islam and you want to engage Muslims to do what our founding fathers did, imagine if our founding fathers, yes, they were fighting a revolution, but they determined that they wanted to defeat theocratic Christianity through a perspective of liberty and freedom in our Bill of Rights. So if you want to engage Muslims in that by deporting folks who simply on a paper could lie to you anyway, and by using that vetting mechanisms to push out Muslims that are part of already our citizenship oaths and have sworn allegiance, I think is going to be actually counterproductive and actually does not work. I think most of these countries that do similar things where they, rather than monitoring them and using free speech to marginalize bad speech, by getting government involved in deporting people, actually, the El-Sisis and the Assads of the world have proven that just doesn't work. It actually radicalizes those communities, and I think it actually changes America. It might seem to be the right way to go about it, but it actually makes America no longer America by saying we're going to deport and physically remove these people and take away their rights.
Understood, but let's speak for a moment about this controversial issue of no-go zones. I heard a news report last night, and it was on, I think, CNN. So it was just stated sort of factually by a reporter in Nice that not far from where this attack took place and all these people were killed is a neighborhood where the French government isn't permitted in. The police aren't allowed to patrol. There aren't people even allowed with the government to go into the community because it's sort of self-policing by a Muslim neighborhood. Can you speak to that? I know there's been great debate about it, and there are those who have said that that's just simply a myth. What of these communities that are self-policed by Muslims?
Well, the reality, Mike, is that if you look at the attacks in Paris in November, you had the same cell commit 2 acts of terrorism 4 months apart. They left Paris, went to Belgium, committed another act in March. You can only do that and hide radicals within a community when they go to neighborhoods like in Belgium, like Molenbeek, where it's 99% Muslim there in certain neighborhoods. The police were in and out of many houses, and it took them until they found fingerprints that they were looking for, even though they had gone into hundreds of houses that were holding some of those folks. So the bottom line is those cells exist in a bigger organism. That organism is a Muslim community that is radicalized, that doesn't view the lands they live in as views them as the enemy. So the bottom line is that we have to expose that these communities are insurgencies. They are not adopting principles of France, Belgium, America, Britain. They reject freedom. They reject secularism, and they're trying to apply Sharia within the systems. Now, are they no-go zones? Technically not. The police can go there, but they often don't. And this is why when people like Senator Cruz and others have talked about monitoring neighbors, in America we have less of that. We're not as ghettoized as Europe is. But I do believe that there is some wisdom into the fact that certain neighborhoods that are protecting many of these radicals need to be much more heavily monitored and engaged with cops on the beat than those who somehow have been prevented from allowing Homeland Security and others to be in their neighborhoods.
Dr. Zuhdi Jasser is with us, founder and president of the American Islamic Forum for Democracy. Dr. Jasser, let's talk about what we can do, what we should be doing. There's been a lot of conversation about more utilization of NATO, in fact, going as far as to try to declare war against radical Islamic terrorists. From your perspective, what can we do, what must we do to try to stop this carnage and this bloodshed and this evil from continuing?
Yeah, the prototype of our strategy should be basically declaring war on Islamism, on theocratic Islam or political Islam. The evil empire of today is the OIC, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. We're in a Cold War against those 56 countries that are Muslim majorities that have Sharia in their states, and to say that somehow there are allies against Al-Qaeda and, just because the El-Sisis and the Assads of the world say that they're fighting the same terror groups we are, they're like saying that the drug distributors, the white-collar drug distributors are with us in the fight against drug violence on the streets. Their societies are based on a Sharia state. Islam is going through that time in history that's trying to push back against two evils. One is theocratic Islam, and the other is secular military dictatorships. And we in the West have the only tools, the only history that Muslims can learn from and be engaged in really capitalizing on what the Arab awakening was all about. So our strategy needs to understand that you can't get rid of the ISISes of the world without also seeing the marginalization of the Assads, the Saddam Husseins who are gone, the king of Saudi Arabia who feeds and radicalizes his country. Those also need to see their days numbered, because this will continue to be a whack-a-mole program unless we develop a long-term strategy against political theocratic Islam and a short-term strategy to decimate them on the ground in Raqqa, in northern Iraq militarily. But long-term, Mike, we cannot kill all the jihadists. We have to have Muslims lead a jihad against jihad, a jihad for liberty and freedom and secularism versus theocratic Islam.
I very much appreciated Speaker Gingrich saying that he's sick and tired of being told that the strongest nation on the planet is helpless in the face of a group of medieval barbarians. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. I could not agree more. And this is what I scream every day, is that how can this country founded on a battle against theocracy not be strong enough to take on radical Islam and call it that? How can this country leave Muslims that are in jails in Saudi Arabia, that are flogged in front of mosques, that are trying to be free, ignore them and say that, well, this is just a terrorism problem, when in fact we have Muslims domestically and abroad that are drinking from the ideology of Salafism and jihadism that we are just not addressing. We can do this once we put our mind to it.
Dr. Zuhdi Jasser, I'm so grateful for the time that you've spent with us today on the Mike Gallagher Show. We hope you'll come back and visit with us again. Keep fighting the good fight, sir.
Yes, sir. Anytime. Thank you.
There's a lot more coming up, including a preview of our visit to Cleveland. We leave this weekend. We'll be broadcasting from the Quicken Loans Arena all next week. What do you hope to see? There is always, in all the conventions I've attended, and I've lost count. I mean, I've gone to every political convention for the last, I want to say, 30 years. So I've been to a lot of them. I'm not somebody who typically toots his own horn, but I'm sort of a veteran of the political convention routine. I have no interest, incidentally, in going to the Democrat convention this year. I believe with all of my heart that we've got to stop Hillary Clinton from being elected president of the United States. We'll talk about next week's coverage, some of the guests and the people we're going to visit with, and also continue to get your reaction to Donald Trump's selection. If you're just tuning in, it is official. Trump has picked Governor Mike Pence as his vice presidential running mate. Are you encouraged by that? Do you think it helps him, hurts him, benefits Hillary or not? 1-800-655-MIKE. Great having you here on this very, very hectic, busy edition of the Mike Gallagher Show.
Too many shadows, whispering voices, faces on posters, too many choices. If, when, why, what, how much have you got? Have you got it? Do you get it? If so, how often would you choose?
If you're 50 or over, I want you to join the fastest growing 50-plus organization in the country. It's called AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. What makes them so special? Well, first of all, they reflect our values. They do not support Obamacare. They do fight for individual liberty, fiscal sanity, keeping a lid on an ever-growing federal government, and so much more. AMAC fights for conservative values. You'll also receive exceptional money-saving benefits and discounts when you belong to AMAC like I do, like group rates on auto insurance, a low-cost roadside assistance program, travel discounts, access to all things Medicare. I proudly support and belong to AMAC. I want you to join as well. Just go to www.amac.us, amac.us, or call 888-262-2006. That's toll-free, 888-262-2006, or go to amac.us and join AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, the fastest-growing 50-plus organization in America.
Mike Gallagher.
The American Health Association reports that many Americans over 40 do not produce enough nitric oxide. It's a key component in promoting healthy circulation and a healthy heart, but our nitric oxide levels fall naturally as we age. Neo 40 is the leading nitric oxide boosting lozenge, backed by clinical studies from UT Austin. Try Neo 40 daily now by going to Mike40.com or call 800-901-4391. Ask for the Gallagher Special and order a 2-month supply. You'll get 1 month absolutely free. You'll receive free saliva testing strips so you can measure your nitric oxide levels and see the results for yourself. You'll also receive a free book, The NO Solution. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. Try Neo 40 Daily today. Go to Mike40.com. That's Mike40.com. Or call 800-901-4391. That's 800-901-4391.
If you're like me, you're trying to think ahead to your next homeschool year. My wife and I love to homeschool our kids, but there are some subjects we don't feel comfortable teaching. I'm not quite up on my Algebra 2 or quantum mechanics these days. Are you? BJU Press Distance Learning has all those challenging subjects, and my kids can learn from qualified, experienced teachers online, while my wife and I teach the subjects we know and love. They even offer full K4 through 12th grades if you want them. Parents who have homeschooled know that grading, organizing lesson plans, and keeping track of student records is a time-consuming process. So if your knowledge of logarithmic functions isn't what it used to be, go online with BJU Press and check out all their options for homeschoolers. Go to bjupresshomeschool.com. That's bjupresshomeschool.com. Don't let quantum mechanics or logarithmic functions ruin your day.
In business, risks and rewards come with every decision, like moving to the cloud with Office 365. While its benefits include anywhere access and lower costs, cyber threats and user errors can quickly wipe out data and the money you save. Barracuda Essentials for Office 365 provide an added layer of security and functionality for threat protection, email migration, data recovery, and quality of service. Move securely to Office 365. Visit barracuda.com/essentials to learn more.
For Christians who run a business in these challenging times, there is an event that you and your spouse must attend this September. It's at the luxurious Ritz-Carlton in Sarasota, Florida, and hundreds of CEOs and business leaders from across our nation will be there to hear and mingle with other well-known Christian business leaders like George Barna, Horst Schulze, the founding president of Ritz-Carlton, and former Miami Dolphins and Marlins owner Wayne Huizenga Jr., and many others. Go today to fcci.org and book this conference for you and your spouse. Become a member before you register, and you'll save 20% off the conference. Plus, enjoy a ton of exciting benefits given to members of the Fellowship of Companies for Christ International. At this annual event, America's top Christian business leaders will show you how to let your faith influence your employees, customers, vendors, even your competition. Just a few weeks away, September 18th through the 22nd, there are only a few seats remaining. Reserve a place for you and your spouse right now by going to fcci.org. The Fellowship of Companies for Christ. fcci.org.
Mike Gallagher.
Portions of our show brought to you by BJU Press, the gold standard of homeschooling materials, textbooks, information, curriculum, and more. BJUPressHomeschool.com. Boy, do we have a great lineup of guests next week from our broadcast perch at the Republican National Convention. General Flynn, Ann Coulter, Dinesh D'Souza, RNC Chairman Reince Priebus. We'll talk to Sean Spicer. We're going to talk to people who are active in the convention, people who are observers. We'll be on Radio Row, and very much looking forward to bringing you our coverage next week from the RNC. Let's go through as many callers as we can. I'd love to get your reaction to Trump's selection of Mike Pence as the vice presidential running mate. Owen, thanks very much for your patience. How are you, sir? Owen, are you there? All right, let's try Chris. Chris, you're next. How are you, Chris? Welcome to the show.
I'm doing great. Thanks for your program. I agree with Kevin. Now that Mike Pence is going to be running with Trump, maybe the conservative group in Indiana that was disappointed with him backing down from his religious stand this year will get on board and make this happen. My concern is that Donald Trump must be able to surround himself with people that are smarter than him, and I believe he's a very smart man. But the most important thing I could say to those listening who probably agree with us anyway, this is a matter of prayer. This is a matter of spiritual warfare, and Christians and those who they know need to be encouraged to get on their knees and petition the Lord to put the man that needs to be in office in office.
Amen. Couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, Chris. Frank, you're next. Frank, welcome.
So many good people do not realize how important a pro-life Mike Pence is to the campaign. It's absolutely terrific. So many good people I know don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean, and in terms of just about every solid, consistent conservative position, I mean, where does Mike Pence fall off the turnip truck? I mean, he's right on everything. I mean, and if life matters, if life is crucial to people who are going to select the next president, certainly Trump describes himself as pro-life, and there can be no doubt about Mike Pence's pro-life bona fides, right?
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, thank you. 800-655-MIKE. John, you're next up on the Mike Gallagher Show. John, what do you think about Mike Pence as Trump's VP running mate?
Hi, Mike.
Hi.
I'm excited about it on one hand, and then I wanted to ask your opinion because I think Mike Pence balances the ticket without a question, but he's not got the flamboyance that I've heard the arguments about we need somebody that's going to be great at debating and so forth.
Right.
Do you think he should now, meaning Trump, start laying out the rest of his partners who's going to have one with him as far as the leaders in other areas? Because I think now that we balance the ticket, he has to do that because Mike doesn't bring a lot to the ticket in flamboyance. And
yeah, no, there's no question that Pence is a very serious, kind of a measured guy, and you use the word Pence, you could use the word colorfulness or bombast. I think it can be safely said that Donald Trump possesses enough of that for about 50 people. And so you're completely right when you talk about a balance of the ticket and proof that Donald Trump is willing to surround himself with very, very serious, steadfast people. As far as who he announces, we're just going to have to wait and see and hold on for the ride. And what a ride it will be. We'll commence the Mike Gallagher Show from the Quicken Loans Arena Monday. Have a safe and successful weekend. And thanks very much for joining us. Keep fighting the good fight. I'm Mike Gallagher. God bless America.
The Luxy Bed Company, LuxySleep.com, the mattress that I've been sleeping on, and I just ordered another one because I am in love with this mattress. My friends, my family, everybody's getting the Luxy bed because you don't have to spend $2,000 or $3,000 on a customizable, adjustable mattress. You don't have to go into a retail store and get your arm twisted by a pushy bed salesman. This is the new way. Luxy Sleep. We're all different. Short, tall, heavy, light. We need a mattress that's suited to our body and comfort preferences. Luxy is giving it to me night after night. Go to LuxySleep.com. It's reasonably priced. $9.99 for a queen. If you use the promo code Mike, you'll get $125 off the bed. Go to LuxySleep.com. Promo code Mike, Luxi, sleep.com, or give them a call. You'll see how great their customer service is. 888-813-2944. 888-813-2944. 888-813-2944 or Luxi, LuxySleep.com.
Thinking about life insurance? What if you could make one free phone call and learn your best price from nearly a dozen highly rated, price-competitive companies? Well, that's exactly what happens when you call SelectQuote Life. For example, George is 40. He was getting sky-high quotes from other companies because he takes meds to control his blood pressure. But when I shopped around, I found him a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $28 a month. I'm SelectQuote agent Dan Savino. And believe me, if SelectQuote isn't shopping for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-603-7886. That's 1-800-603-7886. 1-800-603-7886. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop, you save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors not available in all states.
Mike Gallagher.
Get your message to the thousands. Call the WCAB Sales Department today at 287-3356.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. A senior Turkish official says the coup attempt within the country's military appears to have been unsuccessful. The official tells the Associated Press that all government officials are in charge of their offices, but cautions that the chief of military staff hasn't appeared in public yet. Chicago resident Najim Yakubi says he was at an outdoor cafe in Istanbul when police began ordering people off the street.
They got out of their cars, they started screaming, and then a couple more people, I guess, knew what was going on, so you saw sort of the outside cafe start emptying out really, really quickly.
Yakubi says he was confronted by troops as he was trying to get out of the city.
I actually got stopped by military. They were yelling at me to turn back, and it was an armored vehicle on the corner. I saw some guns and yelling, so I decided, don't ask any questions, run away.
It's been reported that a bomb hit the Turkish parliament in the capital, killing dozens. Indiana Governor Mike Pence would bring a wealth of Washington experience and conservative credentials to the Trump campaign.
Pence is considered cool-headed and unflappable. The former six-term congressman describes himself as a Christian, a conservative, and a Republican in that order. He's popular among evangelicals. Some have called his cool, level-headed demeanor Reagan-esque.
Capitol Hill correspondent Wally Hines reporting Trump is expected to officially introduce Pence as his vice president on Saturday. A 5-day rally on Wall Street apparently has run out of steam. The Dow edged up 10 points to 18,517. The S&P 500 slipped 2 to 2162. The Nasdaq lost 5 points to end at 50.30. Benchmark U.S. crude rose 27 cents to close at $45.95 a barrel. More of these stories at townhall.com.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in person in the form of physical gold and silver coins? I know I would, and you can't do that with stocks. With the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually see them. Free shipping, zero management fees, and Augusta pays all upfront costs. Getting started is absolutely free. Rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau, enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882 now for your free guide to Augusta Gold IRAs. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882. That's 1-855-222-5882. Or visit AugustaPreciousMetals.com.
U.S. retail sales posted a healthy increase in June, another sign that consumer spending picked up in the spring.
The Commerce Department says sales at retailers and restaurants went up 0.6% last month. That follows a 0.2% increase in May. Sales were up 2.7% from a year earlier. Excluding volatile spending on cars and auto parts, sales rose 0.7%. Spending on building materials and gardening supplies surged 3.9%, the most since April 2010.
Correspondent Jeremy House. Citigroup's earnings fell 17% in the second quarter, but the results beat analyst expectations. The financial conglomerate was hurt by weak results in consumer banking as interest rates remain extremely low. Citigroup's reported net income of $4 billion or $1.25 per share compared with $4.85 billion or $1.51 per share for the same period last year. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. A New York City woman has infected her male partner with Zika virus through sex, the first time female-to-male transmission of the germ has been documented. Dr. John Brooks of the CDC says this was not unexpected.
We wouldn't be surprised to see future cases. Most sexually transmitted diseases are transmitted not only from men to women, but women to men. So this fits our expectation.
Dr. Brooks added,
the fact that we haven't seen it before suggests that it's not a very efficient form of transmission and that it doesn't explain a whole lot of illness.
Dr. Brooks says most people who contract Zika won't face serious consequences.
For the vast majority of persons who acquire Zika, whether it's from a mosquito or from sexual transmission, for instance from a woman to a man, most don't develop any symptoms and don't have any signs of illness. And the small number that do have usually got a mild illness without serious side effects.
More of these stories at townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Saturday. Cloudy, 50% chance of scattered thunderstorms, low around 70. Isolated thunderstorms and a high 90 and a low 70 under partly cloudy skies with a 50% chance of thunderstorms Saturday night. Sunday, partly cloudy, scattered showers and a high around 90. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jay Coombs at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call Morning Call Around Report. Great gospel music coming up at 3:30. Running of the Lake Regions 200 from New Hampshire. And then at 6 o'clock, Braves baseball here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
America's #1 show on pop culture and politics. This is the Michael Medved Show.
And another great day in this greatest nation on God's green earth. A great day in the United States, despite the fact that our oldest ally, as France has been described, is suffering from terrible division, a horrifying attack. Now the report that there are 50 people lying between life and death, in addition to the 84 confirmed already dead by the hideous attack in Nice. Different responses. One response from Newt Gingrich, who will not be the nominee for vice president. What was Newt thinking exactly by suggesting that all Muslims should be tested to determine whether they supported Sharia law, as if people who support a specific form of religious law, Sharia law doesn't in any sense command people to be terrorists. It doesn't. That's just not true. And yet, of course, former Speaker Gingrich has now become the center of attention and attack. Was this part of a strategy, a brilliant strategy, to take attention away from Mike Pence so he wouldn't get slimed and smeared and attacked and basically ripped apart by mainstream media? 1-800-955-1776. The general response to Mike Pence being elevated as Trump's running mate, I think, has encouraged a lot of people about the convention. But will the choice and the way the choice was made actually help Mr. Trump win the presidency? We will get to that. There are also a couple of movies, very, very different movies. One of them is the new Ghostbusters, which has had a trailer that has attracted a lot of attention on the internet. It actually got the lowest rating of any trailer ever, apparently, and more opposition on the internet. Is the movie really that bad? We'll tell you the full, honest, inconvenient truth a little bit later, and also review the new movie with Bryan Cranston and Diane Kruger, called The Infiltrator, which is a true story and a pretty amazing one about an accountant going undercover to infiltrate a drug cartel. 1-800-955-1776 is our phone number. President Obama just gave his reaction, his full reaction. He actually sent out a statement last night. The United States in various facilities and Britain and elsewhere have flown the French flag, have tried to honor and show solidarity with France. President Hollande and the Prime Minister Valls went out today to Nice, and they were booed. They were booed by people when they went there to try to comfort victims, because there is a feeling that French security did not do its job. But the president had this to say about the nature of the war that we face.
And we will win this fight by staying true to our values of pluralism and rule of law and diversity and freedoms like the freedom of religion, freedom of speech and assembly, the very freedoms that the people of Nice were celebrating last night on Bastille Day. In the wake of last night's attacks, we've heard more suggestions that all Muslims in America be targeted. tested for their beliefs, some deported or jailed. And the very suggestion is repugnant and an affront to everything that we stand for as Americans.
Okay, do you disagree with President Obama on that? I think it's tough to disagree with him on that. And I have no idea what Newt was thinking or what was going on with him. Look, it must be a hard time for him. I think he wanted very much to be the running mate for Mr. Trump, and he wasn't. But still, to suggest that there be a religious test for continued residency in the United States, I mean, can we recognize that the majority of Muslims in America are born here in America? They are U.S. citizens by birth. On what basis do you deport them, Speaker Gingrich? It's astonishing, all of it. And fortunately, President Obama did not name Speaker Gingrich by name. President Obama continued.
It's been a difficult several weeks here in the United States, but the divide that exists is not between races and ethnicities and religions. It is between people who recognize the common humanity of all people and are willing to build institutions that promote that common humanity, and those who do not. Those who would suggest that somebody is less than them because of their tribe or their ethnicity or their faith or their color. And those impulses exist in all our countries. And those impulses, when we do not speak out against them and build strong institutions to protect people from those impulses, they can take over. They can be unleashed. So that all of us have responsibilities, not just a few.
Okay, I am not sure that the president is making any sense here at all. Everybody has these impulses. What is so terrible here is not recognizing that this kind of wanton organized evil, and there was talk about some of the video footage that people got from their cell phones that was so gruesome that they couldn't show it on TV. And given how gruesome the stuff was that they did show on TV, it's apparently unimaginable. It's like the worst thing people have seen. I have not gone to the internet to watch it and won't. But with all of that, can we stipulate that these are not impulses in all of us? I will personally attest, I have never, ever once had an impulse to get into a huge truck and take out a gun and shout Allahu Akbar as he was reportedly shouting, and to be shooting at people while driving down a beachfront and mowing people down and killing what will probably end up being 100 people. That's not an impulse that you have everywhere. It's not an impulse that everybody feels. It's not universal, Mr. President. I'm sorry it's not. Here's Newt Gingrich. He certainly doesn't suggest that the problem is universal.
Western civilization is in a war. We should, frankly, test every person from here who is of a Muslim background, and if they believe in Sharia, they should be deported. Sharia is incompatible with Western civilization. Modern Muslims who have given up Sharia, glad to have them as citizens, perfectly happy to have them next door. But we need to be fairly relentless about defining who our enemies are. Anybody who goes on a website favoring ISIS or Al-Qaeda or other terrorist groups, that should be a felony and they should go to jail. Any organization which hosts such a website should be engaged in a felony. It should be found immediately. Our forces should be used to systematically destroy every internet-based source. And frankly, if we can't destroy them through the internet, we should destroy them with kinetic power, using various weapons, starting with predators, and just frankly, just killing them.
Okay, the last part of what Newt says is not so different from what most Americans believe. But the first part of what he said, everyone of a Muslim background should be tested to see whether they believe in Sharia. You're going to deport people not based upon their actions, but based upon their beliefs. And by the way, Sharia law, and let me repeat this, it is so very clear. You can be a devout Muslim and not be a terrorist. Sharia law does not command. In fact, most authoritative interpreters of Sharia, thank God, would say that what this individual did is totally forbidden by Islam. You're not allowed to do this. Newt continued.
Of being told that the wealthiest, most powerful civilization in history, all of Western civilization, is helpless in the face of a group of medieval barbarians who, for example, recently burned 20 young women to death, burned them to death, because they wouldn't have sex with them. A group which beheaded recently in the Philippines 2 Canadian businessmen. And we're told to be reasonable, to be passive, to not judge. Well, I just want to tell you tonight, everybody who watches this video, this is the fault of Western elites who lack the guts to do what is right, to do what is necessary, and to tell us the truth. And that starts with Barack Obama.
Okay, you can blame the president for a lot of things. And you certainly can blame him for a feckless policy regarding ISIS that allowed it to emerge. But it's a straw man when he says, do not judge. Who has said do not judge regarding terrorist attacks? Who has said any of those things? We will be right back on the right response and how will this impact the presidential campaign? Will this refocus on terror, which is appropriate, help or hurt the Trump drive for the White House? That and more on The Medved Show.
With millions of listeners all across America, this is The Michael Medved Show.
In today's digital world, there are so many things we can do. We can shop online. We can use public Wi-Fi. We can even bank online. That is, we can do a lot of things that can expose our personal information to identity thieves. But LifeLock believes that you can still feel good about doing all these things because LifeLock can help to protect you from identity theft. Unlike free credit monitoring services, which only detect changes in your credit, LifeLock's proprietary technology detects and alerts you to a huge variety of identity threats. And their U.S.-based specialists work to resolve issues if your identity is ever stolen. Now, nobody can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. Membership starts at just $9.99 a month, plus applicable taxes. Enrollment takes minutes, and protection starts right away. Call 1-800-921-3790 or visit lifelock.com right now and use the promo code MEDVED. That's MEDVED to save 10% on your membership. 1-800-921-3790.
In business, risks and rewards come with every decision, like moving to the cloud with Office 365. While its benefits include anywhere access and lower costs, cyber threats and user errors can quickly wipe out data and the money you save. Barracuda Essentials for Office 365 provide an added layer of security and functionality for threat protection, email migration, data recovery, and quality of service. Move securely to Office 365. Visit barracuda.com/essentials to learn more.
Miracles are God's way of letting us know He's here.
From the producers of Heaven is for Real, Miracles from Heaven, based on the incredible true story.
So you're telling me it healed her? Yes. That's impossible.
If you don't believe in miracles, you will after watching this film, says The Insider.
He told me I'd be fine. Who told you you'd be fine?
Miracles from Heaven, starring Jennifer Garner. Own it now on Blu-ray, DVD, and digital HD. Rated PG.
Hello, I'm Tirza, a student at Hillsdale College. Here is Hillsdale President Larry Arnn on the basis of the rights our founders fought for in the Revolution and secured in the Constitution.
The American Republic's meaning and proper method of operation is to be found in 2 documents, in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. That's about 5,000 words of text. That's not very much. They're simple, they're beautiful, they can be understood and be retained. A human being is a certain kind of thing and requires to be treated in a certain way. A human being is a thing that has rights, and those rights are inalienable according to the Declaration. You've got to respect them. And it also follows that given the kind of thing a human being is, government needs to be organized in certain ways. And I think that that is the argument of the American Revolution.
This Constitution Minute was brought to you by Hillsdale College. To receive a free pocket Constitution and Declaration, go to constitutionminute.com.
For Christians who run a business in these challenging times, there is an event that you and your spouse must attend this September. It's at the luxurious Ritz-Carlton in Sarasota, Florida, and hundreds of CEOs and business leaders from across our nation will be there to hear and mingle with other well-known Christian business leaders like George Barna, Horst Schulze, the founding president of Ritz-Carlton, and former Miami Dolphins and Marlins owner Wayne Huizenga Jr., and many others. Go today to fcci.org and book this conference for you and your spouse. Become a member before you register, and you'll save 20% off the conference. Plus, enjoy a ton of exciting benefits given to members of the Fellowship of Companies for Christ International. At this annual event, America's top Christian business leaders will show you how to let your faith influence your employees, customers, vendors, even your competition. Just a few weeks away, September 18th through the 22nd, there are only a few seats remaining. Reserve a place for you and your spouse right now by going to fcci.org. The Fellowship of Companies for Christ. fcci.org.
We should, frankly, test every person here who is of a Muslim background, and if they believe in Sharia, they should be deported. Sharia is incompatible with Western civilization. Modern Muslims who have given up Sharia, glad to have them as citizens.
On the Michael Medved show, it's interesting. He says everyone who is of a Muslim background, would that include people who are converts to Islam? A lot of the terrorists, by the way, a lot of the most vicious terrorists, Speaker Gingrich, have been converts to Islam with no Muslim background. That goes back to Jose Padilla. Remember him? Who wanted to blow America up with a series of bombs. He was arrested in Chicago. Convert to Islam. The shoe bomber, Richard Reed, remember him? Another convert to Islam. Or do they escape without the Sharia test? The idea that you have to give a certain group of people some kind of test to determine what they believe in, and if they believe the wrong things, not based upon any activity, not based upon any associations, not based upon any plotting, where, by the way, I have no problem at all. Of course we should be monitoring mosques. There's no question about it. Of course we have to do that. And yes, we have to shut down any mosques that preach violence. That's appropriate. That's smart. It's what they do in Great Britain. It's what they do in France. Not well enough, but that needs to be an appropriate reaction. But the idea that everybody has to be tested or else deported, this is Mr. Trump, and I have not heard this yet, and I'm eager to hear it. Apparently, he has spoken out also about Nice, and he was on with Greta Van Susteren, and it sounded like this.
Assuming you were president of the United States, what would you be doing right now?
Well, I'd be making it very, very hard for people to come into our country, for one thing, from terrorist areas. I would be so extreme in terms of documentation. We have people that Hillary Clinton wants to allow 550% more than Obama, and Obama's allowing a lot of people to come in. We have no idea who they are. They're from Syria, maybe, but they have no paperwork many times. They don't have documentation proper. I would make it, I would not allow people to come in from terrorist nations. I would do extreme vetting. I would call it extreme vetting, too. And, you know, our country has tremendous problems. We don't need any more of the problems. Right now, we have more investigations of this kind going on than we've ever had in the history of our country. And we're going to allow thousands and tens of thousands of more people coming in. And then you see a situation like in Nice, France. It's a horrible thing. And we better get awfully tough. And I'm talking about our country, but I'm almost talking about the world, because look at what's going on in France. Look at what's going on in other countries. It's bedlam.
Okay, the problem in France, this is not a French-born terrorist. It was a terrorist who immigrated to France from Tunisia. But Tunisia used to be a French colony. which is one of the difficulties they have. I don't disagree with anything that Mr. Trump said. I mean, look, this is one issue where he is clearly right and Secretary Clinton is clearly wrong. We do not need and should not invest American resources in taking in more Syrian refugees or more refugees from terrorist areas. And by the way, you'll notice that Mr. Trump did not emphasize this idea of a Muslim ban, banning people based on religion. That's an area, by the way, in which he was previously criticized by Governor Mike Pence. Yeah, but they're going to be working together anyway. Let us go to your calls, 1-800-955-1776. Coming up, we're going to be speaking with Eric Bolling of The Five about some of the ways that America can respond more effectively to Islamo-Nazi terror. Let's go to Logan in Irvine, California. Logan, you're on the Medved Show.
Hey, Michael. I've listened to you for several months now, and I just want to know, before there's, an agreement from you that we really need to take a different path, what kind of numbers of deaths do you need to see?
I believe we should be taking a very different path, but not a stupid path. In other words, taking a path that is even more stupid and more inept and more counterproductive than the one that we're taking is a very bad idea. One of the things you say, if people are digging a hole for themselves, first you stop digging. And I'm afraid that Newt Gingrich just dug a hole for himself. We cannot have religious tests in the United States, can we?
We're not going to have religious tests, but instead of continually blaming Newt Gingrich or Trump, why don't you talk about what the current government is doing and how we might be able to stop it? Because the things that you say each day are going to get Hillary elected.
Okay, the point about here, I'm not trying to get one person or another elected. That's not my job. My job is to tell the truth and to tell the truth about the issues that matter. And it is terrible when someone who is speaking for me as a conservative and a Republican, and that's what Newt was doing basically, says something that is so profoundly stupid and so offensive and so destructive to ever winning anything ever again in America. Do you know, this is interesting and you ought to consider it. You know, about 60% of American Muslims voted for George W. Bush in 2000, right? How many American Muslims do you think are going to be eager to vote for any Republican any time in the next generation unless we stand up against what really does sound like a violation of First Amendment guarantees of freedom of religion? Appreciate your call. Let's go to Mike in Los Angeles. Mike, you're on the Medved Show.
Hi, Michael. Thanks for having me.
You bet.
First off, I'd just like to say I'm going to have to send you an invoice for all the radios I have smashed in this primary season because of you.
Oh, okay.
I'm so disappointed in you. I don't know where you've gone. You wrote that book, Left Turns. You have definitely gone left. But
no, I haven't gone left at all. I'm sorry. I think the Republican Party has gone left because the Republican Party is about to nominate the ultimate big government so-called Republican.
I'm not a Trump guy. I'm a Cruz guy, and you bashed on Cruz, and it was just despicable what you did with Cruz. So anyway, when it was only a choice between Trump and Cruz, I supported Cruz because I think Cruz was an acceptable nominee, barely, but acceptable. And the idea, Mike, that you're angry at me because we disagree about some issues. Where's the issue where you think that I am wrong, other than the fact that I absolutely believe that it is profoundly wrong to say we're going to deport people unless they pass some religious test? Well, first off, have you ever read the Quran?
Yes, I have. And the interpretation that says that it is a noble thing to murder children in a beachfront in France, does not exist in the Quran, and any individual who claims that it does is lying. And for God's sake, if we are going to fight a war against 1.3 billion Muslims, that's a war we're going to lose. And it's a war we cannot win. Who are we fighting alongside of in Iraq and in Syria and in Afghanistan and in Pakistan? A whole bunch of Muslims to try to alienate those people is shooting yourself not in the foot, but in the head. We'll be speaking with Eric Bowling coming right up.
With SRN News, I'm Patrick Foss. Turkey's NTV television is quoting the prosecutor's office in Ankara saying at least 42 people have been killed in attacks in the capital. Meanwhile, troops loyal to Turkey's government are moving to crush a coup attempt, arresting some 130 anti-government forces. The president says the government is in charge. French prosecutors described the man who ran down hundreds of people in a truck as a violent, petty criminal, but totally unknown to intelligence services. 84 people were killed and hundreds others wounded. Indiana Governor Mike Pence says he supports Donald Trump's call to temporarily suspend immigration from countries where terrorist influence and impact represents a threat to the United States. Pence is Trump's choice to be his vice president. Now that Bernie Sanders has offered his support to Hillary Clinton, the two campaigns are negotiating over the convention nominating process. Sanders says there are too many superdelegates. More details at SRNews.com.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in person in the form of physical gold and silver coins? I know I would, and you can't do that with stocks. With the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually see them. Free shipping, zero management fees, and Augusta pays all upfront costs. Getting started is absolutely free. Rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau, enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882 now for your free guide to Augusta Gold IRAs. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882. That's 1-855-222-5882. Or visit AugustaPreciousMetals.com.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Adam Pulaski of the Pulaski Law Firm with principal office in Houston, Texas is the attorney responsible for the content of this ad. This ad is not legal advice, and the choice of a lawyer should not be based solely upon advertisements. Services may not be available in all states. Attention women. New evidence shows that talcum powder products such as Johnson & Johnson's baby powder and shower to shower may cause ovarian cancer. If you or a loved one used talcum powder and were diagnosed with ovarian cancer, call 800-538-2170 right now. You may be entitled to significant cash compensation. Recently, Johnson & Johnson was ordered to pay $72 million in damages to the family of a woman who died of cancer she said was caused by the company's talcum powder. The jury found that Johnson & Johnson knew that these products could cause cancer and failed to warn consumers. If you or loved one used talcum powder and were diagnosed with ovarian cancer, call 800-538-2170. You may be entitled to cash compensation. Time is limited. Call 800-538-2170 now. Our toll-free phone lines are open 24/7. Call 800-538-2170. That's 800-538-2170. 800-538-2170.
She was thrown out of a pickup truck.
Somebody threw him out of a car and shattered his leg.
They found her walking on the streets. Many have been abused, malnourished, eating garbage.
Scabs, itching, licking, missing fur.
This is a commercial on TV that the ASPCA does. They want you to send in $19 a month for a dog in the shelter. I think you should go and adopt a dog from the ASPCA and then get that dog on Dinovite.
DINOVITE.com.
You don't need to spend thousands on vet bills.
The answer is nutrition.
The omega-3 fatty acids.
Flaxseed, zinc, alfalfa, the digestive enzymes that are cooked out of regular dog food.
When you rescue a dog, you've got to feed him right for life. Every rescue deserves at least 90 days of Dinovite.
859-428-1000.
859-428-1000.
Dinovite is nutrition.
Dinovite for life.
DINOVITE.com.
We need to strengthen our alliances, and I include NATO in that. We've got to do more to understand that this is a war against these terrorist groups, the radical jihadist groups. It's a different kind of war. We need to be smart about how we wage it, but we have to be determined that we're going to win it. So I think that we need strong, tough, diplomacy, starting with our friends.
That was former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, the presumptive Democratic nominee for president. She'd called into Bill O'Reilly's show last night on Fox. Somebody else who is a colleague of Bill O'Reilly's, a frequent guest on O'Reilly's show, and himself the host of the wildly popular Fox show The Five, is Eric Bolling. He has a new book called Wake Up America, The 9 Virtues That Made Our Nation Great and Why We Need Them More Than Ever. It's posted up at our website at michaelmedved.com. Eric, thanks very much for joining us. I know it's a very, very busy day. Right now, there's a huge focus on terrorism, naturally, after the hideous events in Nice. But you talk in your book, Wake Up America, about a deeper, more persistent, more omnipresent danger even than terrorism. If you were to define that danger very briefly, how would you do so?
I would define it as the liberal left dragging us, kicking and screaming away from the center and pulling us so far left that we don't even know where the country is anymore in the form of political correctness. And I talk about almost in every chapter of the, by the way, thank you for having me. Almost every chapter of the book, I talk about how the left is doing it, how they're dismantling the conservative values that the country is founded on and has done amazingly for 240 years. Well, they're about to throw it all away. Almost 8 years of President Obama, after he promised to fundamentally change the country. Where are we? We look vastly different than we did 8 years ago, and 8 more years of this could put us on a path that we never get back. So, Michael, I had to write the book. People have asked me to write the book for many, many years. I waited. It's my first book. It's my only book, and the time was right because I think we were very, very close to the precipice of never being able to turn back to the right.
Well, 1-800-955-1776, the 9 virtues, and I'm glad you call them virtues, not values. The 9 virtues that you talk about once upon a time, and it wasn't so long ago, everybody, left, right, and center, liberals, conservatives, Republicans, Democrats, black, white, everybody once agreed that these were good things. Talk, for instance, the very first one you mention is what you call grit. Which is the ability to come back after adversity.
So important. So I started writing these, and again, they called them virtues. I started writing them. I had no idea how many there were going to be. I kept writing. I ended up with 9 of them. Then I had the task of putting them in which order. I definitely wanted to start with something impactful, and I thought grit was the perfect one to start because the country we were gritty. George Washington was gritty. Our founding fathers were gritty. They faced immense diversity. And kept, like you said, putting yourself back up on the horse and going forward and succeeding. And it was really one of the most important virtues. So I started the book with it. Not that any of them are more important than the others, but I wanted to start there. And I end the book, Michael, with Providence, with something that's very near and dear to me. I'm very fortunate to be where I am. You mentioned I sit in the center seat on the 5 every day and fill in for O'Reilly when he's out. That's a blessed path I've been on, and I go to church every single day to thank the good Lord for lighting that path for me. So started with grit and with Providence, and there's 7 in between that I think are just about as important, if not as important.
Yeah, by the way, I have my new book is also about Providence, somewhat differently. It basically talks about there's no explanation for America unless you believe that we had an unseen ally. And by the way, both Washington and Franklin described God as an unseen ally, even more important than our French allies. Though speaking of our French allies, how do some of these 9 virtues apply to the right response to Nice?
I'm glad you asked because like I said, the undercurrent of the book is pushing back against the less political correctness I think is ruining the country. President Obama literally 20 minutes ago maybe, just did an address. He went to the podium. He talked about what's going on in Nice, France, and he said he called a tragedy. He said we'll stand with the French, but then he went into making sure that we don't overstep our line towards Islamophobia, and then started calling for diplomacy. Can you imagine that on the heels of 84 and maybe that death toll rises, that President Obama is calling for diplomacy?
And even worse than that, he said the impulse to do these things is universal. We will confront that in a moment with Eric Bolling, author of Wake Up America. The new book is posted at our website, sure to be a bestseller at michaelmedved.com. We'll be right back.
1-800-955-1776. The Michael Medved Show.
Imagine the alarm clock goes off and you spring out of bed raring to get to work. Why? Because you own the business and what you make and create is yours. You've dreamt of owning a business for years, but still haven't taken action to make your dream a reality. There are no more excuses. This is the year you become an entrepreneur. Speak to us here at ursop.com. URSOP stands for Entrepreneur Rollover Stock Ownership Plan. We've helped thousands of people use their retirement money to invest in businesses for themselves and their family. It takes only a couple of weeks to finance, it's pre-approved, and it's totally legal. And then 3, 4, 5 years later, you'll put the retirement funds back and have the corporation carry on by itself. You have the business and the security of retirement funds too. Call URSOP at 866-MY-URSOP. That's 866-MYERSOP. 866-MY-URSOP. Invest in yourself. 866-MY-URSOP. That's 866-MYERSOP.
This is Michael Medved for American Federal Rare Coin and Bullion. As gold rallies forward, many investors are looking at different ways to diversify, which often includes precious metals IRA accounts. Now, many unwary investors assume that because the account's an IRA, it's perfectly safe. Many are also under the false impression that you can store your precious metal IRA at home or in a safe deposit box. And there are others who have U.S. gold coins such as $20 St. Gaudens and Liberties in their account. Now, these are not allowed by the IRS. The unfortunate truth is you can receive questionable advice from your dealer, purchase overpriced or the wrong coins for your IRA, and you can end up vulnerable to fines and taxes from the IRS. Call my friends at American Federal, 800-221-7694. That's 800-221-7694. And ask for their safe IRA package. Don't wait for the IRS to start investigating before you take action. AmericanFederal.com. That's AmericanFederal.com.
Ever notice that the last 3 letters in American spell can? Maybe that's why we want to say we can shop online, we can use free Wi-Fi, and we can give our social security number and other personal information to our bank if we want to. But the fact that we can do all of those things exposes personal information that can lead to identity theft. At LifeLock, we believe you have the right to be free to do everything you do every day. So we use proprietary technology to detect and alert you to a huge variety of identity threats. And we have a US-based team who will work to resolve issues if your identity ever is stolen. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you can live with more peace of mind. Membership starts at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. And if you become a LifeLock member now, you can get 10% off. Go to LifeLock.com and enter promo code SMART. LifeLock.
Are you a responsible person who finds yourself growing deeper and deeper in credit card debt and you're not sure how to fix the problem? Then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity Debt Management is a nonprofit organization that will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, and reduce your interest rates by as much as 60%. You'll save thousands and become debt-free for keeps. It's not a loan. It's a smart way to relieve your stress, meet your obligations, and preserve your self-respect. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Gather up your bills and call this toll-free number for a free, no-obligation debt analysis. 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
Suggest that somebody is less than them because of their tribe or their ethnicity or their faith or their color. And those impulses exist in all our countries. And those impulses, when we do not speak out against them and build strong institutions to protect people from those impulses, they can take over. They can be unleashed so that all of us have responsibilities.
That was the President of the United States moments ago. I had mentioned this to Eric Bolling. He's the author of the new bestseller. It's actually risen all the way up to number 5 on the bestseller list, the most recent bestseller list from the New York Times. The book is called Wake Up America, The 9 Virtues That Made Our Nation Great and Why We Need Them More Than Ever. Eric is the host of the wildly popular Fox News show, The Five. Eric, we just heard the President of the United States saying these impulses are everywhere and we have to work against these impulses. Doesn't this remind you a little bit of that old moral equivalence argument that people used to use in the bad old days of the evil empire, the Soviet Union?
I'm fearful that President Obama was willing to go there. Mike, you played a soundbite from Hillary Clinton from last night with Bill O'Reilly when she called in, and she used almost the same terminology. And then she said something we have to push back against radical jihadism, as if there's another form of jihadism. I mean, it was one of those dog whistles to the right and to the left. On the right, that, hey, radical, and then jihadism, it also didn't, she was careful that she didn't want to offend anyone on the left as well. It's scary. So every week we wake up, turn on the TV, and there's some live streaming feed of some city that's been, terrorized once again. And these moronic politicians will go ahead and say, well, we got to be careful. We don't have xenophobia, Islamophobia, racism. Come on. The book is all about pushing back against that political correctness that I think is making us less safe. So you can talk about it, but when the president and the wannabe future president are ones saying we have to be careful, meanwhile people are dying around the world, dying in Orlando, dying in San Bernardino, dying at home, dying abroad, they're perpetuating danger themselves. They're half the reason for the rise in terrorism.
1-800-955-1776, our phone number. Last question, and then I want to go to one or two calls at least before you have to run. One of the virtues that you talk about that can help to save America is the virtue of thrift. And don't you think the government is doing everything it possibly can to exemplify that virtue and encourage it?
The opposite. They're doing everything they can to throw it on its ear and throw it out. By the time Barack Obama leaves office, we'll have $20 trillion in debt, and he'll have racked up the same amount or more than every single POTUS between 1 and 43 combined. So there's no thrift there, and the country's at risk because he himself said that our national debt is a national security issue before he was elected, and then he went and doubled the whole national debt on his own. And what is he doing? He's borrowing money to pay off people who don't want to work, who don't want to lift a finger, who just want to live off the government, the nanny state, the dole of the government, and he pays them for their votes. It's as simple as that. I mean, it is pay to play, only this time it's pay to vote.
Let's go to Larry in Houston, who's been hanging on. You're on the Michael Medved Show with Eric Bolling.
Hello, Michael and Eric.
Hey.
Yeah, I think that eventually the only way this is going to stop is for, unfortunately, a critical mass will be reached in terms of massacres, death, and destruction before the country by country, whether it's France or America, we do exactly what Donald Trump said, which is to declare war on, it's not just Islamic radicals, it's Islam.
Okay, so what does that mean to you? Because right now, some of our most important allies in the war on terrorism are Muslim. There are countries like Jordan that is a strong ally of the United States. Saudi Arabia, as despicable as many aspects of that society are, is a pretty strong ally of the United States. And what do you do if you're going to war against 1.3 billion or 1.4 billion people?
The good, nonviolent, peaceful Muslims will join us, just as a lot of Japanese joined us in World War II.
During the war? Well, hold on. Wait. How many Japanese joined us during the war?
Well, they were American citizens of Japanese descent.
Yeah, but they were Americans. They were Americans. What you're talking about is going to war against 75 nations around the world with significant Muslim communities. Eric Bolling, response?
I'm going to have to agree with you, Michael. I think Donald Trump has it right. As far as Muslim immigration, Muslim country immigration, we have to at least take a look at it temporarily and see who's coming over and vet them more.
Absolutely right. No question about it.
There is also a bill floating around the Senate right now, and it's been around there for a while to halt the visa program from Muslim countries. And that goes beyond Donald Trump. That goes to several Republican senators.
But what you're talking about is Muslim countries, not Muslim individuals.
Correct.
And I'm very glad to see that Mr. Trump has changed that emphasis. It's a good thing.
Yeah, he tweaked it a little bit. But certainly I do agree with the caller, Larry, that the moderate Muslim community needs to get more vocal before there's any chance of winning any sort of war on terror right now. Right now, it's a crime or it's a sin or against Allah to tell on someone who has a jihadist plot against of the West.
Really, honestly, Eric, most imams, most leaders in the American Muslim community do not agree with that. They believe it is an affirmative obligation if you're a loyal American citizen, and this goes for, I think it's about 20,000 Muslims who are serving in our military. It is an affirmative obligation to report anything where people are plotting against this country. I know you have to run. You're on your way to Cleveland. I'm on my way tomorrow night. The book, Wake Up America, already a bestseller. It's posted up at our website at michaelmedved.com. The author, Eric Bolling, the subtitle, The 9 Virtues That Made Our Nation Great and Why We Need Them More Than Ever. We'll be right back with more of your calls.
1-800-955-1776. The Michael Medved Show. That's 1-800-955-1776.
It's summertime, so temperatures are naturally soaring outside, but you don't want them soaring in your living room. And with your old crooked and busted blinds, you've effectively turned your home into Death Valley. Well, resist the tyranny of sunlight with brand new custom blinds from Blinds.com. They make ordering online easy, and their design consultants will answer your questions and walk you through every step of the self-installation to make sure you get it just right. Their 100% satisfaction guarantee means if you mismeasure or pick the wrong color or screw anything up with your order, they'll remake your blinds for free. You want samples? That's free. Shipping? Free. Get made-to-order custom blinds without paying custom prices at Blinds.com today. And now through August 2nd, you can save 20% off your entire order. Go to Blinds.com and use the promo code MEDVED to save 20% off site-wide. But only until August 2nd. That's Blinds.com, promo code MEDVED. Blinds.com, promo code MEDVED. Rules and restrictions may apply. See Blinds.com for details.
Do you have a family member who's getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? With Visiting Angels America's Choice in Senior Home Care, your parents and older family members can continue living at home and not have to move into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meal preparation, and light housework up to 24 hours per day at affordable rates. To restore your family's peace of mind, call Visiting Angels toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE or at visitingangels.com.
In business, risks and rewards come with every decision, like moving to the cloud with Office 365. While its benefits include anywhere access and lower costs, cyber threats and user errors can quickly wipe out data and the money you save. Barracuda Essentials for Office 365 provide an added layer of security and functionality for threat protection, email migration, data recovery, and quality of service. Move securely to Office 365. Visit barracuda.com/essentials to learn more.
Welcome to Staples. Staples guy, I need to get a grip on my company's spending. Staples has low prices every day. So I won't overspend? Nope. With our price match guarantee, you can always get the lowest price on everything for your office. Everything? Everything. The lowest prices on ink, paper, coffee, ink, folders, notepads, ink, sticky notes, ink, trash pads, ink binders, and ink? Need some ink? A little bit, yeah.
Trust Staples for low prices every day. Staples. Make more happen. Price match good at checkout for items from retailers operating online in retail stores or products sold and shipped by Amazon. See store or staples.com for details.
In business, risks and rewards come with every decision, like moving to the cloud with Office 365. While its benefits include anywhere access and lower costs, cyber threats and user errors can quickly wipe out data and the money you save. Barracuda Essentials for Office 365 provide an added layer of security and functionality for threat protection, email migration, data recovery, and quality of service. Move securely to Office 365. Visit barracuda.com/essentials to learn more.
Portions of the Michael Medved Show are sponsored by Hillary's America. This is the most provocative movie you will see before you vote in November. Go to Hillary'sAmerica.themovie.com.
And it's opening in theaters all around the country, July 22nd. You can find out about it. It's going to be wildly controversial. Actually, it already is. People who are getting advanced looks at it agree that this film is explosive. There's almost guaranteed there's something in the movie that will offend everybody. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Check it out, Hillary's America, July 22nd, 1,500 theaters around the country. Let's go quickly to Bill in San Diego. Bill, you're on the Michael Medved Show. It's in Aberdeen, Washington. You're on the Medved Show.
Hi, this is Lawrence. How you doing?
Doing well.
I'm calling to support Newt Gingrich in his comments about Sharia law.
Okay, so tell me how you think that would work. In other words, let's say there's a guy here whose a grandfather came to this country, and he's somebody who's in the American Armed Services. I met a captain in the U.S. Navy who's a devout Muslim. So you come to the captain and you say what to him?
I wanted to just translate what he was saying as far as associating Sharia law.
You don't think the Newt speaks English? I think he speaks English very well.
I do, but what people need to understand is that what he's saying is that Sharia law accommodates tyranny, totalitarianism, and terrorism. Sharia law is terrorism.
Well, okay, hold on for a moment. No, you hold on for a moment because we're running out of time. It is simply not true that Sharia law is terrorism. Do you think it's impossible for someone to follow Sharia law and never, ever, ever to support or be involved with terrorism? Do you think that Sharia law commands you to be a terrorist?
Sharia law is terrorism.
How?
You can't possibly believe and practice Sharia law with ISIS is practicing Sharia law.
No, they are not. And any Islamic expert will tell you they violate Sharia law every day. Sharia law, by the way, is defined as Sharia law deals with many topics, including marriage contracts, trade regulations, religious prescriptions, economics, sexual intercourse, hygiene, diet, prayer, everyday etiquette, and fasting. Now, really, do you want to have the government of the United States dictate to people that there is a certain system of fasting and everyday etiquette and diet and prayer and sexual intercourse that you are not allowed to follow? There are very, very few things where you think, okay, this is not just the Supreme Court making up the idea this is unconstitutional, where it's unconstitutional on the face of it. When our Constitution guarantees American citizens free exercise of religion, that means there is no test about whether or not you adhere to Sharia law in this greatest nation on God's green earth.
The angels from Visiting Angels are standing by to care for the loved ones in your life who need in-home care. If you have a family member or friend who needs assistance at home with hygiene, meals, light housework, errands, or companionship, I hope you'll consider Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. If you know someone who wants to remain independent, these are the people who can help. Rates are surprisingly affordable, and up to 24-hour in-home care is available. You can even select your caregiver before care begins. Franchise opportunities are also available. With more than 500 franchised locations nationwide, there's an office near you. Call toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE or online at visitingangels.com. For senior home care from the real-life angels of Visiting Angels, call toll-free 877-374-LIVE. That's Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care at 877-374-LIVE or online at visitingangels.com.
24/7 WCAB is serving the foothills of the Carolinas. Learn more about us at www.wcab59.com.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. Turkey's prime minister says more than 130 people have been arrested in a coup plot, but the situation is, quote, getting better every minute. The prime minister ordered the annihilation of military planes used by coup plotters. He's calling for people to remain in the streets to support the government. American Najim Yacoubi says people told him not to speak English as he tried to get out of Istanbul.
That's probably one of the weirdest things to ever feel, is being in a country and being told don't speak your native tongue because it might be trouble. And even if it's broken Arabic or, I can speak Farsi, they said just go with that and pretend you don't know English.
The president's office says at least 60 people have been killed. President Obama is voicing support for the democratically elected government in Turkey.
The White House issued a statement saying the president urges all parties in Turkey to support President Erdogan's government. He urges people to show restraint and avoid any violence or bloodshed. The president spoke by phone with Secretary of State John Kerry, who says the U.S. views with gravest concern the events unfolding in Turkey.
White House correspondent Greg Cluxton. Donald Trump says on Twitter that he's picked Indiana Governor Mike Pence as his running mate. Republican National Committee Chairman Reince Priebus.
I think it was a great pick. I think it was a pick that clearly shows that he's pivoting to the general election, that he's choosing a person who has the experience both inside and outside Washington.
U.S. Friday released once top-secret pages from a congressional report into 9/11 that questioned whether the Saudis were involved. White House Press Secretary Josh Earnest says the 9/11 Commission looked at these allegations thoroughly.
They were able to do follow-up interviews and to further investigate those leads. Those leads didn't really turn up anything as it relates to specific evidence about the Saudi government as an institution or senior Saudi officials individually funding al-Qaeda.
More of these stories at townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss.
Napa know-how!
Cold weather slows your battery down. But if it's hot enough to cook breakfast on your hood, your battery could be toast. So pick up a Napa Legend battery today, and you'll get a $15 rebate Visa card by mail. That's $15 back and a new battery. In case your old one gets fried. That's Napa know-how. At participating Napa Auto Parts stores. Some exclusions apply. Offer expires 7/31/16.
Safety. If you know me, you know how seriously I take it. I live, eat, and breathe safety. In fact, safety is my middle name. I went to the DMV and changed it last week. First name Mr., middle name Safety, last name exclamation point. When it comes to safety, Grainger's got my back. They've got over 100,000 safety products. Grainger helps keep our facility safe and our people safer. Call clickgrainger.com/safety or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The nation's only black Republican senator says listening is key to solving the nation's racial problem.
In a series of emotional speeches on the Senate floor this past week, South Carolina's Tim Scott cautions,
the government is not the answer to what ails us.
Instead, he says, we need to listen to each other with both head and heart.
So that you hear and feel the pain and the challenges of others.
One thing he says is clear.
We must not lose hope.
Scott says a bright future's there for our taking. Wally Hines, Capitol Hill.
The East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office says the fourth suspect at a pawn shop gun theft has been arrested. The suspect is a 12-year-old male. He's been charged with simple burglary and theft of a firearm. Police arrested 3 other suspects in the burglary last weekend, in which 8 handguns were stolen to allegedly harm police. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. U.S. Airlines posted a better on-time rate for May, and complaints dropped compared with the same month last year.
The Department of Transportation reports 83.4% of domestic flights arrived on time in May, up from 80.5% a year earlier, although down from April. Hawaiian Airlines and Alaska Airlines had the best on-time ratings, each posting a mark of at least 90%. Spirit Airlines had the worst on-time record, followed by Virgin America. Both were under 77%.
Correspondent Rich Thomason reporting. President Obama has notified Congress that 200 U.S. troops are in Uganda, waiting to be sent to South Sudan if needed. Mr. Obama earlier told lawmakers that he sent 47 U.S. troops to South Sudan amid renewed fighting there. The president says it is not possible to know the scope and duration of the deployments needed to protect U.S. citizens and property in South Sudan. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm Patrick.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Saturday. Cloudy, 50% chance of scattered thunderstorms, low around 70. Isolated thunderstorms and a high 90 and a low 70 under partly cloudy skies with a 50% chance of thunderstorms Saturday night. Sunday, partly cloudy, scattered showers and a high around 90. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jay Coombs at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call Morning Call Around Report. Great gospel music coming up at 3:30. Running of the Lake Regions 200 from New Hampshire. And then at 6 o'clock, Braves baseball here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
America's #1 show on pop culture and politics. This is the Michael Medved Show.
And another great day in this greatest nation on God's green earth. A great day where conversation continues and criticism on one side and on another side continues. And maybe we can just pause for a moment and talk about some folks in the United States that everybody ought to praise. And yes, of course, I mean police officers, but I mean one police officer in particular who is the subject of extraordinarily eloquent praise in a terrific column as we're getting ready for the Republican convention. I tried hard yesterday to make clear how relieved I was, frankly, and how encouraged I was that Mr. Trump had apparently yesterday, and today it's official, it's formal, selected Mike Pence as his running mate. By the way, if somebody is deeply upset about the selection of Mike Pence and you feel he just doesn't belong on the ticket or something like that, well, first of all, there's something wrong with you. But secondly, we can help take care of that if you want to give us a call, 1-800-955-1776. Really, Congressman Pence, as he was for 6 terms, and Governor Pence, as he was for the last 4 years, governor of Indiana, is clearly qualified. He is an extremely likable, persuasive, winning guy, and is a very strong choice. I know there is a huge media focus the last 2 hours on, oh, Trump almost reconsidered his choice and Trump couldn't make up his mind and Trump, I don't care. Really. Trump made the right choice. And I'm perfectly willing to give credit where credit is due as far as that is concerned. And the other point of positivity that I thought was worth focusing on was a column that's going to appear tomorrow by Peggy Noonan in the Wall Street Journal. And the title is 3 Good Men Talk About Race. When we are in the midst of a very complicated and deep and raw conversation across racial boundaries, I think a column like this is particularly important. And by the way, the events in Nice only make it more important, because the events in Nice show just how much we depend upon those people in blue. How much everything depends on them. As much as things depend on doctors, except for most of us, thank God, you only need doctors at certain times in your life. But we depend every single day, every moment we go to work, every moment we come home, every moment we go to sleep, every moment we wake up. We are dependent upon the thin blue line to protect us from beasts and animals and psychotic killers like the one in Nice, 31-year-old with 3 children. One guy. And what could have been done differently? Well, they're talking about it in France, and you've heard from American security experts. But the one thing that could not have been done differently is nothing could have been done differently without relying on law enforcement, which is why it is so appropriate to question some of the most recent rhetoric by President Obama. Now, I praised President Obama's speech when he spoke at the memorial. I think it was a moving speech. I think he honored the officers who had fallen, but his rambling sorts of discourses after that have been kind of disappointing, I think. And he did a town meeting last night about law enforcement. And during the town meeting, I thought he got a great challenge from the Lieutenant Governor of Texas, whose name is Dan Patrick. And he's a very outspoken conservative. And when I read about this at first, I thought, there's some kind of conservative who just dissed President Obama and didn't show proper respect. No, he didn't do that. I want you to listen to it because I think that Dan Patrick is speaking for a lot of Americans, not just in Texas, but around the country, in posing a question to President Obama about the role of his rhetoric in terms of the morale of our law enforcement personnel on whom we all depend. Here's the Lieutenant Governor of Texas.
Lieutenant Governor of Texas, like you, I have some people that really like me and some people that really don't. But the police officers in Texas know without question, regardless of their political party, that they have my support and I have their back. I'm concerned that police officers across the country, they know you support law enforcement, of course. But do they really in their heart feel like you're doing everything you can to protect their lives? Yesterday, you had meetings at the White House, and afterwards you said the tension between the police and between Black America is only going to get worse. Words matter. Your words matter much more than mine. Everything you say matters, and I would ask you to consider being careful when there is an incident of not being too quick to condemn the police without due process and until the facts are known. I know that's not your intention, but again, words have meanings. And the other thing I'd like to say tonight, consider when you go home to the White House, to put on the blue lights. The police have asked you to do that. You've done it for other groups. It would send a strong message.
This is not an unreasonable request. You may remember when the Supreme Court made its decision in the Obergefell case, they had rainbow lights over the White House to show solidarity with the gay community. At a time like this, when there have been 5 of America's finest, not just Dallas's finest, killed, wouldn't it be appropriate to put the blue lights on the White House? Why not? Why not President Obama say, Lieutenant Governor Patrick, that's a good idea. I'm going to order that we put blue lights on the White House for all of this week. And that will also show I recognize the importance of law enforcement as our first line of defense against terrorist horrors like we saw in Orlando or like we just saw in Nice. The president didn't grab that opportunity. No, and it's disappointing. Here is his response.
First of all, say that I have been unequivocal in condemning any rhetoric directed at police officers. So I think...
Okay, this is not... Hold on, stop right there. Does anyone remember the beer summit, the case of Henry Louis Gates, where President Obama, in a press conference, he was asked about it. And he, without knowing the details of the case, he immediately said the Cambridge police had done something stupid. His first response was to attack the police. And this is not him being critical of rhetoric attacking the police. It's him engaging in rhetoric that attacks the police. The president continued.
I think, Lieutenant Governor, you'd have to find any message that did not include a very strong support for law enforcement in all my utterances dating back to Ferguson, because I relied on law enforcement to protect me and my family, just like everybody else does.
Okay,
So
can we stop right there? You have a tough time finding it? Well, I just asked Greg to find something to the contrary, and he found it in about 2 minutes. This is President Obama talking about Ferguson on Jimmy Kimmel, and here he's talking about law enforcement trying to stop the riots and the burning down of stores and the total chaos and the destruction of the so-called Black Lives Matter movement in its early stages. Here's the president.
I think that what had been happening in Ferguson was oppressive and objectionable and was worthy of protest. But there was no excuse for criminal acts.
Okay, no excuse for criminal acts. Does that sound as if he is unequivocally backing up the police, which really is the question here? And this is important right now, because if we're going to make progress on this issue, then the voices that we need to honor are voices like those that Peggy Noonan honors, of Chief David Brown, above all, the great police chief in Dallas, of Senator Tim Scott, who we honored on this show yesterday, senator from South Carolina, Republican, and of an extraordinary surgeon who actually treated some of the fallen officers at Parkland Hospital. He happened to be African American. His name is Brian Williams. No, it's a different Brian Williams. We will get to some of what they had to say, and a rare 3 Pinocchios award for a great big fat embarrassing lie. The award going to not Hillary Clinton, not Donald Trump, going to the President of the United States. We'll tell you what he said, where the Washington Post gives him 3 Pinocchios. We'll tell you about it and more coming up.
1-800-955-1776. The Michael Medved Show.
Here's a self-evident truth that too many of us ignore all the time. You do need a good night's sleep every single night. Sleep is crucial to bringing your best game to every situation, maintaining quality relationships, and putting in an honest day's work. And that's why I have become such a fan of Boll and Branch sheets. Now, these are $1,000 sheets, and they're available to you for just a couple of $100. You're paying for quality, not middlemen. And those 800% department store markups, forget about it. Boll and Branch knows that their bedding is the softest, the most luxurious you'll ever sleep on. That's why every single purchase is backed up by a 30-night guarantee. And shipping is always free, so you have nothing to lose. But it's not just about the most comfortable sheets you'll ever sleep on. Check out Boll and Branch beach towels and throw blankets made lighter and brighter for summertime. And my listeners get 20% off their entire order at bollandbranch.com. Go to bollandbranch.com. That's BOLL and branch.com. Promo code MEDVED. If you love freedom, if you love America like I do, then I'd like to invite you to stand with me and well over 1 million other patriotic Americans by joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC is the fastest growing 50-plus organization in the country, and there's good reason for that. AMAC fights for individual liberty, fiscal sanity in Washington, keeping a lid on an ever-growing federal government, and so much more. In fact, AMAC fights for the conservative values that have made this country great. AMAC membership will also give you access to exceptional money-saving benefits and discounts, such as group rates on auto insurance, a low-cost roadside assistance program, travel discounts, and access to all things Medicare. Join AMAC today at www.amac.us. That's www.amac.us. Or call 888-262-2006. Again, that's 888-262-2006. Tell them Michael Medved sent you. This is Michael Medved, and one of the problems that I face in life is there aren't enough hours for sleep. I certainly can't waste any time trying to fall asleep when I need to go to sleep, boom, right away. You know what helps in that cause? This pillow I've been sleeping on for the last 2 weeks. It's called My Pillow. I have never, ever slept on a pillow that is as comfortable as this. You have to try it. It's worth it. It comes with a 10-year warranty. It's guaranteed not to go flat. 60-day money-back guarantee. If you don't like it as much as I do, you can get it, send it right back, get your money back. Patented interlocking fill that adjusts to your individual sleep needs. It's washable, it's dryable. Call right now, 800-320-6280. Give the promo code MEDVED for a special offer. You buy one, you get one free. One for you and your significant other, or maybe just two for you. Buy one, get one free. My Pillow, 1-800-320-6280, 1-800-320-6280.
Hello, I'm Tirza, a student at Hillsdale College. Here is Hillsdale President Larry Arnn on the basis of the rights our founders fought for in the Revolution and secured in the Constitution.
The American Republic's meaning and proper method of operation is to be found in two documents, in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. That's about 5,000 words of text. That's not very much. They're simple, they're beautiful, they can be understood and be retained. A human being is a certain kind of thing and requires to be treated in a certain way. A human being is a thing that has rights, and those rights are inalienable according to the Declaration. You've got to respect them. And it also follows that given the kind of thing a human being is, government needs to be organized in certain ways. And I think that is the argument of the American Revolution.
This Constitution Minute was brought to you by Hillsdale College. To receive a free pocket Constitution and Declaration, go to constitutionminute.com.
"21 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show, I mentioned that President Obama, in what I don't think was one of his stellar performances last night, actually earned a 3 Pinocchio award for something that he said. And what was a 3 Pinocchio award? It's handed out by the fact checker at the Washington Post. In this case, the piece was written by Michelle Yeehee Lee. And he got 3 Pinocchios for saying this.
One thing that we do have to acknowledge is that in some of these very poor communities, there's more violence. There's more violence. You've got young people in the south side of Chicago, maybe half a mile from where I live, where my house is, in my mother-in-law's neighborhood, where you hear gunshots every night. You have 14, 15-year-old kids who have firearms. It's easier to get a gun than it is to get access to a computer or a book. And
okay, that's enough. That's enough. That's it. Okay, have you ever heard the president say that before? Have you ever heard the president say that before? How about this one?
There's a reality that there are neighborhoods around the country where it is easier for a 12 or 13-year-old to purchase a gun and cheaper than it is for them to get a book.
With so many guns that it is easier for a teenager to buy a Glock than get his hands on a computer or even a book.
That was the president speaking at the memorial service, that last one that we heard. Where a speech that I basically liked, but I made the point, why does he say this stupid thing? And as a matter of fact, in the Washington Post, they headline this fact-checker thing by saying Obama's strange claim that it is easier for teens to buy a Glock than get a book. And at the very end, they say the White House noted in the context of his speech, Obama is speaking about the lack of opportunity and ready access to guns in many communities, particularly lower income areas. It's accurate to say there are communities that lack education, that lack employment, that lack healthcare resources. And it's fair to say that in some communities there is ready access to illegally obtained guns for teens who can get them easily for a fellow gang member, friend, or a family member, perhaps without even having to leave their home or their street. But the president can make that point without resorting to such an exaggerated claim based in no real statistics and which does nothing but distract the public. The president earns 3 Pinocchios. Thank you. Can he drop it now? Why does he keep referring to it? Seriously, he's president of the United States. And by the way, he said, again, on this case of Henry Louis Gates, the Harvard professor who was going into his own home, and a neighbor had called the police because they thought someone was breaking into the Gates home. And the police had come out, and he wasn't roughed up and he wasn't arrested. It was a misunderstanding. Henry Louis Gates was understandably very upset about it. And the president said this at his press conference: I don't know, not having been there and not seeing all the facts, what role race played in that case. But I think it's fair to say, number one, any of us would be pretty angry. Number two, that the Cambridge police acted stupidly in arresting somebody when there was already proof that they were in their own home. And number three, what I think we know, separate and apart from this incident, is that there's a long history in this country of African Americans and Latinos being stopped by law enforcement disproportionately. That's just a fact. Now, this was a long time ago. It's in his first term, the beginning of his first term. And for him to do revisionist history now and say he's never spoken against the police, you may remember even Barack Obama's ally said, Mr. President, why'd you get involved in this case? It's a local police department. Let's go to Matt in Morristown, New Jersey. Matt, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hey, Michael. Thank you very much for having me on. I just wanted to know, I'm a huge fan of yours, but I got to ask you, you said that you just now said you basically liked the president's speech in Dallas.
I did.
But I want to ask you, wasn't it a kind of disgraceful non sequitur for him to bring up, the supposed problem of rampant police racism at the funeral of 5 dead cops when you implicitly legitimize the motive of the assailant? Aren't you kind of desecrating the graves of the fallen?
I don't think so. I really don't, because, again, to not say anything about that, what were the officers doing when they died? You tell me.
They were working security at a Black Lives Matter rally. Correct.
They were protecting protesters. They were doing their jobs as police officers. What was it that people were protesting? In other words, it seems to me that if anything, you could even say that this highlighted the nobility and the necessity of dedicated and faithful and honorable police officers, as 99.999% of police officers truly are. And the president at no time, and I really am very sensitive to this, and I haven't listened to his speech again since I heard it live, but I've looked at the text a little bit, and I don't think he ventured into moral equivalency in any sense between what had happened to Castile and to Sterling and what had happened to the cops. And the difference is not that Castile and Sterling were guilty. They weren't. They weren't, at least at that time. I mean, Sterling had his own record. He certainly didn't deserve to die. But it is very, very different when you die in the line of duty, when you die defending people and working for the public. And I think that President Obama mentioned that again and again and again in that particular speech. But I wish he would go back more to that tone rather than the tone that we heard last night. I appreciate your call. Meanwhile, Peggy Noonan, in her piece, 3 Good Men Talk About Race, it's a piece that will appear tomorrow in the Wall Street Journal. She mentions Tim Scott. He's 50 years old. He's the first African-American U.S. Senator from South Carolina. And he spoke on the floor of the Senate about what it is to be him and to be black. I played much of this for you yesterday. And she writes, he was not looking to grind a political axe. He wanted to explain that what you hear about being treated differently because you're a black man is true. He's felt the, quote, humiliation that comes with a feeling that you're being targeted for nothing more than just being yourself. During one of his 6 years on Capitol Hill, he was stopped by law enforcement officers 7 times. Was I speeding sometimes? Sure, but the vast majority of the times I was stopped, it was for nothing more than driving a new car in the wrong neighborhood. I do not know many African-American men who do not have a very similar story to tell, no matter their profession, no matter their income, no matter their disposition in life. That was what Senator Scott said. He asked his fellow senators to recognize that just because you do not feel the pain does not mean that it does not exist. Ignoring the struggles of others does, quote, not make them disappear. It simply leaves you blind and the American family very vulnerable. I think she's right to honor Senator Scott. Apparently he got some pushback, people saying he should leave the Republican Party. Really? Really? Because he tells the truth about his own experience? If you agree with that, you can give us a call. I really do need to talk to you about it. We'll be right back on the Medved Show with two other voices Peggy Noonan rightly honors. Coming right up.
1-800-955-1776. The Michael Medved Show.
With SRN News, I'm Patrick Foss. There have been shootings, bombings, and arrests in Turkey over the past several hours as the government fights to end a military coup. The president's office says at least 60 people have been killed. The prime minister says some 130 anti-government forces have been arrested. Indiana Governor Mike Pence says he didn't hesitate when Donald Trump invited him to join the Republican ticket for the White House. In an interview with Fox News, Pence says Trump understands the anxiety and the aspiration of the American people like no leader since President Reagan. The two have scheduled a news conference for Saturday in New York. Hillary Clinton has been meeting with contenders to become her running mate. A person familiar with her vice presidential selection process says Clinton met separately with Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren, Colorado Governor John Hickenlooper, and Housing and Urban Development Secretary Julian Castro on Friday. The FAA says the pilot of a plane that disappeared from radar reported engine problem before ditching in the ocean off Hawaii. The Coast Guard rescued a man and a woman Friday. This is SRN News.
Napa know-how.
Cold weather slows your battery down. But if it's hot enough to cook breakfast on your hood, your battery could be toast. So pick up a Napa Legend battery today, and you'll get a $15 rebate Visa card by mail. That's $15 back and a new battery. In case your old one gets fried. That's Napa know-how. At participating Napa Auto Parts stores. Some exclusions apply. Offer expires 7/31/16.
Safety. If you know me, you know how seriously I take it. I live, eat, and breathe safety. In fact, safety is my middle name. I went to the DMV and changed it last week. First name Mr., middle name Safety, last name exclamation point. When it comes to safety, Grainger's got my back. They've got over 100,000 safety products. Grainger helps keep our facility safe and our people safer. Call clickgrainger.com/safety or stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For Christians who run a business in these challenging times, there is an event that you and your spouse must attend this September. It's at the luxurious Ritz-Carlton in Sarasota, Florida, and hundreds of CEOs and business leaders from across our nation will be there to hear and mingle with other well-known Christian business leaders like George Barna, Horst Schulze, the founding president of Ritz-Carlton, and former Miami Dolphins and Marlins owner Wayne Huizenga Jr., and many others. Go today to fcci.org and book this conference for you and your spouse. Become a member before you register, and you'll save 20% off the conference. Plus, enjoy a ton of exciting benefits given to members of the Fellowship of Companies for Christ International. At this annual event, America's top Christian business leaders will show you how to let your faith influence your employees, customers, vendors, even your competition. Just a few weeks away, September 18th through the 22nd, there are only a few seats remaining. Reserve a place for you and your spouse right now by going to fcci.org. The Fellowship of Companies for Christ. fcci.org.
You think that you're rescuing them, but honestly, they're going to end up rescuing you. You don't know what they've gone through, and they're not going to be perfect. And they are so happy that you are taking a chance on them to be a part of your family. I urge you to go down to your local shelters, pounds, dog rescues, foundations, you name it, and rescue a dog. Once you get your rescue dog, you should definitely order some Dinovite. Go online and order it. DINOVITE.com. Dinovite. It's awesome stuff. 90 days of Dinovite will make your dog a happy dog. It will help them with their overall health. You don't need to spend thousands on vet bills. Dinovite is the best thing that's ever happened to my dogs, besides me, of course. Call 859-428-1000.
859-428-1000.
DINOVITE.com.
But please remember that in the course of 1 year, I've been stopped 7 times by law enforcement officers. Not 4, not 5, not 6, but 7 times in 1 year as an elected official. Was I speeding sometimes? Sure. But the vast majority of the time, I was pulled over for nothing more than driving a new car in the wrong neighborhood or some other reason just as trivial.
"34 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show." That was Tim Scott, the only African-American Republican in the U.S. Senate. There are a couple of Congress people, members of the House, who are African-American Republicans now. And look, it's very important, obviously, for the future of our party, if our party is going to have a future, that, yes, that we establish a true two-party system within the black community. And that's why it's so important to listen to Senator Scott. And I think he said something very profound. I mentioned it to you right before the break, but I want to go back to that. He said that regarding this, if you should recognize that just because you do not feel the pain does not mean that the pain does not exist. Ignoring the struggles of others does not make them disappear. It simply leaves you blind and the American family very vulnerable. And in the face of terrorist assault from elsewhere, I think that's profoundly true. The same kind of testimony was provided by a trauma surgeon, a noble guy named Brian Williams. He's 47. He was at Parkland Memorial Hospital. He was actually treating some of the cops who had lost their lives, protecting some of the protesters. We will get to that in a moment. Let's go first to your calls to Jay in Columbus, Ohio. Jay, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hey, Michael. Thank you. I've just recently become a listener to your show within about the last 2 weeks.
Well, thank you.
I'm a retired police officer. 2 points I'd like to make. The most important one is that you said that the man in Louisiana that was shot by the police officers did not deserve to die.
Correct.
The last that I heard, and from the video that I saw, they went there on a call. They were sent that there was a man
waving a gun. Weapon. That's right. That a guy threatening, pointing and threatening people with a gun. Okay. He was out selling CDs in front of a convenience store.
And then there was a confrontation between him and the policeman. So he had a gun, and he was not complying with the officers.
Wait. He did not. Again, the gun was not visible. It's not visible at any point in the video.
Well, was there a gun?
There was apparently a gun, yes.
Oh, okay, there was a gun. He was not complying with the officers.
He was on the ground. When they shot him, he was on the ground.
I understand that.
The point about all of this is, I think, for people on the other side who say what was done was murder, I don't think it was murder.
I'm a policeman. Listen to my perspective.
Okay, I'm
a policeman. He was struggling with them, and he had a gun. Their lives were in danger. If he's not going, they're the police. If he doesn't comply, and he has a gun, can reach the gun, then he can get shot.
There is a huge amount of distance between saying that Alton Sterling behaved foolishly and badly, and he did, and he should never have behaved that way, and saying that he deserved to die. I know that if you had been part of that arrest, and it was an arrest in process, wouldn't you have felt terrible about shooting somebody under those circumstances?
As a police officer,
Yeah.
absolutely not. If they have a gun and they're not going to comply,
okay,
I wouldn't feel bad at all.
Again, when he was shot, he was on the ground. This will be determined when they investigate the case. But to suggest that someone like this, to suggest that someone doesn't deserve to die, even though he is a criminal, and he is a criminal, he's somebody who had a criminal record, he's a registered sex offender. But for goodness sake, he also has a son, and I don't know if you heard his 15-year-old son speaking. I think we really, really do have to understand and agree with and recognize some of the suffering that other people feel. It's part of being American, it seems to me. I appreciate your service in law enforcement and your perspective, Jay. Thank you for calling. Meanwhile, this came in from Connie. She says, I won't leave home without it. I have myself back. At my age, I expect some aches and pains, but it was to the point where it hurt to take care of our dogs, cats, horses, and garden. These chores felt almost impossible, but I did it anyway because it brings me joy. Now I can do it all without consequences of chronic pain. Because of my experience, I started my husband on Relief Factor and recommended to 2 friends. I was skeptical. Now I'm a believer. Thank you. Well, you're welcome. Relief Factor can do the same for you, even if you don't have dogs and cats and horses. But you can enjoy your life more free of chronic pain with Relief Factor. All natural, dietary supplement, all safe. $19.95 for a quick start. Covers you 3 weeks, 21 days, $19.95, 95 cents a day. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. On this issue, I want to go to the next comments by a surgeon named Brian Williams and by Chief David Brown of Dallas. Coming up.
Thinking about life insurance? What if you could make one free phone call and learn your best price from nearly a dozen highly rated, price-competitive companies? Well, that's exactly what happens when you call SelectQuote Life. For example, George is 40. He was getting sky-high quotes from other companies because he takes meds to control his blood pressure. But when I shopped around, I found him a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $28 a month. I'm SelectQuote agent Dan Savino. And believe me, if SelectQuote isn't shopping for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-514-9771. That's 1-800-514-9771. 1-800-514-9771. Or go to SelectQuote.com. Since 1985, we shop, you save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors not available in all states.
We all know someone who's been laid off in the past few years in some corporate cost-cutting move. Most of these people were over 50 years old, and they'd held their job for years. You tell me, who's going to hire these people at the same wage? In this day and age of job insecurity, is there any other feeling more empowering than being your own boss? Hi, Steve Cooper here, co-owner of ERSOP.com, ERSOP, which stands for Entrepreneur Rollover Stock Ownership Plan. We've helped thousands of people get control of their lives, income, and their sense of security. Along with my partner Karen Franklin, ERSOP.com has also helped these thousands of people use their retirement funds to invest in businesses for themselves and their family. It only takes a couple of weeks to finance, and it's totally legal. And the best part is, 3, 4, 5 years later, you put the retirement funds back and have the corporation carry on by itself. Be the entrepreneur you've always dreamed of being. Call 866-MY-ERSOP. That's 866-MYERSOP. Invest in yourself. Call 866-MY-ERSOP.
Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Posting your job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all the top job sites. And now you can. With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job to 100 plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with a single click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll in to ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calls to your office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person fast. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by over 400,000 businesses. And right now, listeners can try ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/America. That's ZipRecruiter.com/America. One more time. To try it for free, go to ZipRecruiter.com/America.
Become a part of the solution. Serve your community. Don't be a part of the problem. We're hiring. We're hiring. Get out that protest line and put an application in. And we'll put you in your neighborhood and we will help you resolve some of the problems you're protesting about.
That is Chief David Brown of the Dallas PD. What an outstanding hero he has become, I think, to many Americans all across the country. Meanwhile, you don't need to be a hero. You don't need to take out a second mortgage to get a makeover in your home. You can get brand new custom blinds without paying custom prices from Blinds.com today. Now, through August 2nd, you save 20% off your entire order at Blinds.com. The promo code MEDVED, Blinds.com, promo code MEDVED. Rules and restrictions may apply. Okay, as if there weren't enough news breaking all over the place. Very, very big news, if it's true. If it's true. Apparently a coup or an attempted coup. I'm not now talking about the effort at the Republican convention to dump Trump. That won't happen. I think it's very, very unlikely that happens. This is in Turkey, where the military apparently is claiming that they have seized control. President Erdogan and his government have said, no, there was an attempted coup. This is extraordinarily serious because Turkey is a member of NATO, and it is one of those countries that is formally, at least, an ally of the United States and is going to be indispensable in any effort to solve the situation in Syria. They've taken a lot of Syrian refugees in Turkey. The Erdogan government, I mean, Erdogan is an Islamist, and again, I think he's pathetic, horrible. However, would a military coup be better, replacing this democratically reelected government and Erdogan's Justice Party? Stay tuned. We will let you know how that shakes out. Meanwhile, let us go to this Brian Williams, who I mentioned. I'm talking about this moving column that will appear tomorrow from Peggy Noonan. And three good men talk about race. One of those good men was Senator Scott. One of those good men was Chief Brown. And one of those good men was a surgeon named Brian Williams, who the day after the hideous, ugly, disgusting attack on police officers in Dallas said this.
I stand with the Dallas Police Department. I stand with law enforcement all over this country. This experience has been very personal for me and a turning point in my life. There was the added dynamic of officers being shot. We routinely care for multiple gunshot victims, but the preceding days of more black men dying at the hands of police officers affected me. I think the reasons are obvious. I fit that demographic of individuals, but I abhor what has been done to these officers, and I grieve with their families.
Okay, that's about as clear and moving as possible. And then he continued speaking and was losing control a bit.
I understand the anger and the frustration and distrust of law enforcement, but they are not the problem. The problem is the lack of open discussions about the impact of race relations in this country. And I think about it every day, that I was unable to save those cops when they came here that night. It weighs on my mind constantly. This killing, it has to stop. Black men dying and being forgotten, people retaliating against the people that are sworn to defend us. We have to come together and end all this.
We have to come together and end all this. And yes, he didn't mention, but he could, the tragic, though greatly reduced, thanks to law enforcement largely, murder rate of black victims, not by police officers, but by civilians. Let us go to your calls, to Clay in Atlanta. Clay, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Michael.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I want to say that if President Obama should purge his own heart of his own hatred for whites, Black Lives Matter is a hate group and a terrorist organization. They should be designated so. And also,
wait. Hold on. I know that that's a talking point. In what sense are they a terrorist organization?
This is where you look so weak, Mike.
I'm not weak. I'm being honest. I asked you a simple question. How do you characterize Black Lives Matter as a terrorist organization?
Stop trying to talk over me, and I will tell you. If the KKK was running around in the streets, attacking people, hurling racist slurs, shooting black police officers, attacking black reporters in the streets, you would be screaming from the mountaintops.
Clay, let me ask you one thing. Where is there one scrap of evidence that the shooter, Thompson, in Dallas, had any affiliation with Black Lives Matter? He did not.
I'm gonna answer that question by asking you a question. Are you trying to tell me that Black Lives Matter is not a hate group?
No, I didn't have problem with your describing them as a hate group. I think that they are very extreme. I think that they're destructive. I don't think they're making the situation better. But calling them a terrorist organization is a bridge too far. It's unfair. It's not right. Terrorist organizations are organizations that want to kill people, harm people at random. And innocent people, and again, the idea that Black Lives Matter ever endorsed, terrorist groups endorse mass killing. Black Lives Matter clearly condemned the killing of these cops who were in the business of protecting Black Lives Matter protesters. For goodness sake, let's not make this situation worse. Can we avoid that, please?
Your daily dose of debate. It's the Michael Medved Show.
You know, refinancing your home loan could save you thousands of dollars, but the process is a mess. Banks, radio advertisers, the broker down the street, all shouting about the lowest rates, and you just don't have the time to find the best deal, the one that's right for you. That's why there's LendingTree.com. The fast and easy way to shop, compare, and save on mortgage offers all in one place. The same way you shop for flights online. And LendingTree customers save an average of $15,649 over the life of a loan. Go to LendingTree.com, answer a few simple questions, and receive up to 5 offers in minutes, all for free. The feds keep warning us rates are going up at some point, so go to LendingTree.com/Medved today while rates are still low. You'll get a $500 same as cash gift card from LendingTree when you close your loan with one of the highly rated and reviewed lenders you were matched with on LendingTree's network. Terms and conditions apply. LendingTree.com, NMLS number 1136.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-423-4557. That's 1-800-423-4557. 1-800-423-4557. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors not available in all states.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in person in the form of physical gold and silver coins? I know I would, and you can't do that with stocks. With the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually see them. Free shipping, zero management fees, and Augusta pays all upfront costs. Getting started is absolutely free. Rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau, enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882 now for your free guide to Augusta Gold IRAs. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882. That's 1-855-222-5882. Or visit AugustaPreciousMetals.com.
"55 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show, I was just with Dinesh D'Souza at Freedom Fest in Las Vegas. And, of course, he is very, very busy talking about his wildly controversial new movie, which is called Hillary's America, The Secret History of the Democratic Party. You can read all about it. Go to Hillary'sAmericaTheMovie.com. It's coming out July 22nd. It's going to be opening in 1,500 theaters, which I think is a bigger opening than for any conservative documentary in American history. What Dinesh has shown in the past with his previous movie, Obama's America 2016, what he's shown in the past is there is an audience for films that are very hard-hitting, very critical of the liberal agenda and of the past, partisan past of Democrats. There's a lot in this film. I do not take everything in it as gospel because I know that it's not. But it is a profoundly provocative film, and for anybody who is thinking about long-term trends, this election, the history of the two parties, confront some of the argument and some of the storytelling, which is compelling, in Hillary's America, The Secret History of the Democratic Party, opening July 22nd. You can go to Hillary'sAmericaTheMovie.com. All right, there's confusion in Turkey. The Prime Minister of Turkey says it's nighttime there, that factions of the military have attempted a coup. Reuters says the military had issued a statement saying it had taken over for democratic order and that all existing foreign relations will continue. The whereabouts of the President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, he's dominated politics in Turkey for more than a decade. He had been seeking to have firmer control over the military. Well, apparently that's not going so well right now. Let's go quickly to James in Everett, Washington. You're on the Michael Medved Show.
Yeah, hi, Michael. Been listening to you since you debuted back in the 90s. You've been an important part of my afternoon.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
One of the things I wanted to discuss with you, if I got the opportunity, was the idea of the collision of my freedom and rights with your freedom and rights. And when you made the comment that this guy did not deserve to die, it brought up in my mind there's a certain collision between this man's freedom and rights and what the officer had the jurisdiction and the authority to ask this man to comply with, which apparently he didn't, to the officer's discretion.
You're right, but I think if you look at police training, it would not say that he deserved to die. Again, I am not saying for one moment that Alton Sterling, and we really don't know about Philando Castile. I'm not saying that either of them is blameless. But saying that someone is not blameless doesn't mean that they deserved to die. If we can't at least acknowledge that, how are we supposed to talk about this in this greatest nation on God's green
You know
earth?
you're not sleeping enough, but what can you do? More sleeping pills? Not look at your phone in bed? Let's be honest. Why don't you do something easy to get the good night's sleep you've been missing, like get a fresh set of sheets from Boll & Branch. Hi, I'm Scott Tannen. My wife and I founded Boll & Branch to make the most comfortable sheets you'll ever sleep on.
Luxury sheets can cost $1,000 in the store, but ours don't. They're only a couple $100 because we've cut out the 800% retail markup by only selling directly to you online at bullandbranch.com.
Everyone who tries Boll & Branch sheets loves them. Even 3 U.S. presidents sleep on Boll & Branch. Shipping is free and you can try them for 30 nights.
And if you don't love them, we'll give you a refund. No questions asked.
At Boll & Branch, summer is about having fun. Check out our beach towels, limited edition throw blankets made lighter and brighter for summer, and our classic sheets. Go to bullandbranch.com today for 20% off your entire order when you use promo code MEDVED. That's 20% off right now at bullandbranch.com. Promo code MEDVED, spelled B-O-L-L and branch.com. Promo code MEDVED.
Thank you for making WCAB your radio station of choice. Check us online at www.wcab59.com.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. Citing rising autocratic rule and increased terrorism, a military takeover has been attempted in Turkey. The attempted coup, which apparently is being squashed by the government, has left scores dead and wounded. Turkey's prime minister says more than 130 people have been arrested in the coup plot and at least 60 people have been killed in the capital. Military Chief of Staff General Akar has been rescued in an operation launched at an airbase in the outskirts of Ankara. President Obama has offered condolences to France after the deadly truck attack in Nice.
In a phone call to French President Hollande, Mr. Obama said the U.S. will stand with our French friends. According to the White House, the president expressed his sympathies and offered help to French investigators. He also thanked Hollande for his unwavering support of the coalition against ISIS and the global fight against terrorism.
White House correspondent Greg Cluxton. Donald Trump says on Twitter that he's picked Indiana Governor Mike Pence as his running mate. Republican National Committee Chairman Reince Priebus says the choice of Pence will help Trump with evangelicals and other groups.
It, expands that base. I think brings together some conservative groups out there that may have been slow to get on board, so that's helpful as well.
Trump will hold a press conference with Pence Saturday morning. The government is releasing a once classified chapter of a congressional report about the attacks of September 11, 2001 that questions whether Saudi nationals who were in contact with hijackers after they arrived in the U.S. knew what they were planning. New York Senator Charles Schumer says the families of 9/11 victims will now be able to sue.
If the Saudi government was complicit in 9/11, they should pay the price to the families who deserve justice.
But investigations say they found no evidence that the Saudi government or senior Saudi officials knowingly supported those who orchestrated the attacks. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in person in the form of physical gold and silver coins? I know I would, and you can't do that with stocks. With the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually see them. Free shipping, zero management fees, and Augusta pays all upfront costs. Getting started is absolutely free. Rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau, enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882 now for your free guide to Augusta Gold IRAs. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882. That's 1-855-222-5882. Or visit AugustaPreciousMetals.com.
Microsoft is backing off its ambitious goal of getting Windows 10 on 1 billion devices by 2018.
The company says it will take longer to reach that number because of its decision to scale back its smartphone business. Microsoft says that's slowing efforts to deploy the newest version of its flagship software on PCs, game consoles, and mobile devices like tablets and phones. Microsoft says Windows 10 is now running on more than 350 million PCs and other devices.
Correspondent Rich Thomason. A judicial ethics panel wants Alabama Chief Justice Roy Moore swiftly removed from office for urging the state's probate judges to defy the federal courts on so-called same-sex marriage. Moore told state probate judges in January that a voter-approved state marriage protection amendment defining marriages between one man and one woman was in full force and in effect. Its order came 6 months after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled on the matter. Moore asked to dismiss the ethics complaint. This is townhall.com. U.S. retail sales posted a healthy increase in June, another sign that consumer spending picked up in the spring.
The Commerce Department says sales at retailers and restaurants went up 0.6% last month. That follows a 0.2% increase in May. Sales were up 2.7% from a year earlier. Excluding volatile spending on cars and auto parts, sales rose 0.7%. Spending on building materials and gardening supplies surged 3.9%, the most since April 2010.
Correspondent Jeremy Else. The FAA says the pilot of a plane that disappeared from radar reported engine problems before ditching in the ocean off Hawaii. The Coast Guard rescued a man and woman Friday, nearly a day after the small plane they were traveling in lost contact with air traffic controllers. The two were treated for minor injuries. They were the only occupants of the dual-engine aircraft. The Coast Guard says they had been trying to swim to shore through the night. More of these stories at townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Saturday. Cloudy, 50% chance of scattered thunderstorms, low around 70. Isolated thunderstorms and a high 90 and a low 70 under partly cloudy skies with a 50% chance of thunderstorms Saturday night. Sunday, partly cloudy, scattered showers and a high around 90. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jay Coombs at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call Morning Call Around Report. Great gospel music coming up at 3:30. Running of the Lake Regions 200 from New Hampshire. And then at 6 o'clock, Braves baseball here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
America's #1 show on pop culture and politics. This is the Michael Medved Show.
And another great day in this greatest nation on God's green earth. A great day to ask a profound and pressing question. What do you look forward to most about the Republican convention next week? 1-800-955-1776 is our phone number. I'm trying to ask myself the same question. I have an answer. Do you? We'll also give you an answer on the new Ghostbusters movie. Is it as terrible as everybody says? I mean, really, I seldom have seen a major motion picture. And this one, of course, stars Melissa McCarthy and Kate McKinnon and Kristen Wiig and lots of other people. This film has gotten terrible buzz. There's a review in USA Today by Brian Truitt. Says, don't believe the buzz. It's terrific. Is it really? Tell you the full. And I won't even say whether it's awful or encouraging, the truth. But the truth about Ghostbusters and the new movie, The Infiltrator, with Bryan Cranston and Benjamin Bratt and Diane Kruger and a bunch of people about a real-life undercover operation to take down the drug cartels. Taking down the Washington cartel. Remember Ted Cruz, when he was running for president, described the so-called establishment as the Washington cartel? Well, there are lots of members of the Washington cartel who are looking to the convention up ahead with a sense of deep, deep dread. And I must tell you, I mean, I've been talking to my wife about it. We're going together to Cleveland, and I have to be there. She doesn't. She is going as an act of choice, an act of will to celebrate completion of her book. But, okay, so we're going to be in Cleveland, and Seth Meyers, last night on his show, was actually having a little bit of fun with the many, many Republicans who are saying they won't be coming to Cleveland. Listen.
None of them went as far in their refusal to attend the convention as Trump critic and Nebraska Republican Senator Ben Sasse.
A spokesman for Senator Ben Sasse told a reporter with The Hill this. Get this. Senator Sasse will not be attending the convention and will instead take his kids to watch some dumpster fires across the state.
Wow, nobody lives up to their name quite like Ben Sasse.
I actually had the great opportunity and privilege of speaking with Senator Sasse last night. He was at Freedom Fest, as I was, and he cares deeply, being a first-term U.S. senator, about the Republican future and trying to get back to constitutionalism. And he gave a terrific address on that subject. In fact, at some point, I'm hoping we can grab some of it and play some of it for you. But the reporting on the upcoming convention from Seth Meyers continues.
So neither presidents nor athletes want to go to the convention, and apparently neither do some GOP insiders who are getting pretty morbid about the state of their party.
In the year of Trump, Republicans are racing for the exit. It's as if the Emerald City suddenly turned into Chernobyl. One congressional staffer even predicted it is going to resemble a funeral for a relative everyone hates.
Republican operative named Will Ritter told Politico, quote, "I would rather attend the public hanging of a good friend."
Do you have any last words? Yeah, hey, Kevin, are you only here because you didn't want to go to Trump's convention? Thanks for the support at my public hanging.
By the way, somebody else who won't be attending Trump's convention, yesterday we were going over some of the list of speakers, and some of them are not planning to attend the convention, so they won't speak. Tim Tebow was one of them. He says he was on the list. I thought it was fine that somebody who's a role model, and he really is, an honorable stand-up guy, and an exemplary Christian in terms of his public commitment. He said he got off the plane and someone said, "Hey, you're speaking at the Republican convention." He said no one ever asked him, and he's not planning to go. Rabbi Haskell Lookstein, who is the rabbi who helped preside over Ivanka Trump's conversion, is also not going. He had gotten, when it was announced yesterday that he would be part of the convention lineup, there were 750 of his congregants in the Upper East Side of New York who didn't like it, and he doesn't want to mix it in with politics. He said he was only doing it because of his friendship with the Trump family. He won't be there. Meanwhile, Antonio Sabato, who I had identified, I believe he is the only Hispanic on the list of about 50 convention speakers. He's an underwear model. No, I'm serious. That's why he is known. I'm not sure why he is on the list. But Seth Meyers continued.
So the platform's kind of a mess. No one wants to go. A large number of delegates don't back Trump, and there are going to be massive protests. How can this looming disaster get any worse?
Cleveland police and the Secret Service are expected to give an update on security preparations for next week's Republican National Convention. In Ohio, citizens are allowed to openly carry legally owned firearms.
Oh, good guns! Great. Everybody bring guns. This way people don't have to cheer during Trump's speech. They can just shoot them into the air like Yosemite Sam.
Okay, I'm not worried about people in an open carry state because, again, statistically it is shown you are safer in that environment. And by the way, the security is going to be very, very good. Nobody's going to be carrying into the convention hall. The Secret Service has set that up, and we've been warned about those of us who are going to be there at Radio Row. I'll tell you what I'm hoping for and what my most optimistic reaction to the Trump convention would be that he surprises everybody by giving a truly memorable and statesmanlike acceptance speech. Generally, acceptance speeches are not memorable. Some are. John Kennedy's acceptance speech was very memorable in 1960. Reagan's acceptance speech was very memorable in 1980. If Trump gives a statesmanlike, beautifully crafted, well-delivered acceptance speech, it will go a very, very long way to giving him a lead in this presidential race. It really will. I mean, if you look at the polling right now, because Hillary is so weak and her campaign has been floundering ever since the James Comey stuff, this is one of those areas where I feel absolutely vindicated. I defended the FBI director, James Comey, because, as I indicated, I believed that what he did to Hillary Clinton was plenty damaging without indicting her. In other words, what he did was he created a series of sound bites that can be and already are being used in Republican ads. How can the American people vote for someone whose other ability to win a security clearance would be deeply questionable if she weren't an elected official? 1-800-955-1776. So the most recent national poll, the CBS News, New York Times poll, shows 40% for Clinton, 40% for Trump, but with the momentum in Trump's direction. Now, Mike Pence probably should help to maintain some of that momentum. The next big thing will be giving an acceptance speech and maybe pivoting away from some of the areas where, frankly, Mr. Trump and Governor Pence disagree with one another, because you don't want to dwell on that, do you? And actually sounding like the different, larger, more upbeat Trump that many Republicans actually long to see. Let's go to John in Los Angeles. John, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Well, thank you, Mike, for going to the funeral. I wish I was invited to go to the convention, because it is the funeral for the GOP. I've been a member of the Republican Party for 40 years. The Reagan Revolution is over. The people are always talking about Ted Cruz. The House hates Ted Cruz. If he would have won the nomination, they would be playing the same games. Paul Ryan probably be the shortest Speaker of the House of anybody in my lifetime. And God bless you. Go to the funeral and let all the little crying little girls and boys cry all they want about the Reagan Revolution. This is going to be a new party, and even if we lose against Hillary in the next 4 years, this younger generation is not going or is buying into this. That's it.
Is not buying into this. So what are you buying into? Do you consider yourself part of the younger generation?
No, I'm not part of the younger generation. I'm part of the older generation, but I talk to the young generation, and on both sides, outside of the party establishment, I'm 60 years old. I know Republicans that are 70, 80 years old that are fed up with the party. The young people under 40, very, very few Republicans, and our own party has literally, we're pretty much done as the so-called conservative party. We will go center. We'll become centrists. We will not be pounding the same drum in 4 years.
Well, appreciate your dose of sunshine and optimism. Look, anyone you can't predict what's going to happen next week, let alone 4 years from now, but I can predict what's going to happen with Ghostbusters a little bit later.
So my daughter's off to college soon, and I told her we'd get her some bedding from the company store, like we have at home. The good stuff, as she calls it. She thinks I'm being generous. I know better. See, college is not cheap these days, and sleep is hard to come by, which is important for learning. So I'm doing whatever I can to assure she gets a good night's sleep, when she actually sleeps.
Visit thecompanystore.com to see our full line of pillows, comforters, bath, and more. Thecompanystore.com has been perfecting a good night's sleep for over 100 years. And that starts with the perfect pillow. Ours are scientifically designed for the best possible sleep. Choose from sumptuous goose down, hypoallergenic, soft, medium, firm density, or maybe a pillow just for studying. We have it all. Visit thecompanystore.com to see our full line of pillows, comforters, bath, and more. All sized just right for your dorm. Enter the code PILLOW and get 15% off your order, plus free shipping. Visit thecompanystore.com. That's thecompanystore.com.
In today's digital world, there are so many things we can do. We can shop online. We can use public Wi-Fi. We can even bank online. That is, we can do a lot of things that can expose our personal information to identity thieves. But LifeLock believes that you can still feel good about doing all these things, because LifeLock can help to protect you from identity theft. Unlike free credit monitoring services, which only detect changes in your credit, LifeLock's proprietary technology detects and alerts you to a huge variety of identity threats. And their U.S.-based specialists work to resolve issues if your identity is ever stolen. Now, nobody can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. Membership starts at just $9.99 a month, plus applicable taxes. Enrollment takes minutes, and protection starts right away. Call 1-800-921-3790 or visit lifelock.com right now and use the promo code MEDVED. That's MEDVED to save 10% on your membership. 1-800-921-3790.
The angels from Visiting Angels are standing by to care for the loved ones in your life who need in-home care. If you have a family member or friend who needs assistance at home with hygiene, meals, light housework, errands, or companionship, I hope you'll consider Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. If you know someone who wants to remain independent, these are the people who can help. Rates are surprisingly affordable, and up to 24-hour in-home care is available. You can even select your caregiver before care begins. Franchise opportunities are also available. With more than 500 franchised locations nationwide, there's an office near you. Call toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE or online at visitingangels.com. For senior home care from the real-life angels of Visiting Angels, call toll-free 877-374-LIVE. That's Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care at 877-374-LIVE or online at visitingangels.com.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
It's probably been about 10 years ago. I had quite a few credit cards. The interest on the cards was really high. I was making the minimum payments, but barely. And it was just getting to be too much, so I called Trinity.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976 to talk to a certified counselor.
They met with me, and they were able to get all of my credit cards in one lower payment.
Trinity will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands.
They did help me learn how to manage my money. Now, we have a house, and we're doing a lot better.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Holly, and I am debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
After the hour on the Michael Medved Show, who knows what is going on in Turkey, a NATO power. It's a country of 70 million people. It is a huge factor in the Middle East, and a reported coup today. We will probably not know the full extent of what's going on for hours, but it's important. And it's important for you if you want some background on the conflict in the Middle East. One of our most popular history programs of all time at medvedhistorystore.com is on special sale today. It's called 5 Middle Eastern Wars. It is the history of the major wars between the state of Israel and her Arab neighbors. And there have been 5 big ones. And the history of those wars, it's 20% off today, part of our daily discount at medvedhistorystore.com. And while you're up there, you can sign up for something completely free, which is our free history videos about myths concerning the Constitution, about myths concerning the ancient temple in Jerusalem, and the site which is today the site of the Dome of the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And we also have a history of the lost colony of Roanoke, all on free history videos. You just sign up for them for free at medvedhistorystore.com. All right. The convention coming up. Look, I think it's terrific. Apparently, Scott Walker is going to be giving the equivalent of the keynote address. I don't know if they are saying it is the keynote address, but he'll be a speaker the first night. As I mentioned before, I think it's a smart political strategy for Trump to have his extremely appealing and charismatic family out there. And really, it's a plus for Mr. Trump that his family is so involved with his race. And by the way, by his race, his campaign, you've got to be very careful when you use the word race in this context, or in any context for that matter. But for goodness sake, I hope that part of what they've announced so far, at least tentatively, is that the first night of the convention, the theme is going to be Benghazi. And the third night of the convention, the theme is going to be Bill Clinton's sexual misdeeds. Please, no. Please, don't do that. Honestly, what the convention should be for is a great big advertisement about how Mr. Trump is going to make America great again, about all the great things that he has accomplished in his life. Convince people. Give a glowing, positive view. There wasn't enough of this at the convention last time. And Mitt Romney, it was only at the last night before his acceptance speech that they began running videos about all of his countless acts of kindness and what a remarkable guy Mitt Romney really is. Let's see some of the same thing for Donald Trump. Really, it's more important than raking Bill Clinton over the coals about Dolly Kyle Browning and Juanita Broderick and Paula Jones and Jennifer Flowers and, of course, Monica Lewinsky and Eleanor Mondale, as has been charged. And, I mean, really? He's not the candidate. Disgraceful enough, but not the candidate. Let's go to your calls to Mark in Cleveland. You're on the Michael Medved Show.
Yes, hi, Michael. I have two questions, and I want a yes or no answer, nothing more than that. Number one, do you want to see 2 or 3 more liberal judges on the Supreme Court in the next 4 years? And number two, do you want to see a president who could not utter the words Islamic terrorism?
No and no. And here is the basic problem that I have with what you're saying, and I understand the point of your question. It's not true, and I think it's a foolish means of attack. Hillary Clinton now, and again, she's doing this in response to Trump, and I give him credit for this. I've given him credit before. She is saying radical jihadism all the time, and if she says radical jihadism, to say, well, she's not saying radical Islam, she's saying radical jihadism, it's close enough. And again, the French president is using that phrase without any hesitation at all. And so I don't think it's a fair indictment of Secretary Clinton to say she can't say the phrase radical Islam. It is a fair indictment of President Obama. And your other point about the Supreme Court, here's what I worry about the Supreme Court appointments argument, is Democrats are very, very, very extreme. It's one of the reasons that the idea of an all-Democratic government is terrifying to me, as I assume that it is to you, and why I think it's very, very important for Republicans to fight like tigers to keep the Senate and, by all means, to keep the House and to keep Speaker Ryan where he is. The problem I have is that if Mr. Trump if he wins the presidency, and he appoints somebody to the Supreme Court, they'll never be confirmed. Because you can block a Supreme Court appointment with 40 votes. And the Democrats are feeling vengeful because Republicans are not taking a vote on Merrick Garland. And you can, unless the Republicans change the rules, which would be folly, you're going to have a situation where, okay, the court's functioning right now with 8 justices, not the full 9, could function with 7 when Justice Ginsburg, God willing, speedily in our time retires. Boy, was she a disgrace. That with all of that, we could well have a Supreme Court that's functioning with 7 or 6 members for a while. Could happen. And I'm not sure that's good either. Let's go to Christian, Sacramento. You're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hi, Mike. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well.
Well, first off, I'm going to try to save your soul one more time. This may be my last chance. I think you've got like 2 months left before your soul's consumed in hellfire that you created. But here's my point. Every time you talk about Trump pivoting, you literally, I think I've counted, this is maybe the 30th time that you've made this kind of argument. If Trump says X, he can really pull it together. If Trump does
I've
this,
never said he can
he'll
really pull it together.
He can really help himself. If Trump will only do this, he'll really buckle up. Sure, but he's not going to, Michael. And this is the definition of insanity: is doing the same thing over and over again with the same result, thinking you're going to get a different result. And this leads to my ultimate point. It's a very harsh question for you, but it's time for this moment, Michael. Now, I'm Jewish, not practicing at all in any way, and I know you are an incredibly faithful, devout, intelligent...
Okay, get to it. You're going to run out of time. Go.
How does a Jewish man support a man who tweets Nazi propaganda 3 times with swastikas from Nazi sites? And how are you on the fence, Michael? How is a devout Jewish man on the fence about a candidate who tweets Nazi propaganda?
Okay, I don't think I've been on the fence. I am not a supporter of Mr. Trump. And I never have been, and I don't know if I ever will be. But again, that's up to Mr. Trump. In campaign terms, 5 months is an eternity. And Trump's done a lot of stupid things. I don't think he's retweeted Nazi propaganda with swastikas. I don't think he has ever done that. What he did retweet was an offensive use of a Jewish star and then defended it. Instead of attacking Hillary on the emails where she was vulnerable, he obsessed self-destructively on that Jewish star issue. Wait for the acceptance speech. It's honestly his biggest chance for redemption. We'll be right back.
With SRN News, I'm Patrick Foss. Donald Trump has scheduled a news conference in New York Saturday to present his choice of a running mate, Indiana Governor Mike Pence. The two will head to Cleveland next week for the Republican National Convention. Turkish president has told the nation that his government is in charge after a coup attempt. State-run news agency says more than 750 soldiers have been detained across the country. President Obama has been urging all sides in Turkey to support the democratically elected government. French authorities are trying to determine why a Tunisian delivery man took the wheel of a 19-ton truck and plowed through a terrified seaside crowd in Nice. Thursday evening's rampage left 84 people dead and more than 200 injured. The driver, who was shot dead by police, was described as a petty criminal not known to intelligence agencies. More details at srnnews.com.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in person in the form of physical gold and silver coins? I know I would, and you can't do that with stocks. With the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually see them. Free shipping, zero management fees, and Augusta pays all upfront costs. Getting started is absolutely free. Rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau, enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882 now for your free guide to Augusta Gold IRAs. Call toll-free 1-855-222-5882. That's 1-855-222-5882. Or visit AugustaPreciousMetals.com.
I'm Lou Dobbs. A 5-day winning streaks and stocks ending higher for the week. Microsoft scaling back its vision for market share and no Fed interest rate hikes on the horizon. Those stories next.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in person in the form of physical gold and silver coins? I know I would, and you can't do that with stocks. With the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually see them. Free shipping, zero management fees, and Augusta pays all upfront costs. Getting started is absolutely free. Rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau, enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call toll-free 1-855-222-6993 now for your free guide to Augusta Gold IRAs. Call toll-free 1-855-222-6993. That's 1-855-222-6993 or visit AugustaPreciousMetals.com.
Stocks closed flat today following 5 straight sessions of gains, and the Dow Jones Industrials posted a 4th back-to-back record high, gaining 10 points on the day, and the post-Brexit panic is well ended. Consumer prices barely ticked higher in June. A drop in food prices offset higher energy costs. The balancing helped stave off a rise in interest rates because the Fed wants to see evidence that inflation is moving higher before considering boosting short-term rates. Microsoft today said it's backing off its goal of getting Windows 10 onto 1 billion devices by 2018. The ambitious plan was stymied by Microsoft scaling back its own smartphone division over the past year. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Sign up today for our free weekly newsletter at michaelmedved.com.
And the featured article in the newsletter this week is about Hillary's vulnerabilities, which go way, way beyond just the email scandal. And yes, it is a scandal. And that newsletter going out today, you can sign up for it for free at michaelmedved.com. There also are reviews in there. The 2 movies we're going to be covering a little bit later in the show are, of course, Ghostbusters and The Infiltrator. There's a piece here, and I don't entirely agree with it, but I think it's extraordinarily well presented, and it kind of echoes some of what Christian, our caller from Sacramento, and it's kind of interesting. I don't know, he said he was Jewish and not devout, but most Jewish people aren't named Christian, but that's okay. In any event, Paul D. Miller teaches at the University of Texas in Austin and is a research fellow at the Ethics and Religious Liberty Commission. He was on the National Security Council staff in Washington, the Bush administration. And he writes about this idea that I was talking about my fond hope. Really, it is a fond hope. I will be so thrilled. I will say, see, I told you so, he can do it. If Trump comes across as big-hearted and a person of stature and presidential and inclusive in his acceptance speech, it'll change everything, really. It will change the dynamic of the race. Get Peggy Noonan to help him with it, for goodness sake. She is a great speechwriter. She wrote one of the great acceptance speeches ever given. The one by George Herbert Walker Bush, the 1,000 Points of Light speech. It was a great speech. In any event, Paul Miller writes, candidates shouldn't have to act presidential. You should elect them because they are presidential. It is if Trump miraculously manages to put on the act for a few weeks, writes Paul Miller, you would be supremely gullible to believe it. If you do, you were probably secretly rooting for Trump all along and are just looking for an excuse to admit it openly. Consider what you're trying to believe. Either Trump was faking his bombast, xenophobia, and illiberalism during the primary, in which case you have to ask, why would a candidate believe it is to his advantage to pretend to be an American Mussolini? Or the alternative. Trump was genuine then and faking it now, in which case you're openly rooting for Trump to trick his way into the presidency by lying about his contempt for the norms of democracy. Ouch. Let's go to Rob in Louisville, Kentucky. You're on the Michael Medved Show.
So nice to talk to you, Michael, this afternoon.
Thank you.
Hey, just real briefly, I'm kind of perplexed by this business of attacking Bill 2, and suddenly it hit me while you were talking that I realized a couple of months ago that this is really going to be a race against both Hillary and Bill. You know that the people that love Bill but hate Hillary, they're going to try to get them to come in on the Hillary side, and I think this is a preemptive strike.
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. A preemptive strike against Bill?
That's right. They're attacking Bill because they're reminding people of who he is, because the Hillary campaign I mean, there's been a huge nudge, nudge, wink, wink thing going on with Hillary that, don't forget, if you elect Hillary, you got Bill too.
Right, and look, I think that if anything, attacking Bill Clinton at this stage after his quadruple bypass surgery and everything else will only, just as it did before when he was attacked for these reasons, increase sympathy for him. And I think it's a deeply questionable strategy. Appreciate your call. Let's go to Mac, Charlestown, Indiana. You're on the Michael Medved Show.
Yeah, Michael, what inspired me to call was your response to the retired police officer in Columbus, Ohio. And I think what you're not thinking about is if you ever been in a physical confrontation.
I am not trying and convicting or criticizing even the officers involved in any of these shootings. They deserve a full, fair accountability. I am very gratified that the 4 officers so far have been gotten off, or 3, in the Baltimore case of Freddie Gray. The reason he called in was because I said something which I think is inarguable, which is that the 2 people who the nation focused on, because there were videos, frankly, and that was the reason the nation focused on it, were Alton Sterling and Philando Castile, and neither one deserved to die. I think when we execute someone deserves to die. When someone is actively threatening to shoot an officer, that person deserves to die. That wasn't this. And it's truly a kind of irrelevant and I think a deeply unproductive conversation at this point. This came in from Edward. He writes, I had constant stiffness and pain from arthritis, inflamed joints, strained tendons. Now, after using Relief Factor for 2 months, I can say I am pain-free. No wonder this product is promoted by those I trust on AM 870. The Answer, our affiliate in LA. It's a great product. Relief Factor. You can get your own supply for 3 weeks, a quick start, which all natural, all safe, dietary supplement, gets you started for 3 weeks, 95 cents a day. It's $19.95. Why not go to relieffactor.com? Nothing to lose but your pain and the whole world to gain. That's relieffactor.com. We'll be right back with a review of the new Ghostbusters movie, plus The Infiltrator with Bryan Cranston of Breaking Bad. Coming up.
Thinking about life insurance? What if you could make one free phone call and learn your best price from nearly a dozen highly rated, price-competitive companies? Well, that's exactly what happens when you call SelectQuote Life. For example, George is 40. He was getting sky-high quotes from other companies because he takes meds to control his blood pressure. But when I shopped around, I found him a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $28 a month. I'm SelectQuote agent Dan Savino. And believe me, if SelectQuote isn't shopping for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-514-9771. That's 1-800-514-9771. 1-800-514-9771. Or go to SelectQuote.com. Since 1985, we shop, you save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
The Angels from Visiting Angels are standing by to care for the loved ones in your life who need in-home care. If you have a family member or friend who needs assistance at home with hygiene, meals, light housework, errands, or companionship, I hope you'll consider Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. If you know someone who wants to remain independent, these are the people who can help. Rates are surprisingly affordable, and up to 24-hour in-home care is available. You can even select your caregiver before care begins. Franchise opportunities are also available. With more than 500 franchised locations nationwide, there's an office near you. Call toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE or online at visitingangels.com. For senior home care from the real-life angels of Visiting Angels, call toll-free 877-374-LIVE. That's Visiting Angels, America's choice in home care at 877-374-LIVE or online at visitingangels.com.
Hello, I'm Tirza, a student at Hillsdale College. Here is Hillsdale President Larry Arnn on the basis of the rights our founders fought for in the Revolution and secured in the Constitution.
The American Republic's meaning and proper method of operation is to be found in two documents, in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. That's about 5,000 words of text. That's not very much. They're simple, they're beautiful, they can be understood and be retained. A human being is a certain kind of thing and requires to be treated in a certain way. A human being is a thing that has rights, and those rights are inalienable according to the Declaration. You've got to respect them. And it also follows that given the kind of thing a human being is, government needs to be organized in certain ways. And I think that is the argument of the American Revolution.
This Constitution Minute was brought to you by Hillsdale College. To receive a free pocket Constitution and Declaration, go to constitutionminute.com.
"44 minutes after the hour on the Michael Medved Show." Go to MedvedHistoryStore.com. 20% off with our daily discount today on CD or MP3 download of our history show, 5 Middle Eastern Wars, which follows the 5 major wars that Israel has fought for survival, beginning with the War of Independence, 1948-49, right through the most recent war in Lebanon. Check it out at MedvedHistoryStore.com. Meanwhile, check out what is on offer from Hollyweird. And the big movie that everybody is talking about, of course, is Ghostbusters. Now, why did they need another Ghostbuster movie? They needed to feminize it, of course. I mean, this is Hollyweird 2016. So instead of Ernie Hudson and Dan Aykroyd and Harold Ramis and Bill Murray, this time the Ghostbusters are played by Kristen Wiig and Melissa McCarthy and Leslie Jones and Kate McKinnon. A lot of them Saturday Night Live alumni and also alumni of the Bridesmaids movies. This is directed by the director of Bridesmaids, Paul Feig. And in any event, this time Kristen Wiig is a former professor at Columbia who's always been interested in ghosts.
We have dedicated our whole lives to studying the paranormal. Now there's sightings all over the city. There are people out there that need our help.
I'm joining the club. You guys are really smart about this science stuff, but I know New York. And I can borrow a car from my uncle.
You didn't disclose that the vehicle was going to be a hearse.
It's a Cadillac.
Let's go. Let's go. Oh. Did you want to? Sorry. I'll let you. Next time.
Sound hilarious to you? It's not hilarious. It's barely watchable. And this is a weird thing that I'm watching here with this Ghostbusters movie, because they put the trailer up a long time ago, and from the fanboy world, this got some of the most scathing comments. And because the trailer's terrible, and the movie's moderately terrible, but there are moments where it kind of is almost amusing. Kate McKinnon's character is kind of amusing. Here's the problem with the film. The only funny bit in it at all is they have a receptionist played by Chris Hemsworth, and this is kind of a sexual role reversal. As in the producers movie, they have a receptionist played by Uma Thurman, where guys choose somebody who can't type and can't answer phones just because she's great looking. Well, they choose Chris Hemsworth for that idea. He plays Chris Hemsworth, but basically with no brains at all. He can't even answer the phones. Ha ha. That's about as funny as it gets. And the cast members from before, including Sigourney Weaver and Bill Murray and Dan Aykroyd and Ernie Hudson, they all make brief appearances, and that's kind of fun. The special effects are shocking because they don't look that much more advanced or more convincing, and certainly not more scary than what we got nearly 30 years ago. 2 stars. It's rated PG-13. And for some mildly off-color references and ghostly violence. But it's hard for me to imagine anyone who really actually liked or even revered the first film feeling that this one was worthy successor. It's not quite as bad as the Ghostbusters 2 that they made, which was a truly awful movie. But who knows? Maybe they'll do a sequel to this one that'll be even worse. Meanwhile, The Infiltrator is a very interesting film with Bryan Cranston playing an accountant who goes undercover to try to expose the machinations of an international drug cartel in the 80s. It's pretty closely based on a true story with the real names of many of the characters.
Washington wants the biggest bust in history, Pablo Escobar, and his main distributor, Roberto Alcano.
We need to find new undercover identities. Let's do this. One wrong move and we're dead. Are you in danger from Pablo Escobar? You have a chance to take them all down.
Okay, the chance also involves betrayal for people who become almost sympathetic and human to you. There are lots and lots of movies about how evil drug cartels are. And sure, there are sadistic, very dangerous people. And this is a tense film where your palms will get sweaty and you will get upset by it. And if you're squeamish at all about grotesque violence, don't see the movie. It's a very serious R. There is brutal stuff in the film. But what makes it fascinating is the tremendous performance by Bryan Cranston, who won an Oscar nomination last time for Trumbo. He's terrific again, playing a character who's finding it increasingly difficult to lead his normal life, where he's a family guy. He has 3 kids at home and a wife who loves him, but then he goes out and he pretends to be a basically big-time drug dealer. And with another agent who is posing as his wife, that's played by Diane Kruger. And he is finding himself more drawn to his life as an evil poseur than his real life as a square, straight-shooting, solid citizen. So how does it end? Go see the movie. It's pretty good. 3 stars, rated a very serious R for The Infiltrator. Let's go quickly to Jeff in Seattle. Jeff, you're on the Michael Medved Show.
Hey, Michael, since he came out a couple months ago for Trump, I wonder if Dick Cheney has buyer's remorse since Trump is now saying Iraq was a complete mistake.
Oh, he's said that kind of all along in his campaign.
Yeah. But what I was calling about was that what you read earlier about Trump and his changing spots is so true. But the real thing I can't abide Trump for or cannot vote for him is what he said about his just casualness, about willing to go after the families of terrorists, the wives and kids and parents of terrorists. So my question to him is, and to General Flynn and to Mike Pence is, if, say, King Donald was to give that order, would they follow it? And if yes, we got a real problem with our military. And if we have soldiers that are willing to follow that.
Look, I agree with you, and I see what you're saying. The one thing I would say is I believe Mr. Trump has stopped talking about that and has even kind of walked it back. It's totally unacceptable. You cannot violate the Geneva Accords by official order of the president. Can't do it. I appreciate your call, and I think it's a legitimate question. And I know people in the real-life military who would struggle with that if any president ever gave such an order. We'll be right back on The Medved Show.
The Michael Medved Show.
Here's a self-evident truth that too many of us ignore all the time. You do need a good night's sleep every single night. Sleep is crucial to bringing your best game to every situation, maintaining quality relationships, and putting in an honest day's work. And that's why I have become such a fan of Boll and Branch sheets. Now, these are $1,000 sheets, and they're available to you for just a couple of $100. You're paying for quality, not middlemen. And those 800% department store markups, forget about it. Boll and Branch knows that their bedding is the softest, the most luxurious you'll ever sleep on. That's why every single purchase is backed up by a 30-night guarantee. And shipping is always free, so you have nothing to lose. But it's not just about the most comfortable sheets you'll ever sleep on. Check out Boll and Branch beach towels and throw blankets made lighter and brighter for summertime. And my listeners get 20% off their entire order at bollandbranch.com. Go to bollandbranch.com. That's BOLL and branch.com. Promo code MEDVED.
Welcome to Staples.
Staples guy, I need to get a grip on my company's spending.
Staples has low prices every day.
So I won't overspend?
Nope. With our price match guarantee, you can always get the lowest price on everything for your office.
Everything?
Everything.
The lowest prices on ink, paper, coffee, ink, folders, notepads, ink, sticky notes, ink, trash pads, ink binders, and ink?
Need some ink?
A little bit, yeah.
Trust Staples for low prices every day. Staples. Make more happen.
Price match good at checkout for items from retailers operating online in retail stores or products sold and shipped by Amazon. See store or staples.com for details.
In business, risks and rewards come with every decision, like moving to the cloud with Office 365. While its benefits include anywhere access and lower costs, cyber threats and user errors can quickly wipe out data and the money you save. Barracuda Essentials for Office 365 provide an added layer of security and functionality for threat protection, email migration, data recovery, and quality of service. Move securely to Office 365. Visit barracuda.com/essentials to learn more.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it! I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
Coming into the weekend before the convention, coming into our Sabbath, maybe a good opportunity for perspective. This campaign is going to go away. Even the Republican convention, where I'm broadcasting from Cleveland next week, that's not forever. It may seem like it with 4 days, but look, it's going to be fun. And who knows, maybe even inspiring. But you know what? Things abide. There are things that are forever. One of them is the U.S. Constitution. And it's worth considering what the Constitution has to say about the presidency, because that matters in the long term more than what Hillary has to say about the presidency or Donald Trump has to say about the presidency. Check it out at medvedforhillsdale.com. There is a new course. It's 10 parts. It's free online. The Presidency and the Constitution at medvedforhillsdale.com. That's medvedforhillsdale.com. Let's go to Leisha in Los Angeles. Leisha, you're on the Michael Medved Show. Thanks for hanging on.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
I am a first-time caller. I've been listening to you a couple months, and I listen to conservative radio because I like to be well-informed as to what the right is talking about and what conservatives are all about so that I can have intelligent conversation. I am liberal. I probably will vote for Hillary. I am a little suspicious of her right now. However, I'll get right to my point. I'm a little concerned. It seems like a lot of your callers who do really, truly embrace the same mind that you do in regards to a lot that's going on right now seem to be attacking you because you seem to have taken a middle of the road, and correct me if I'm wrong, a middle of the road stance to the all black Lives Matter groups and those such like them. It seems like they're attacking you because you're not cutting the throats or knocking the knees of these people and putting them out there like they are terrorists or that they are hate groups. And I know that you've expressed some concern and maybe you're teetering on thinking they're a hate group.
No, I don't. I think that some of the tactics, I mean, some of what we saw at Ferguson, some of what we saw in the riots in Baltimore, there's no excuse for it, and it was hateful. But I think that some of the activists like DeRoy McKesson, who I've paid attention to, look, the point is that every African American that I know recognizes that there's a problem here, particularly for black males, of being pulled over and finding that degrading and offensive and just incredibly depressing. And I think that basically what we all have to be careful of, Leisha, and I think this goes with our attitudes toward police officers too, is don't presume that what somebody tells you about his or her experience, that they're lying to you. In other words, if there are lots and lots of people who say, I have experienced racism, I believe it, and I take it seriously. Just as I believe that when police officers say, look, I have worked hard to be a good, solid cop, and yet I experience this kind of hostility, I take that very seriously as well. I appreciate your kindness in giving me the benefit of the doubt, and a nice way to go into the weekend in this greatest nation on God's green earth.
For Christians who run a business in these challenging times, there is an event that you and your spouse must attend this September. It's at the luxurious Ritz-Carlton in Sarasota, Florida, and hundreds of CEOs and business leaders from across our nation will be there to hear and mingle with other well-known Christian business leaders like George Barna, Horst Schulze, the founding president of Ritz-Carlton, and former Miami Dolphins and Marlins owner Wayne Huizenga Jr., and many others. Go today to fcci.org and book this conference for you and your spouse. Become a member before you register, and you'll save 20% off the conference. Plus, enjoy a ton of exciting benefits given to members of the Fellowship of Companies for Christ International. At this annual event, America's top Christian business leaders will show you how to let your faith influence your employees, customers, vendors, even your competition. Just a few weeks away, September 18th through the 22nd, there are only a few seats remaining. Reserve a place for you and your spouse right now by going to fcci.org. The Fellowship of Companies for Christ. fcci.org.
Today's hits and yesterday's memories, WCAB Rutherfordton.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Voss. Turkey's president has declared he's in control of the country as government forces fought to squash a coup attempt during a night of battles that left dozens dead. They arrested more than 750 soldiers across the country, fired colonels and generals, and rescued the military chief at an airbase in the outskirts of Ankara. The coup attempt started around 3 p.m. Eastern Time.
Reports started coming in that tanks had taken the bridges, the two bridges in Istanbul that divide the city between Asia and Europe, clearly, and then that some F-16 fighters were flying quite low in Ankara.
TRT World Director of News Carlos Van Meek says the plotters took over TRT broadcast headquarters during the early stages of the coup attempt.
They'd actually raided our offices in Istanbul and in Ankara. They basically shut TRT down. TRT's a global network. I work for the English language branch of that network.
Van Meek says the attempted coup appears to have been the work of a relatively few number of members of the Turkish military. Mourners gathered for the funeral of Michael Kroll, a Michigan native who moved to Dallas to become a police officer. The sound of a gun salute courtesy of KDFW-TV. Law enforcement personnel from across the country attended the service Friday in the Dallas suburb of Plano. The 40-year-old Kroll was one of 5 officers killed in the attack by a sniper. Speaking from Moscow, Secretary of State John Kerry says he and Russian President Putin are focusing on Syria and beyond.
We are talking about other hotspots ranging from the Middle East process, Palestine, Israel, to Libya, to Yemen.
The U.S. and Russia agreed Friday on new steps they said could make a difference in Syria's relentless civil war. More on these stories at townhall.com.
For Christians who run a business in these challenging times, there is an event that you and your spouse must attend this September. It's at the luxurious Ritz-Carlton in Sarasota, Florida, and hundreds of CEOs and business leaders from across our nation will be there to hear and mingle with other well-known Christian business leaders like George Barna, Horst Schulze, the founding president of Ritz-Carlton, and former Miami Dolphins and Marlins owner Wayne Huizenga Jr., and many others. Go today to fcci.org and book this conference for you and your spouse. Become a member before you register, and you'll you'll save 20% off the conference. Plus, enjoy a ton of exciting benefits given to members of the Fellowship of Companies for Christ International. At this annual event, America's top Christian business leaders will show you how to let your faith influence your employees, customers, vendors, even your competition. Just a few weeks away, September 18th through the 22nd, there are only a few seats remaining. Reserve a place for you and your spouse right now by going to fcci.org. The Fellowship of Companies for Christ. fcci.org.
Cleveland Police Bomb Squad Sergeant Tim Moffo-Judd showed off one of the security devices that could be deployed if needed during the Republican National Convention next week.
This bomb robot is our frontline vehicle in EOD operations. So in order to save my fingers and toes, I would send this downrange or towards a suspicious device, and I would deal with it accordingly.
Moffo-Judd added,
This robot has 5 cameras, and it has the capability of gripping, grabbing, pulling. I can pick things up, I can transport things, and I do it all remotely from a bomb truck.
The Bomb Squad Sergeant says his unit knows how to deal with explosives.
I always say, jokingly, but seriously at the same time, have you heard anything blow up in Cleveland lately? And people say no, and I say, well, you're welcome, because we're here, and that's what we do.
Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Political analyst Stuart Rothenberg says the way Donald Trump's vice presidential choice came out is another example of how he manages to use the news cycle for his advantage.
He knows how to play on people's excitement and interest, and in some respects, this is a classic television show by Donald Trump, except it happens to also be a political campaign.
Rothenberg says Trump made a very safe and stable choice by picking Indiana Governor Mike Pence.
This was an opportunity, an occasion for Donald Trump to make a sensible, smart, thoughtful pick, and he actually did that, and that's surprising some people.
Rothenberg says Pence certainly brings political experience to the Trump ticket.
Team player, good support among conservatives. Frankly, he looks the part.
Trump and Pence will appear at a news conference in New York on Saturday. More of these stories at townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Saturday. Cloudy, 50% chance of scattered thunderstorms, low around 70. Isolated thunderstorms and a high 90 and a low 70 under partly cloudy skies with a 50% chance of thunderstorms Saturday night. Sunday, partly cloudy, scattered showers and a high around 90. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jay Coombs at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call Morning Call Around Report. Great gospel music coming up at 3:30. Running of the Lake Regions 200 from New Hampshire. And then at 6 o'clock, Braves baseball here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
Right. Do you have to go? Like I just go 17.
Yeah.
Do you have to go? Let me see.
I take a deep breath and then I go system error.
because
it's too much math. It's too much math.
Okay. Well, listen. Unfortunately, we have horrible news from last night.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny that I was out with some friends. Suzanne and I come home. We were with Pastor Ron Lewis and his wife Lynette, very dear friends. I haven't seen them in a while. And I get home and I see something on Twitter, somebody saying our thoughts and prayers are with, the people of France or something. And aside from the fact that I cannot take the phrase, our thoughts and prayers are with, it's the dumbest thing ever. But the point is I suddenly realized, oh no, something has happened.
Yeah.
You can't even believe it.
Yeah.
It's not possible that something has happened. Something just happened 10 minutes ago and now something else. So of course I tuned in and what I always say when these things happen initially is, what is there to say? I mean, you can get on and start ranting about, gun control, ISIS, blah, 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 blah. All of that will be said. But initially, it's just a horror. And you just want to say, Lord, have mercy. Yeah. This is a horror. There's really, in some ways, there's not that much to say. In this case, of course, there's everything to say because here we are again, ISIS, Muslim terrorists, but.
Yeah, I had a strange personal connection. It was kind of strange. Tiffany's father and stepmom are actually vacationing there, and they were
where
in Nice.
You're kidding?
Nope. They had been posting photos all day of Bastille Day things. They had D-Day era Jeeps, and it was a very sort of patriotic display of French pride there, and then the last thing on their Facebook posts were we're watching the fireworks from their hotel balcony.
So they must have been very near to this.
They were very near, and we couldn't get a hold of them for about an hour and a half, and we were really concerned because there was a rumor that there were hostages in a couple hotels or something like that, which wasn't the case. But, in other ISIS-related things, they target Western hotels. And so we were concerned. It turned out it was 1 o'clock their time, so they had actually just gone to bed, and they had no idea.
2 years from now,
Yeah.
is it going to come out that you just make stuff like this up?
No, I don't.
Just
It was so
because you
strange.
can't
They
help
were
yourself?
literally blocks away from where
Did your helicopter almost get shot down?
No, that's a what's his name?
Hillary.
Yeah, NBC reference. Yeah. A Hillary reference. Yeah. I was thinking the other guy.
Well, everybody. It's Peter.
Brian Williams. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's that person? There's another person in here. We can't say who. Oh, well, so you that is truly extraordinary.
It was unbelievable. There was a moment where I was trying to because I'm kind of a news junkie, and Tiffany was like, "Oh, they're fine," and I'm like, "We don't know that because this is there's some real stuff is happening." And I didn't want to, but I was having this internal panic that was happening that I didn't want to make her privy to, but I was very concerned.
I have to say, for many years, and I'm not kidding, I have thought that one of the deadliest weapons in the world is a car. I mean, if you drive around New York City where there are scads of pedestrians,
it's terrifying.
If you wanted to kill people, there is nothing easier with a big, SUV or something like that. There's nothing easier than killing people in a car if this is your goal.
Right.
And of course, it's never anyone's goal ever.
Right.
And yet, in this case, it was precisely this person's goal. And it is, I always say again, if you're interested in killing people, like getting a gun and planning stuff, there are easier ways to kill people. And if that's your whole goal, this is not anything strategic except to kill innocent human beings, so it's a wonder somebody hasn't done this before. Anyway, lots of stuff is coming out. I can't imagine what they're going to do, but one hopes that the people of Europe at some point, hopefully now, come to their senses in dealing with the reality of this.
Yeah, I think the level of toughness, I don't know what, after the Paris attacks, they said this is war. And you and then Belgium happened, and you kind of wonder what the deal is, because the phrase I keep hearing, which used to sort of have a little bit of reassurance, is like the police were aware of this individual. Now it's just infuriating. Yeah. Now I'm at the point where I feel like if they know about somebody, they need to do something.
That's because you're a bigot, because you're a bigot and a xenophobe. Yeah. Why don't you just admit it? You're a xenophobe.
Just on Fridays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, oh my goodness. Well, I'm going to the convention, which I don't know if have I announced that on the air.
You did.
That I'm going
to?
I did. You telling me to shut up? Is that the point?
I'm just saying it's out there.
No, it's out there, man. So cool. But I'm going to the convention, and Cleveland is so crowded. How crowded is it? It's so crowded that the hotels that we are getting, and a number of prominent people I know are getting hotels literally 26 miles away from the convention center.
Yeah.
Literally 26 miles. Those are not metric miles. Standard English miles, 26 miles.
Yeah.
Craziest thing I've ever heard in my life.
That is crazy. I hopped on Airbnb in Cleveland to see what people were doing there because there was no hotels. And, everybody's in Airbnb right now.
Trump is sleeping on a couch in a walk-up. That's how crazy it is that Trump himself has to sleep on a dirty couch in a walk-up.
Comes with a continental breakfast, though.
Yeah, incredible. But anyway, I'm going to be there, and I'm going to be broadcasting from there. You're going to be my boots on the ground in New York.
Yeah.
Because if Cleveland turns into a mushroom cloud, we need someone in New York to report on what happened, right?
Okay. Yeah,
so, but you're going to be here, and I don't know who I will be able to get because I don't have credentials to go on the floor, right? So, but I know a lot of these people. Over the years, I've gotten to know a lot of these people. I know Mike Pence. I'm sure I won't get him, but I know a lot of the folks that will be there. So perhaps we'll have some really exciting guests, and perhaps we won't. And so either way, it's exciting. Yeah. It's exciting to think about that.
Well, let's get some people from Cleveland on the show.
We're going to get people from Cleveland. Now, I want to say, folks, in this hour, we're rebroadcasting a conversation I had with Dinesh D'Souza about his upcoming movie. It opens July 22nd. It is a scathing critique of Hillary Clinton and the Democratic Party. It's one of these things that I have to say, I have to applaud him because everything he says is true, but it sounds politically incorrect because we've heard the opposite so much.
Yeah.
But everything he says is true. The tremendously racist roots of the Democratic Party. I mean, whether you're a Democrat is besides the point. You need to know these things. These are historical facts. You need to make your peace with them or, switch parties. But the fact is it's extraordinary. He talks about the links. Anyway, we'll talk enough about that with him, but it's exciting. In our second hour, now, folks, if you don't get the second hour wherever you are, go to metaxastalk.com. You can always listen to us on our podcast. It's right there. You can do live streaming or you can listen on podcast, but you don't want to miss our second hour because in our second hour today, we're talking with the tremendously divisive Firebrand. She's really a monster unless you get to know her personally. And then she's usually not a monster. I could say that as a friendship. She's just an amazing commentator. She's one of the few people that I've always said when I watch Fox or one of these things, I always said that there's just a handful of people that are going to tell me something I haven't heard 40 times before, and Anne is several in that handful. So we're going to get some crazy, wonderful, original thinking from Ann Coulter. That's in our second hour. I want to say to you folks before we go to the break, we rely on you to get the word out about this show, right? And that means that if you like our podcasts, send them to a friend. Tell your friends about this. Tell them about our website, metaxastalk.com. Follow me on Twitter. Follow me on Facebook. You can now follow me on Instagram because we really have no way of getting this out. And so if people aren't already listening to it, so I would just appreciate that. If you're a fan of the show, it would mean a lot to me personally if you would do that. When we come back, we'll be talking to Dinesh D'Souza. And then after that, the great Ann Coulter. Stick around. It's the Eric Metaxas Show.
I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down.
In today's digital world, there are so many things we can do. We can shop online. We can use public Wi-Fi. We can even bank online. That is, we can do a lot of things that expose our personal information to identity thieves. But LifeLock believes that you can still feel good about doing all these things because LifeLock can help protect you from identity theft. Unlike free credit monitoring services, which only detect changes in your credit, LifeLock's proprietary technology detects and alerts you to a huge variety of identity threats. And their U.S.-based specialists work to resolve issues if your identity is ever stolen. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you can do a lot more with more peace of mind. Membership starts at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. Enrollment takes minutes and protection starts immediately. Call 1-800-836-6010 or visit lifelock.com now and use promo code METAXAS. That's METAXAS to save 10% on your membership. Call 1-800-838-6010, lifelock.com.
It's happening to you every night. One snores and the other can't sleep. It seems like there's no end to it. But now, there is a quick, easy, and natural solution. Snore Stop. It is the #1 selling brand in the U.S. for non-apneic snoring. The new Snore Stop system is not another annoying device. It is the ultimate anti-snoring solution because it combines sprays and tablets to target all 3 locations where snoring occurs. Your risk-free trial is only available by calling 877-SNORE-STOP or 877-766-7378.
Thank you, Snore Stop. You saved my marriage.
Don't wait. Try Snore Stop today and make every night a better night for both of you.
Thanks, Snore Stop. Now I'm back in the bedroom.
The Snore Stop system works or your money back. Don't wait. Call now for this limited time offer and get free shipping and handling. 877-SNORE-STOP or 877-766-7378.
Did you know there's an approved healthcare choice just for Christians that's founded on the timeless principles in God's Word? It's not insurance. It's MediShare. Over 189,000 believers across America who love God and share each other's healthcare bills. It's about half the cost of health insurance, and you never pay for medical practices that go against your Christian beliefs. Best of all, The healthcare law includes a special provision for Medishare members, so you don't have to buy insurance or face penalties. Medishare is affordable healthcare without compromise.
Learn how thousands of Christians can help you save on your healthcare. For your free information guide, call 855-PSALM-11. Not available in Montana. Medishare, affordable biblical healthcare. Call 855-PSALM-11. That's 855-PSALM-11.
For Christians who run a business in these challenging times, there is an event that you and your spouse must attend this September. It's at the luxurious Ritz-Carlton in Sarasota, Florida, and hundreds of CEOs and business leaders from across our nation will be there to hear and mingle with other well-known Christian business leaders like George Barna, Horst Schulze, the founding president of Ritz-Carlton, and former Miami Dolphins and Marlins owner Wayne Huizenga Jr., and many others. Go today to fcci.org and book this conference for you and your spouse. Become a member before you register, and you'll save 20% off the conference. Plus, enjoy a ton of exciting benefits given to members of the Fellowship of Companies for Christ International. At this annual event, America's top Christian business leaders will show you how to let your faith influence your employees, customers, vendors, even your competition. Just a few weeks away, September 18th through the 22nd, there are only a few seats remaining. Reserve a place for you and your spouse right now by going to fcci.org. The Fellowship of Companies for Christ. fcci.org.
Raindrops are falling on my head, and just like the guy whose feet are too big for his bed, nothing seems to fit. Those raindrops are falling on my head, they keep falling. So I just did me some talking to the sun, and I said I didn't like the way he got things done.
Hey folks, it's the Eric Metaxas Show. I like that music. We got to get that guy in here. Who's that, BJ Thomas? Yes. Folks, in this segment, in the rest of the show, we're going to be talking to Dinesh D'Souza. But right now, I want to introduce you to someone who is new to the Salem family. His name is Sean Thornton. He has a new book out titled All But Normal: Life on Victory Road. Sean, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Eric. Great to be with you today.
I'm glad we finally got you on. We have to get you on again, so we really have some time. But I wanted to at least introduce you this week to my audience. First of all, you have a book out, All But Normal: Life on Victory Road. What is that about?
Well, it's my memoir of growing up in a home with a mom who, because of a car accident that left her in a coma for 3 months when she was 14, she actually turned 15 in the coma, but she was left with a traumatic brain injury that affected her physically, mentally, and emotionally, and then she rolled that into our home. And while she loved Jesus and had a heart for God, she had all kinds of mental, physical, and emotional trauma and tried to kill herself and us, and it created a chaos in our little northern Indiana home where my dad was a factory worker and mom couldn't drive, but it just was a chaotic upbringing, and yet I could see God's grace in it, and looking back, I can see God's grace in my story.
How many kids were in your family?
So it's me and then one younger brother who's also a pastor, and he's 3 years younger than me. And then my dad came home from Vietnam, married my mom. He was actually the driver at 17 when she was 14 in the car. They were kind of early puppy love, kind of freshman, senior in high school. Parents said, oh, yeah, you can drive 10 miles or 10 minutes away to the department store, but come right back. And there was a major accident, and it changed the course of their lives. And then it dramatically affected then the kind of household I was raised in, with a lot of chaos, a lot of outbursts, a lot of throwing, a lot of screaming. My mom would try to jump out of the car at high rates of speed, and when I was a kid, Dad'd say, hold her in, boys, and from the back seat, we'd hold our mother in while she's going through fits of rage, all because of that accident. And it's quite a story then of God's grace in the midst of all this brokenness and chaos, how God could shine in the middle of that.
Well, your book, I know, is available right now. The title again is All But Normal: Life on Victory Road. Amazing, amazing. Yeah. And did you retain your faith in the midst of this stuff?
Yeah, we had a good local church, because while all this stuff was going on, we're going to church Sunday morning, Sunday night, Wednesday night, and I look back at it, and I think I've come to this conclusion as a pastor, and I think it's encouraging to those who maybe are in situations that are difficult, even as a parent, maybe not controlling all the factors of the home, and that is that my brother and I seemed to walk away with the trajectory of our parents' lives, not individual moments or collection of moments. And so they were striving to know, love, and serve Christ, but we had brokenness, and they were honest about the brokenness with us. But it was kind of a secret to our church and to the extended family. They didn't know all the chaos. So a lot of my good friends and even family members have been shocked by what I've shared in the story.
Right.
But it really resonates with anyone who's had some wounds in their childhood, wounds of maybe a broken marriage, even as an adult, and we're just getting great response from it. And people are sharing their stories with us, even on the website for it. It's allbutnormal.com, where people can learn about the story and learn about the book.
And so you grew up, of course, to be a pastor. You're a pastor at a big church in Westlake Village, California. And you now are hosting a Salem radio show. Tell us about that show. Where's that available, by the way?
Well, right now it's available on KKLA in Los Angeles, which is one of the major, flagship stations of Salem. And so we're on during drive time in the evening. It repurposes my sermons, much like the Chuck Swindoll or Alistair Begg format, John MacArthur, where you take the sermons and repurpose them for a daily half-hour Bible teaching broadcast. And so we're on KKLA. We're on with Salem through KDAR, which is the mothership station of the Salem radio network. And then we are on XM Sirius 131, the Salem Family Talk channel, during drive time on the West Coast again. So we're getting great response as people hear God's Word, and we try to communicate it with truth and grace, which I know is a big part of what you try to do is to communicate
I
truth
try.
with
I
grace.
try. I don't know if I succeed, but I sure try because I think I do think it's important. I really do think it's so. It's very important when we're especially we're dealing with such contentious issues in our culture right now. To try to be, sane in the midst of the insanity. It's an effort. I can only do it by God's grace, and I know you would say the same thing. But
I think our world needs it. I switched up my message. I normally preach through books of the Bible and kind of an expository with practical application approach, but this week I jumped out of Galatians and just addressed, how do we respond to the agony our nation has been through this past week, and trying to find that truth and grace and being honest and clear, and because I think I've been listening to your program recently, and I think you've handled it very well. I love the conversation you had with the author of Street Gods.
Oh, yeah, Demas Celeberios. Yeah, I got some blowback on that. I think it's a tricky thing. I think that this is very, very tricky.
But at the same time, I think he was being honest with some experiences in his life that I do not know as a white person, and I don't understand, and I think we at least have to be. But I appreciate the way you navigated that with truth and grace, and I appreciate that because I think if we just are a bunch of shouting heads from one perspective to the other, in our culture, especially as Christians, then there's no resolution, there's no kingdom values that get communicated or impact anybody's life. So I appreciate the way you're taking that, and I think it even comes from my childhood that I appreciate the voice you have, because I grew up in this tension of a family that deeply loved Jesus and was trying to serve God, while at the same time my mother's trying to kill herself, kill me. She's screaming, she's throwing things, cussing, and so I grew up with this tension as a kid, and now as a pastor, I realize everybody somehow is probably living in a similar tension between the brokenness of this world and the values of Christ's kingdom.
Well, that's a good way of putting it. I want to ask you before I forget, where can people find you? Your name, of course, is Sean Thornton. Is there a website?
Yeah, my main website would be PastorSean.com.
PastorSean.com.
SHAWN or SEAN. I bought both just in case.
Smart man.
PastorSean.com, and that gives you information about our church here in Westlake Village, gives you information about the radio ministry. We have an app for the radio ministry if folks are interested, a free downloadable app to hear today's broadcast. And then that also gives you a link to All But Normal, Life on Victory Road, which deals with mental illness, dysfunctional families, brokenness, and John Erickson Tata writes the foreword. Nick Wojcik, my friend, writes the afterword, and they do a great job, I think, of introducing what you're going to read and then helping you find some hope at the end, because it's unusual for a pastor just to write a memoir. I'm not teaching in it. There's concepts that, of course, encourage and bring hope. A lot of people are writing me saying they're getting hope and healing as they're reading it from some of the wounds of their past, but the book, it can be found at all retailers across the country. It's by Tyndale House, and allbutnormal.com is the website for the book.
I like that title, All But Normal. It's just great.
And I grew up on Victory Road, so that's the subtitle, All But Normal, Life on Victory Road.
You literally grew up
on Victory
on
Road.
Victory Road.
And my mom's accident was near a Christian college in Mishawaka, Indiana called Bethel College. And the little road where that happened, the accident was on McKinley and Miracle Lane. So the accident occurred on Miracle Lane. It changed her life and our lives forever. And then we lived on Victory Road while I was coming of age.
And where in the world is that? I don't remember.
Mishawaka, Indiana, it butts right up against South Bend, Indiana.
Okay.
Notre Dame. So I'm a huge Notre Dame fan.
Right. Wow. So this is absolutely true. And you have family now?
Yeah, I do. I have 3 grown children. My son just graduated from Wheaton College.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
My daughter is a junior at Wheaton, and they've had quite an interesting year, and we've had some fun discussions about that year, at Wheaton. And then my youngest is a senior in high school here in Southern California.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Well, Sean Thornton, welcome to the Salem radio family. I know you've been doing some stuff with Salem, but this is kind of a new thing for you at KKLA.
Yeah, it is. And I so appreciate your voice, and I know you're relatively new to the Salem Network.
Absolutely.
In the last year and a half, and so I'm so grateful for you, and I know that a lot of the folks that are in the leadership of Salem attend our church because we're right by their headquarters, and they speak so highly of you and the impact you're making in the Salem radio world. So thank you, and you're making an impact for the kingdom.
If I have fooled them, I have really succeeded. So thank you. Sean, thank you so much. Seriously, thank you. We're out of time, but we will have you back. Sean Thornton, the author of All But Normal, Life on Victory Road. Folks, it's the Eric Metaxas Show. We'll be back.
SRN News, I'm Rich Thomason in Washington. Donald Trump set to make his first public appearance with his chosen running mate, Indiana Governor Mike Pence. It'll come tomorrow morning in New York. The official announcement that Pence is the vice presidential pick is set for the same Hilton Hotel in Midtown Manhattan, where Trump had been scheduled to reveal the choice today. However, he postponed the announcement following the terror attack in Nice, France, that left scores of people dead. The Republican Party already working to raise money right off Donald Trump's decision to name Governor Pence as his running mate. The French Justice Minister says the man who drove the truck in that attack in Nice, killing at least 84 people, had a record of petty crime, but nothing anywhere near the scale of last night's deadly rampage. The Dow is down about 8 points. NASDAQ is off 9. More details at srnnews.com.
You have a family member who's getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? With Visiting Angels America's Choice in Senior Home Care, your parents and older family members can continue living at home and not have to move into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meal preparation, and light housework up to 24 hours per day at affordable rates. To restore your family's peace of mind, call Visiting Angels toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE or at visitingangels.com.
In business, risks and rewards come with every decision, like moving to the cloud with Office 365. While its benefits include anywhere access and lower costs, cyber threats and user errors can quickly wipe out data and the money you save. Barracuda Essentials for Office 365 provide an added layer of security and functionality for threat protection, email migration, data recovery, and quality of service. Move securely to Office 365. Visit barracuda.com/essentials to learn more.
You know you're not sleeping enough, but what can you do? More sleeping pills? Not look at your phone in bed? Let's be honest. Why don't you do something easy to get the good night's sleep you've been missing? Like getting a fresh set of sheets from Boll & Branch. Hi, I'm Scott Tannen. My wife and I founded Boll & Branch to make the most comfortable sheets you'll ever sleep on.
Hi, I'm Missy Tannen.
Luxury sheets can cost $1,000 in the store, but ours don't. They're only a couple $100 because we've cut out the 800% retail markup by only selling directly to you online at bowlandbranch.com.
Everyone who tries Boll & Branch sheets loves them. Even 3 U.S. presidents sleep on Boll & Branch. Shipping is free and you can try them for 30 nights.
And if you don't love them, we'll give you a refund. No questions asked.
Go to bowlandbranch.com today for 20% off your entire order when you use promo code CALM. That's 20% off right now at bowlandbranch.com. Promo code CALM, spelled B-O-L-L and branch.com. Promo code CALM.
Hey there, folks. It's the Eric Metaxas Show. That's the great Henry Mancini. I can't get enough of Henry Mancini. As promised, I am talking this segment for the rest of the hour to our friend Dinesh D'Souza. Dinesh D'Souza has a new movie out called Hillary's America, also a new book out called Hillary's America. Dinesh, welcome to the show.
Eric, it's great to be on the show. I do want to mention that book and movie both come out the third week of July, so they're due to come out very shortly.
Very shortly, yeah. This is now the film Hillary's America is a follow-up to your two previous films. Tell us how this fits in.
Well, 4 years ago, I made the movie called 2016 Obama's America, and that was a film that focused just on the secret history of Obama. Obama kind of came out of nowhere. He was an obviously intriguing figure. And so I essentially went to Kenya, to Indonesia, sort of following the Obama trail to try to discern who this man really was. This new movie, Hillary's America, I mean, we know Hillary. She's been around for decades. The Clintons have been doing what the Clintons do since their Arkansas days and all the way through 2 terms of Bill in the White House. So I don't think that this is the same kind of movie at all. And so the new movie is a secret history not just of Hillary, but also of progressivism and the Democratic Party. In a sense, I've widened my angle of vision. And also this movie is much more of a docudrama. It feels like a feature film, not like a documentary.
Right. And I have to say I was shocked in the film to learn some things about the Democratic Party. I guess I'd heard them, but you forget about them. But when you see it all together, it's a tremendous indictment. There's just no way around it. It's a tremendous indictment. And, you know, even if today's Democratic Party isn't necessarily the same as it was in every respect, to talk about this history is just absolutely vital to understanding why we are where we are.
Well, you know, let's begin with this business about the Democrats today versus the Democrats in the past. Now, you know, 150 years ago, if you walked on a plantation in Louisiana or South Carolina, you would see a very ramshackled huts in which the slaves lived. You would basically see that the quality of life was sordid, life expectancy was low. You would see that the family was in a state of disintegration because, of course, family members could be bought and sold. So this was actually a Hobbesian world in which life was nasty, brutish, and short. Now, what I'm saying, Eric, is today, if you walk the inner cities of Detroit, Oakland, St. Louis, Chicago, even parts of Baltimore, what do you see? You basically see ramshackle dwellings. You basically see miserable high crime rates. You basically see that illegitimacy or even bastardy is almost a normal way of life. So what I'm getting at here is that it's very easy for us to think that was then and this is now, but some of the exact same conditions that one saw on rural plantations 150 years ago, we can see today on urban plantations. Now, what's really interesting is that these urban plantations have Democratic mayors, Democratic city councilors, Democratic school superintendents, and yet there's no ruckus about it. These same people are in office year after year after year. Nothing really changes. It's like the Democratic Party has recreated the plantation in a new environment.
Well, of course it comes out of worldview. What is the worldview that has been consistent in creating this kind of a thing, throughout the centuries?
Well, the slave owners called it paternalism, and paternalism in a word means we will take care of you. You are, in a sense, our dependent family. And of course, the slave owners, the Democratic slave owners, by the way, one of the statements I make, and not in the film, I don't believe, but in the accompanying book, Hillary's America, is I point out that every plantation owner at the time of the Civil War was a Democrat. No Republicans owned slaves or owned plantations. Very startling statement if you think about it. But nevertheless,
well, it's actually shocking. You have to repeat that because it seems unbelievable.
It's not unbelievable. The truth of it is, all of this has been camouflaged by progressive historiography. And what I mean by that is we get the idea that the slavery battle was totally between the anti-slavery North and the pro-slavery South. But that's not true, because the Northern Democrats, led by Stephen Douglas of Illinois, protected slavery. So slavery was protected by an alliance of Southern Democrats and Northern Democrats. And slavery was opposed by an alliance of Northern Republicans and then some Southern sympathizers who sympathized with the Northern Republicans. So the real fight wasn't just North versus South. It was the Democratic Party as the protector of slavery, North and South, and the Republican Party, which was opposing slavery. The partisan dimension of this has now been hidden, and we bring it out in the film, I think, to great effect. But coming back to your question, paternalism, the idea.
That's right.
Today, if you listen to people talk about the inner city, they talk in paternalistic terms. We have to give these people food stamps. We've got to give them this. We're looking after them, and they're voting for us in grateful appreciation.
I want to come back to this. This is just a huge. How do I put it? This is a revelation, what you're talking about, and we need to talk more about it. So we're going to be right back with Dinesh D'Souza. The new film coming out July 22nd is Hillary's America. The new book coming out July 22nd, Hillary's America. Very important. This is the Eric Metaxas Show. Stick around. We'll be right back.
We'll roll around again. That old wheel is gonna roll around once more. When it does, it will even up the score.
I love talking about relief factor. Why? Because I've dealt with all kinds of medical issues over the years, and I know when something is natural, it is infinitely preferable to something that is not natural. Relief Factor deals with pain in a way that is natural. The 4 active ingredients, each of them is natural, research-based, and they attack the root cause of the pain, the inflammation itself, rather than masking the pain, which is what most of the medications you'll get at a drugstore or wherever you get them. Most of them, the pills, the creams, they mask the pain. Relief Factor goes to the root, deals with the inflammation itself. And as I said, it is all natural. You can go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. For a mere $19.95, you can get their quick start pack. That is only $19.95. You can try it and see if it works for you. It is all natural, as I say, and it goes to the root. Relief Factor. Go to relieffactor.com, get the quick start pack. Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online. In today's digital world, there are so many things we can do. We can shop online. We can use public Wi-Fi. We can even bank online. That is, we can do a lot of things that expose our personal information to identity thieves. But LifeLock believes that you can still feel good about doing all these things because LifeLock can help protect you from identity theft. Unlike free credit monitoring services, which only detect changes in your credit, LifeLock's proprietary technology detects and alerts you to a huge variety of identity threats. And their U.S.-based specialists work to resolve issues if your identity is ever stolen. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you can do a lot more with more peace of mind. Membership starts at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. Enrollment takes minutes and protection starts immediately. Call 1-800-836-6010 or visit lifelock.com now and use promo code METAXIS, that's METAXIS, to save 10% on your membership. Call 1-800-838-6010, lifelock.com.
Ever notice that the last three letters in American spell can? Maybe that's why we want to say we can shop online, we can use free Wi-Fi, and we can give our social security number and other personal information to our bank if we want to. But the fact that we can do all of those things exposes personal information that can lead to identity theft. At LifeLock, we believe you have the right to be free to do everything you do every day. So we use proprietary technology to detect and alert you to a huge variety of identity threats. And we have a US-based team who will work to resolve issues if your identity ever is stolen. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you can live with more peace of mind. Membership starts at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. And if you become a LifeLock member now, you can get 10% off. Go to lifelock.com and enter promo code SMART. LifeLock.
Outside the rain begins, and it may never end. So cry no more on the shore. A dream will take us out to sea forevermore, forevermore.
Hey folks, it's the Eric Metaxas Show. I'm talking to Dinesh D'Souza. We're talking about his new book and new movie, both coming out July 22nd, very soon, Hillary's America. And Dinesh, you were talking about this term paternalism, and we were saying, what's the worldview that gives us slavery in the 18th century, 19th century, and that gives us, the ghetto of Detroit and other dysfunctional communities that we have today? It's this term paternalism. But what I find fascinating is that you're really saying these people are not fit to govern themselves. They're not fit to handle American freedom. So we're going to make them second-class citizens, and we will rule over them. We will decide what they get, when they get it, and we're going to force them to accept this. We're going to create a system where they have to accept this. It's fundamentally un-American.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. And I think that where progressivism departed from the old plantation was really focused on blacks. And it was the exploitation of African Americans. What the Democrats came up with was not so much slavery. I mean, the Democrats didn't invent slavery. As we all know, slavery's been around since the dawn of mankind. What the Democrats invented is what is called the positive good school of slavery. Now, the positive good school of slavery is unique in world history because in the past, people like Aristotle defended slavery as something that was justified by necessity. There's dirty work to be done, and we need somebody to do it. That's why we have slaves. But no one pretended that slavery was good for the slave.
Right.
It took the ingenuity of the Democratic Party to come up with this notion. Slavery is good not only for the master, it's really good for the slave. It's for the slave's own benefit. Now, that argument is very much with us today, and it is the essence of paternalism, that even though these people and these poor guys in the inner city, by the way, today, not just blacks, today it's plantations for the blacks, but it's reservations for the Native Americans, it's barrios and ghettos and slums for the immigrants. So the Democrats have expanded their reach to Hispanics, Native Americans. They'd love to have more Asian Americans if they could, But their basic idea is we're doing this for your benefit, even though the people who are supposedly benefiting never seem to climb out of poverty.
Right. And that's the issue, isn't it? That when you have freedom, you have the possibility of pulling yourself out of a certain situation if you work hard. But in this situation, you're guaranteed subsistence, but never more than that.
Right, because the guy who's given subsistence, let's say you gave him a really good education. Let's say you taught him some entrepreneurship skills, and you gave him some seed money to start his own business, let's say, for example. Well, what might happen? Number one, he might move out of the neighborhood, and then you've lost him. Number two, he might become self-reliant and then say, I don't need the Democratic Party because I'm not dependent on you anymore. So there's a peculiar vested interest in keeping these communities frozen where they are. And the proof of that is that, 50 years later and trillions of dollars later, the state of desperation that we see in the inner city remains pretty much the same as it was in the 1960s and 70s.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I want to. One of the most shocking things in the film, from my point of view, was the connection between Saul Alinsky and Hillary Clinton. I really did not know most of this, so I was just shocked. Tell my audience, who is Saul Alinsky and what is his correct connection to Hillary Clinton?
So Saul Alinsky is a very unusual figure in that he turns out to have been a mentor to both Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton independently of each other. They both kind of came to the Alinsky operation to learn. Now, interestingly, Hillary's connection with Alinsky is much tighter than Obama's. Obama never met Alinsky. He went to Chicago to learn Alinskyite, quote, community organizing strategies. But Hillary knew Alinsky. She knew him since her high school days. She brought him to Wellesley College when she was a student there. She wrote her undergraduate thesis, which was called There Is Only the Fight, on Alinsky.
I mean, this is unbelievable. The level of radicalness that what we're talking about, you never hear about this. I mean, this is a magnificent thing to learn that not only was she influenced by him, but she brought him to Wellesley. She brought him to Wellesley.
Yes, and he offered her a job when she graduated. They actually had an interesting and I think very telling fight in which Alinsky said to Hillary, you've got to push from the outside. In other words, the job of a community organizer is to be a kind of outside pressure point or extortionist, forcing the government to give in, forcing the powers that be to yield. And Hillary says to Alinsky, she said, no, what if you can take over from the inside? What if you can push from the inside using the power of the government to do the same things that you, Alinsky, are doing? But this time we have the FBI, we have the CIA, we have the EPA, we have all the SWAT teams of the government. So this is very interesting. Hillary ended up breaking with Alinsky by, in a sense, you may say, outmastering the master.
Now, how do we know about this conversation and this disagreement?
Because Hillary tells us about it herself in her book, and so does Alinsky. Alinsky refers to it. Hillary actually, she describes it, of course, in very benign terms. She goes that Alinsky wanted to be on the outside of the corridors of power because he was accustomed to sort of doing, you may say, the Jesse Jackson thing, whereas I, Hillary, went to law school so I could learn about the power structure and operate within the corridors of government. So, in a sense, I'm giving, I would say, a tough interpretation of it, but the facts are not in dispute. Hillary herself reports this conversation that she had with Alinsky after she graduated from law school.
And it sounds like she is much more radical than Bill Clinton when you read this.
Completely. I mean, see, I think both of them are driven by their appetites, but of course their appetites are completely different.
Yeah.
Bill's appetites are more circumscribed, and if Bill gets what he wants, if he gets attention, if everyone calls him the big dog, he's happy. That's
quite different from what we're talking about with. I mean, Hillary Clinton is a serious activist in the way that he never is. We're running out of time here. I'm going to be back with one final segment with Dinesh D'Souza. The book coming out very soon, July 22nd. It's called Hillary's America, and the movie Hillary's America. Stick around. We'll be right back with Dinesh D'Souza. It's the Eric Metaxas Show.
Miracles are God's way of letting us know He's here.
From the producers of Heaven is for Real, Miracles from Heaven, based on the incredible true story.
So you're telling me it healed her?
Yes.
That's impossible.
If you don't believe in miracles, you will after watching this film, says The Insider.
He told me I'd be fine. Who told you you'd be fine?
Miracles from Heaven, starring Jennifer Garner. Own it now on Blu-ray, DVD, and digital HD. Rated PG.
Do you have a family member who's getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? With Visiting Angels America's Choice in Senior Home Care, your parents and older family members can continue living at home and not have to move into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meal preparation, and light housework up to 24 hours per day at affordable rates. To restore your family's peace of mind, call Visiting Angels toll-free today at 877-374-LIVE or at visitingangels.com.
With SRN News, I'm Rich Thomason in Washington. The White House says President Obama has spoken with French President Hollande, offering American condolences and assistance in the aftermath of last night's terror attack in Nice that left 84 people dead. White House spokesman Josh Earnest says the U.S. has an anti-terror strategy in place.
One element of that strategy is deepening our coordination with our allies, including our allies in France. So the president's determined to continue to do that work, and in the days ahead, we'll see more of it.
The president's expected to issue a statement shortly regarding the latest terror attack in France. More than 200 people were wounded in the attack, and 52 of them are in critical condition. Also at srnnews.com, a check of Wall Street finds the Dow now positive. It's up 5 points. The NASDAQ still in the red. It's down 7. This is SRN News.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-423-4557. That's 1-800-423-4557. 1-800-423-4557. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors not available in all states.
I know a girl from a lonely street, cold as ice cream, but still as sweet. Dry your eyes, Sunday girl.
Hey folks, it's the Eric Metaxas Show, talking to Dinesh D'Souza. The new film coming out July 22nd, Hillary's America. The new book coming out July 22nd, Hillary's America. Dinesh, it is just extraordinary to learn what a radical Hillary was so early. I mean, to talk about this connection with Saul Alinsky in high school. My goodness, most people in high school have no idea what they're going to do, and she seems to have known early on that she wanted to change the world.
Yes, although I think what's interesting about Alinsky is that, there's a lot of focus on the radicalism of Alinsky, and I think this is fueled by Alinsky's own book, which is called Rules for Radicals. But when you listen to Alinsky talk about his own life, which he did on a few occasions, including an interview he gave in the very last year of his life, 1972, he basically emphasizes something very different. He emphasizes that from the beginning of his life, he was interested in crime. He started out as a kind of a petty thief. He described some sort of interesting rackets that he ran to get free food and figure out ways to steal from the university when he was at the University of Chicago. And later he says, I then began to actually study criminal gangs. There was something called the 42nd Street Gang in Chicago, the Sholto Gang, ultimately, of course, the Big Kahuna, which was the Al Capone Gang. And Alinsky got in with those guys. He actually would review their books on who would be assassinated that week. He had arguments with the Capone people about paying too much for assassins.
Doesn't this sound like somebody's making this up? I mean, this is amazing that what you're telling us is true, that this man was a mentor to Hillary Clinton. It seems inconceivable.
It seems inconceivable, and yet here's Zelensky in public, and this the beauty of a book is I say these things in the movie, but chapter and verse is all in the book with all the footnotes you'll ever need. And Zelensky basically says, I took everything I learned from the Capone guys, the extortion, and I then brought it to politics. That was the essence of the so-called Zelensky method. And isn't it amazing that Barack Obama, who has no ties to Chicago, just keeps going back to Chicago again and again and again. Why? Because he's heard about this legend Zelensky, and he wants to learn how that guy does it. And so Obama and Hillary, two of the current president and the aspiring next president, both tutored at the knee of the same criminal racketeer.
It's stunning. Now, Zelensky, tell us, to whom does he dedicate his book, Rules for Radicals?
This is very interesting, and it should be interpreted correctly. He goes, I'm dedicating this book to the first radical, Lucifer, the devil. And he says, because Lucifer was the first guy to found his own private kingdom apart from God. And so here is Zelensky kind of self-consciously, in a kind of daring way, associating himself with the sort of enterprising rebel who broke with God, and for Zelensky, it's a role model.
It's just staggering. I mean, I have to say, when I heard this in the documentary, which of course I watched, I almost couldn't believe it. It's like I wanted to pause and say, wait a second. I know Dinesh is not making this up, but this is mind-blowing that the man who mentored Hillary Clinton, and you're not stretching this at all, this is a fact, dedicated his classic book, the book for which he is famous, to Lucifer, the devil. I mean, you cannot make that up. If you made it up, people would say that's ridiculous. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But it's a fact.
Right.
Well, we're out of time for this segment. Just one final word, Dinesh, sorry.
Well, if I have a final word, it's this. Please go see the movie opening weekend. I think you know, Eric, that the fate of a film depends a lot on how it fares on the opening weekend.
Yes.
We're opening on the weekend in between the two political conventions, between the Republican and the Democratic convention. This will help. If you want to put fuel in our rocket, that's the time to go see the movie with your friends.
That's a great final word. Folks, we're out of time. Thank you, Dinesh. We will have you back again. There's so much to talk about. What a fascinating subject. Very important. Thanks for listening, folks. That's the show.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss. Turkey's state-run news agency says some 90 people have been killed in an attempt to overthrow the country's president. A senior Turkish official says more than 1,500 military personnel have been detained across Turkey as the government cracks down on the attempted coup. Correspondent Susan Fraser reports the state-run news agency in Turkey says the coup has apparently failed.
It seemed to have largely failed in this attempt. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan said in a televised speech that his government's in charge.
Turkey's prime minister has called an emergency meeting of parliament for Saturday. Secretary of State Kerry says the Nice truck attack is stunning.
How profoundly shocking to see a day of national celebration turned into a night of horror and of mourning.
84 people were killed in the attack along the seafront in Nice, including 10 children. More than 200 were injured, many of them critically. No group has claimed responsibility for the attack. A Northern Virginia man caught in a government sting for trying to join ISIS is sentenced to 8.5 years in prison.
29-year-old Joseph Farouk of Woodbridge, Virginia, was sentenced in federal court in Alexandria. He was one of about a half dozen men from the region arrested this year on terror-related charges arising from government sting operations. Farouk pleaded guilty to trying to travel to join ISIS fighters. He was arrested in January at the airport in Richmond, Virginia. At his hearing, Farouk apologized and denounced ISIS. Linda Kenyon, Washington.
With the Republican convention taking place next week in Cleveland, Republican National Committee Chairman Reince Priebus says the Never Trump rebellion is dead.
It's over. And it was never there.
Indiana Governor Mike Pence is the choice for Donald Trump's running mate. Trump made the announcement Friday. He'll hold a press conference with Pence later this morning. More of these stories at townhall.com.
Are you a responsible person who finds yourself growing deeper and deeper in credit card debt and you're not sure how to fix the problem? Then get ready for a toll-free number that will put you on a path to financial recovery. Trinity Debt Management is a nonprofit organization that will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, and reduce your interest rates by as much as 60%. You'll save thousands and become debt-free for keeps. It's not a loan. It's a smart way to relieve your stress, meet your obligations, and preserve your self-respect. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Gather up your bills and call this toll-free number for a free, no-obligation debt analysis. 1-800-990-6976. That's 1-800-990-6976. If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
More U.S. troops could be headed to South Sudan.
Earlier this week, President Obama told lawmakers that he sent 47 U.S. troops to South Sudan amid renewed fighting there. In an update on Friday, the president notified Congress that about 200 more American forces are in Uganda, waiting to be sent to South Sudan if needed. Fresh fighting between opposing army forces has raised fears of a renewed civil war in South Sudan. Greg Clugston, Washington.
North Korea Friday presented to media a man it alleges is a South Korean spy who tried to enter North to kidnap children. During a Pyongyang news conference attended by foreign media, detainee Ko Hyan Chol said he apologized for a crime he called unforgivable. North Korea often arranges news conferences for foreign detainees during which they read statements to acknowledge their wrongdoing and praise the North's political system. Many detainees have said after their release that they were coached or coerced on what to say. This is townhall.com. There's a whole new look to the Indiana governor's race now that Mike Pence is out.
Two House Republicans quickly ended their re-election bids and tossed their hats into the gubernatorial race. Susan Brooks and Todd Rokita both filed paperwork to run for governor soon after learning that Pence would become Donald Trump's running mate. And Indiana's Lieutenant Governor Eric Holcomb also withdrew his bid for re-election to run for governor. The eventual candidate will be chosen by the state's Republican Party.
Capitol Hill correspondent Wally Hines reporting. Leading veterans groups are disturbed by the way veterans are portrayed in the new season of the Netflix series Orange is the New Black. In the fourth season of the drama about a women's prison, military veterans have been hired as guards. The veterans of foreign wars call the show offensive, while Iraq and Afghanistan veterans of America said it will further stigmatize veterans. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Saturday. Cloudy, 50% chance of scattered thunderstorms, low around 70. Isolated thunderstorms and a high 90 and a low 70 under partly cloudy skies with a 50% chance of thunderstorms Saturday night. Sunday, partly cloudy, scattered showers and a high around 90. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jay Coombs at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call. Morning Call Around Report. Great gospel music coming up at 3:30. Running of the Lake Regions 200 from New Hampshire. And then at 6 o'clock, Braves baseball here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
With Chris, and I was
Chris
here
Himes.
early.
Yeah.
Well, you began by talking about, a great tragedy and words fail us and blah, blah, blah.
And then I blathered on for 8 minutes.
No. I seriously did not think you were talking about what happened in Nice. I thought you were talking about Pence.
You're not a fan of Mike
It took
Pence.
me like 60 seconds into it. Oh, they're talking about the bombing, because I was totally down with everything you were saying.
You are so hardcore political that I've never met anyone quite like you. Now, so tell us, because I like Mike Pence, except I think that he went wobbly on religious liberty and Common Core. It was very disappointing, but I think basically he's a good guy. But when I heard that Trump picked him, it did strike me as a strange choice. I don't understand what Mike Pence does for Trump. You tweeted, I think, that it was Trump's first real mistake.
Well, I predicted it a few weeks ago, and I'll just say refer back to that column during the campaign, because yesterday, I mean, I didn't believe it. It's like when someone gets engaged. If you think that person, they're about to marry the wrong person, I think you have free reign to attack. There hasn't been a wedding yet. As soon as there's the wedding, then you zip your lip. And so as of today, I'm zipping my lip, but I would just invite your listeners to refer back to my prediction 2 weeks ago, my VP prediction, Trump's first mistake, as this campaign goes on. And that is all I will say.
Well, I think we can still talk in generalities. In other words, I guess I would.
There's no way I can talk in generalities. I think this is a mistake.
But
No.
But what I'm saying is that the reason I think it's a mistake, I mean, because there are many different ways to look at the whole thing about a VP pick. First of all, people need to know, they might not know, that this morning Trump tweeted his VP pick. In other words, yesterday it was bruited about that he had picked Pence, but no one could know for sure. The announcement was going to be today.
A fake out, because
Right.
it was such a dramatic thing, and he's so good with media, and he's so smart. I mean, he has twice, as I tweeted yesterday, twice George Bush's IQ. Is he going to pull a Harriet Myers on us? Come on, the guy's good on immigration. He's good on trade. He goes against everybody else on everything else. Why would he do the stupid, bland, complete mistake consultant thing? But I did think it was very possible that he'd keep leaking these heinous names.
Right.
And then if he had nominated somebody or chosen somebody that 2 weeks ago I would have said, I don't like this guy. I mean, if he had picked Mike Tyson today, I would be out dancing on the streets, screeching hallelujah, because at least it's not Newt or Mike Pence. And that's, I got to tell you, that's exactly what Romney did with Ryan for me. I was so terrified it was going to be Marco Rubio. It was,
Right.
time to celebrate and pop champagne when he ended up picking Ryan, but I didn't like Ryan. And by the way, I was right. I'm totally supporting his primary opponent. Want to go do an event for him with me?
Who's his primary opponent?
Oh, this fantastic guy, Paul Nealon, who's Trumpian on immigration, on trade. He's young and good looking, and this is Wisconsin, and the Wisconsin media out there is
He's
very
young and good looking.
Well, that matters when you're running for office.
Yeah, but I'm a married man. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, listen.
You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. But hang on a second. What I was going to say was that I actually thought he should pick Chris Christie. That was I
wouldn't have liked that 2 weeks ago. If that had been the announcement today, as long as it's not Pence or Newt, I would have been dancing in the streets.
But
if he picked John Bolton, I would have been dancing in the streets.
Who did you think he should pick?
Well, my number one choice that would have been just unbelievably fantastic and show what a genius he is Chris Kobach.
Who's Chris Kobach? I love the fact that I don't even know who Chris Kobach is.
No, most people don't, and that's part of what would have been the lure. They would have attacked him. They would have treated him like he was, Sarah Palin or Dan Quayle. And then he would have opened his mouth. He is the Secretary of State of Kansas. Why isn't he governor or senator? Because those seats are already filled by Republicans. He went to Harvard undergrad, Yale Law School, Oxford, and not as some cheesy Rhodes Scholar, as a Marshall Scholar, tall, good-looking, Christian, but not in a Southern evangelical way, lives in Kansas. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but we have to have broad appeal. Midwestern, beautiful family. He wrote E-Verify. He wrote Arizona's SB 70, the Papers, Please law that everyone said, oh, it's unconstitutional, it's Nazi, blah, 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 upheld by the Supreme Court. He's brilliant. He's well-spoken. This is what Trump needs. So, and it would be great to have the media attack him as a no-name.
Okay. So why do you think Trump...
And then my second choice was Scott Brown, who again you would lure the media into attacking him. Oh, he lost his last two elections. He ran into elections that were impossible for any Republican to win. He ran against, as a carpetbagger, Jeanne Shaheen in his last election, using immigration as an issue. Jeanne Shaheen, I would argue, is possibly the most attractive, deceptively attractive Democrat in the country. She looks like, Betty Crocker, and she has the politics of Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She had already been governor. She'd been senator. She's so charming. And even though he had just moved across from the state of Massachusetts to run in New Hampshire, he came within a whisker of beating her. He's a great, I would submit that Scott Brown is the best retail campaigner in the country.
Wow.
My gender likes him. And rock solid, obviously both of these guys rock solid on immigration. I think those would have been much, much, much better choices. But like I say, I said my piece when he was just the fiancé.
Well, what I don't understand is
I always want to know, why do you think he would have chosen Pence? In other words, who is talking to him and saying what to him? In other words, what does Pence bring to the ticket?
I think, the main thing is we need to sweep Indianapolis. So we got that covered. No, I don't know, but I think he has, this is Trump's predilection. I think I'm hoping this ends with a $10 million lawsuit against Paul Manafort.
Okay. Now I have no idea what we're talking about. And I'm sure most of my listeners don't know.
He's the campaign consultant.
But who would sue him?
I knew this.
Who would sue him?
Trump would sue his campaign consultant.
Oh, I see. But what would Manafort have said? In other words, I still don't understand.
I can't imagine.
Well, there's got to be some reason they would bring him in. I mean, look, first of all, I like Mike Pence. He's a really solid guy. I don't know where he stands on certain issues.
He's against Trump on... Okay, you're luring me into saying something I'm not going to.
No. Look.
I will say the best thing about this choice is people don't vote on vice president. That's all I can say.
You don't think he would bring
anything,
a level of stability to the ticket in appearance that people look at this and say, well, he's a serious guy. He's not, because Chris Christie or Gingrich have Trumpian qualities. You may not want those qualities in a vice president.
Two things I will say in Mike Pence's favor. Number one, no one votes on vice president. Number two, he's not Newt Gingrich. Those are the selling points.
Okay.
That's in the pro column.
If people are grading me as a journalist, a hard-hitting journalist, I get an F. I'm not going to push.
People vote. Look, it's almost okay. I'll say put a third thing in the pro column. This is Trump saying, "Ha ha, media! I can do anything. I'm going to build a wall. I could pick Zippy the chimp as my vice president, and I'm going to win. Watch me do wheelies to the presidency."
Right. Exactly. That's
and okay, he's going to build a wall. I love him. I'll do everything I can to get him in the White House.
Okay. Well, when we come back, I'm going to continue to talk to the divisive friend of the show, Ann Coulter. We're going to talk about the convention that's coming up. We're going to talk about her new book, which is coming out when?
August 23rd. In Trump We Trust, E Pluribus Awesome.
In Trump We Trust, a curious title. We're going to have to talk about that when we come back. Folks, you're listening to the Eric Metaxas Show. We are at metaxastalk.com. Please tell your friends about the show. I think I need to be more, what's the word? Pathetic? No. More asking of my audience.
I agree. And if I could say, I would specifically like you to tell your, Midwestern Trump fans.
Yeah.
Because you're this bridge between Trump fans and the Christian audience.
We're out of time. We'll be right back with Ann Coulter. In today's digital world, there are so many things we can do. We can shop online. We can use public Wi-Fi. We can even bank online. That is, we can do a lot of things that expose our personal information to identity thieves. But LifeLock believes that you can still feel good about doing all these things because LifeLock can help protect you from identity theft. Unlike free credit monitoring services, which only detect changes in your credit, LifeLock's proprietary technology detects and alerts you to a huge variety of identity threats. And their U.S.-based specialists work to resolve issues if your identity is ever stolen. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you can do a lot more with more peace of mind. Membership starts at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. Enrollment takes minutes and protection starts immediately. Call 1-800-836-6010 or visit lifelock.com now and use promo code METAXAS, that's METAXAS, to save 10% on your membership. Call 1-800-838-6010, lifelock.com. For Christians who run a business in these challenging times, there's an event that you and your spouse must attend this September. It is at the luxurious Ritz-Carlton in Sarasota, Florida, and hundreds of CEOs and business leaders from across the nation will be there to hear from and mingle with other well-known Christian business leaders like George Barna, Horst Schulze, the founding president of Ritz-Carlton, and former Miami Dolphins and Marlins owner Wayne Huizinga Jr., and others. So go to fcci.org and book this conference for you and your spouse. Become a member before you register, and you save 20% off the conference. Plus, you enjoy a ton of exciting benefits given to members of the Fellowship of Companies for Christ International. At this annual event, America's top Christian business leaders will show you how to let their faith, your faith, influence your employees, customers, vendors, even your competition. It's just a few weeks away, September 18th through 22nd. There are only a few seats remaining. Reserve a place for you and your spouse right now by going to fcci.org FCCI.org. The Fellowship of Companies for Christ International, FCCI.org.
Okay, that's the last step. All done.
Wait, what are these screws for?
Following instructions can turn just about anyone into a sailor. But with Blinds.com, self-installation doesn't have to be a four-letter word. Whatever your level of confidence in following instructions, the online process makes it easy, and you can even talk to a Blinds.com design consultant. They'll walk you through every step to make sure you get it right. When you order custom blinds from Blinds.com, they come with a 100% satisfaction guarantee, which means if you mismeasure, or pick the wrong color, or screw anything up with your order, they'll remake your blinds for free. You want samples? Free. Shipping? Free. Get made-to-order custom blinds without paying custom prices at Blinds.com today.
Fabulous.
And now through August 2nd, save 20% off your entire order. Go to Blinds.com and use promo code MEDVED to save 20% off site-wide, but only until August 2nd. That's Blinds.com, promo code MEDVED. Blinds.com, promo code MEDVED. Rules and restrictions may apply. See Blinds.com for details.
Hello, I'm Tirza, a student at Hillsdale College. Here is Hillsdale President Larry Arnn on the basis of the rights our founders fought for in the Revolution and secured in the Constitution.
The American Republic's meaning and proper method of operation is to be found in two documents, in the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. That's about 5,000 words of text. That's not very much. They're simple, they're beautiful, they can be understood and be retained. A human being is a certain kind of thing and requires to be treated in a certain way. A human being is a thing that has rights, and those rights are inalienable according to the Declaration. You've got to respect them. And it also follows that given the kind of thing a human being is, government needs to be organized in certain ways. And I think that is the argument of the American Revolution.
This Constitution Minute was brought to you by Hillsdale College. To receive a free pocket Constitution and Declaration, go to constitutionminute.com.
Eric Metaxas Show. I'm talking to Ann Coulter. Yes, the Ann Coulter, the divisive firebrand Ann Coulter, the woman who called Katie Couric Eva Braun.
The affable Eva Braun.
The affable Eva Braun of morning TV.
Yes.
Okay, Ann, we've got so much to talk about. First of all, the convention is next week.
I know. I can't wait.
You're going to be there.
Yes.
I'm going to be there. A lot of people are going to be there.
Yes.
So many people are going to be there that there's no hotel rooms within 25 miles of them, unless you had some crazy connection.
I heard you say that. I think it's farther than 25 miles.
Oh, you think it's farther?
Well, hilariously, I believe the convention, the state hotels, which is probably the way to do it, they're based on whether, you've ever voted for a Republican president. So the California delegation is like 2 hours out.
Really?
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, though I'm speaking to the California convention. I think I am at one of the morning meetings. I'm on the speakers list. And at first I was turning down the speaking to the delegates on the grounds that for some reason they all have to have breakfast meetings. I'm tired.
You know something?
I
It's
can't
funny
get
you
up
say
early.
that. I was asked if I wanted to speak to the Texas delegation at breakfast, and I thought, breakfast? Why?
Well,
Don't
because
they have
that's
lunch?
the one where they all go.
I know.
The rest of the day, it's hard to track them down.
I hope, my favorite state to talk to would be Texas, so I
Yeah.
hope it works out. Okay, but the convention, now we know that the Trump, the VP for Trump is Mike Pence. So he's not an exciting choice. Let's put it that way. I would say he's not an exciting choice. Is that why you think Trump would have picked him? Because people expect Trump to pick some...
I can't imagine. But whomever he's getting advice from now...
Don't you think somebody said to him, oh, you need to shore up your, conservative establishment bona fides. You maybe need to help
get somebody who could help with the Ohio vote. You don't think that that's...
He's from Indiana.
Yeah, but isn't that...
Are they all losing IQ points? No, don't lure me into talking about this.
But it's next to Ohio.
Yeah, and Kansas is out there too. And by the way, that doesn't work anymore. This is like 20 years ago, back before we had a national media. People still, this is a general point. I'm not attacking
this is not Lyndon
VP.
Johnson brings us Texas. Okay.
It absolutely isn't. We have a national media now. Bush chose, Cheney from Wyoming. And by the way, I believe there was an issue about Cheney actually living in Texas. He had to, claim his residence as his hunting lodge. Clinton chose Gore. Arkansas and Tennessee. We don't do the balancing anymore, but for some reason, laymen are still wedded to this idea. And in any event,
maybe Pence will pull an Eagleton. I love the fact that I could refer to something that happened in 1972, an Ann Coulter lapse. And all of those of you who didn't get the joke, you're going to have to go and Google Eagleton.
He's trying to cheer me up.
I'm trying to cheer you. Okay. Well,
I think it won't matter. That's the happy arg. And by the way, you only told me this because one of us overslept today.
Yeah.
Right before we went on air, so I haven't had time to prepare my game face on the Pence issue.
I'm glad. This is radio. You don't have to prepare anything. Honestly, you did oversleep today. I rode the subway down with Ann Coulter, ladies and gentlemen. We live in the same neck of the woods. And I waited in Ann's lobby for 45 minutes.
This is so embarrassing.
Oh, it was embarrassing for me because the guys were looking at me like I'm some kind of a suitor. They don't realize I'm a married man just doing a favor for a friend, picking her up to ride the subway down with her. And but anyway, we made it down here.
It's been a long week. I was starting to tell you on our subway ride, but we got lost talking about other things. You're one of the few people who will understand this. I flew in from LA late Sunday night. On Tuesday, I normally don't book anything because that's when I write my column. And I put a lot of work and research. I like to say something new in my columns. Anyway, I had agreed a long time ago to do a debate at Comedy Cellar. And it was for Tuesday.
A debate?
It was fantastic. We'll get back to that.
Where's the Comedy Cellar?
Oh my gosh, it's the best comedy club in the country.
Well, married people don't go to comedy clubs.
You got to come to this one. You should come with me sometime. It's fantastic.
Okay.
I mean, Dave
I don't know
Chappelle
what city is it in?
It's down in the Village. Dave Chappelle will just walk in and do stand-up.
Really?
Colin Quinn is a regular, but they're up and coming columnists.
I saw him at the dermatologist the other day.
Which one?
Colin Quinn.
Oh, isn't he great?
Yeah.
He must have to go all the time.
I don't understand why
he has that
was there.
Irish skin. No, he's probably getting like skin cancer every year. So anyway, I already had this debate that was going to on the day. I never like to do anything, which is fine. But then my friend Sherrod Small, one of the comedians I know from Comedy Cellar, he has a new show coming out on A&E called Black and White, and they were doing the first 5 episodes. He wanted to have me on, but I've been in LA finishing my book. And they had to do that Tuesday. They actually moved the taping early for me. So now the day I like to do nothing, and I'm still on LA time, Tuesday morning, I have to get up, go tape this Black and White show, which was fun, fantastic. I think it may run next week during the convention. And then go do the Comedy Cellar debate and then get home at 1 a.m. and write my column. Okay, now to throw everything else into the mix, guess what day my page proofs were due? Which I got before flying back.
Right, and most
on
people
the self-same Tuesday.
But most people who are not writers, authors, they don't understand what is a page proof.
It's the very, very last copy of your book that you're not allowed to make a lot of changes to because every little change costs money. So you could change the word, and to the if there was a mistake like that. But you have to go through, instead of on the computer this time, you go through the actual pages of the book looking for errors. I did try to insert 2 footnotes, which you're really not supposed to do. But I added the note that if you have to, you can combine these footnotes. If you really have to, you can just cut them all together. This book has, I tried to footnote stuff, but it was written quickly, so it has fewer footnotes than usual. On the first page, I have a string
people
of,
do not expect a book with awesome in the title to have footnotes. You probably didn't realize that. But speaking as a consumer and a reader, if awesome is in the title, I'm not looking for footnotes. So, okay, but so the book we're talking about here, for you, this was like a quickie book. You wrote this like in record time.
Yeah. I've done a few books. High Crimes and Misdemeanors was done quickly, and Mugged was done quickly. This was probably the fastest, largely because even though I wanted to do it, I think I first started thinking about it in February, because all I'm the only person losing money trying to put Trump in the White House, which is why he really should be forced to listen to me.
Right.
on things like vice presidential choices. Anyway, so I was thinking about it, but I wanted to work to make sure he was the nominee. So whenever there was a primary, I'd go to that state and maybe introduce him, do radio. I'm like his shadow groupie.
Right.
and then, you know,
but you're
I
not racist like he is, right?
It's amazing
so
that
glad
they
to
cannot
hear
stop that.
I have to tell you, friends of mine, real friends of mine, people that I love and respect, say that, but he's a racist. And I say, listen, trust me on this. If I thought he were racist, I would never, ever, you'd never hear the end of it if I actually thought he was racist.
You're being too earnest about it. They
I'm an
say
earnest
this
person.
when they say it, have nothing else to say.
No.
But the fact
We're
that
not
they
talking,
are trying it with Trump.
We're not talking about the liberal media. We're talking about friends of
Very
mine.
suggestible people listening to the liberal media.
Right.
They haven't noticed that this is what's said about the Republican every 4 years, their entire lives.
Yeah. Well,
that's all they ever say.
Trump's
and I might add, I'm sorry, the only reason America cares about racism, look, we're kind to all people, or try to be, obviously newcomers of all kinds. You know, the Poles were called bohunks, and the Irish mix. Yeah, okay, there might be a little roughness involved, but that's a whole order of business different from being brought here as slaves and Jim Crow and official discrimination practiced by the Democrats. The only reason we are also sensitive to racism is because of African Americans and the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow.
Yeah.
But now everybody's grabbing onto it. The gays call, marriage a civil rights issue. My gender, it's a civil rights issue, equal pay. You have the Mexicans and the Muslims. Everybody's trying to piggyback.
The term bigot is a stand-in for racist.
Anything other than a white heterosexual male, American male.
Right.
All it is an anti-white male movement, unless you go back to the original conservative Republican understanding of this, and that is blacks have a special, African Americans have a special place in American history.
Right.
It's something completely different to say, would you have a club that wouldn't admit blacks? No, you would not.
Right.
Any other group?
Yeah.
Fine, have at it. It's a free country.
That's right. That's interesting. I was just, I was mentioning to you that I was talking to Mark Oppenheimer of the Times about Trump and Gingrich. When we come back, we'll talk more about this. But he was saying that Gingrich had said that we should interview every Muslim in America, which I found crazy. Like, I can't believe that he actually said that, or is he speaking hyperbolically? Sometimes people say stuff for effect.
This is why there's one person Pence is better than. Newt Gingrich.
Ladies and
At least
gentlemen.
he's not Newt.
Okay, well, the good news, folks, we got a lot of good news today. And number one, Gingrich is not it.
Yeah.
Gingrich is not the pick. We'll be back with Ann Coulter. Stick around.
With SRN News, I'm Rich Thomason in Washington. President Obama has ordered flags at U.S. government installations, including embassies and consulates abroad, to be flown at half-staff for the next 4 days. This in memory of the victims of the truck attack in France that killed at least 84 people, including 2 Americans. Indiana Governor Mike Pence says he's excited and humbled by Donald Trump's decision to select him as his running mate. Pence spoke to reporters briefly as he left his Midtown Manhattan hotel earlier today. Speakers at Alton Sterling's funeral have been calling for justice in the shooting death of the 37-year-old black man at the hands of 2 white police officers in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. On Wall Street, the Dow is up about 15 points, the Nasdaq trading 2.5 points lower. More details at srnnews.com.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a SelectQuote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-423-4557. That's 1-800-423-4557. 1-800-423-4557. 4557 or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop, you save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price can vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors not available in all states.
Ever notice that the last three letters in American spell can? Maybe that's why we want to say we can shop online, we can use free Wi-Fi, and we can give our social security number and other personal information to our bank if we want to. But the fact that we can do all of those things exposes personal information that can lead to identity theft. At LifeLock, we believe you have the right to be free to do everything you do every day. So we use proprietary technology to detect and alert you to a huge variety of identity threats. And we have a US-based team who will work to resolve issues if your identity ever is stolen. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you can live with more peace of mind. Membership starts at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. And if you become a LifeLock member now, you can get 10% off. Go to LifeLock.com and enter promo code SMART. LifeLock.
I am the man of constant sorrow. I've seen trouble all my days.
Ain't it the truth, folks? Ain't it the truth? This is the Eric Metaxas Show. Before I continue my conversation with Ann Coulter, I have to tell you about a product that is one of our sponsors. And if I didn't believe in it, it wouldn't be one of our sponsors. It's called Relief Factor. The website is relieffactor.com. Lots of people suffer from chronic pain, and you'll try anything, pills, creams, there are patches. A lot of them have a level of toxicity. If you take certain pills that are, sort of harmless, but if you take them over months and years, it's not good for you. Relief Factor is 100% natural. It's a research-based formula created to attack the root cause of inflammation that triggers chronic joint, back, and muscle pain. It doesn't just mask the pain, it triggers the root cause. So if you go to relieffactor.com, you can get their quick start pack for $19.95. The quick start pack is $19.95, and that will give you enough to figure out if this is something that works for you. It is natural, relieffactor.com. Okay, folks, we're going to return to my conversation with Miss Ann Coulter. Ann Coulter, now you're not happy about the pick of Pence as Trump's VP, but
I'm not discussing it.
Paul Ryan, I just saw on the news crawl above your head that we didn't call the exterminator, so there's a news crawl right above your head. Paul Ryan called Pence a good movement conservative. Now, doesn't that sound like an X-Lax commercial? He's a good movement conservative. Wouldn't you like to be a good movement conservative?
And they've done such great things for us.
I just don't understand what a good movement conservative means.
It means a sellout. Oh, no. I mean, I'm not saying that's what Pence is. He might not be. I'm not commenting on Pence today because he's now the wife, not just the fiance.
Right, so we can't criticize.
So we should talk about the other thing, the reasons we are voting for Trump. If we're going to talk about Trump.
Well, I want to say to you,
let's get off this subject.
You've been very pro-Trump from the beginning. I really, until the primaries were through, I was saying that whoever the nominee is, I believe we have to vote for it. And people freaked out at me saying, "You mean you'd vote for Trump?"
They're idiots.
And then when I actually, I would say quite
they're fakers.
I quite tepidly endorsed Trump. It wasn't a full-throated, this is the next
like
Ronald Reagan,
have.
right? Like you have, right? But I simply said that I think we have an obligation to keep Hillary Clinton out of the White House. So my vote, if anything, is a never Hillary vote. And I'm trying to tell everybody, you need to vote.
No, it shows what fakers these people are. If they give, two thoughts to abortion, to gun rights, to anything that, movement conservatives claim to care about. You're looking at 9 Ruth Bader Ginsburgs on the Supreme Court. That's it for everything. And for Pete's sake, we all went out and voted for John McCain, who wanted to destroy the country with amnesty. We went out and held our noses and voted for George Bush. And look, if you can't do that, do what I did when John McCain was running, and you work on the Senate and the House races. Because not only is Trump going to need it, but you're going to need them to block Hillary. Okay, we'll take care of your job is going to be the salad and the side dish, and we'll take care of the turkey. But if you care about the country, that's what you work on. Make sure Trump has a Republican House and a Republican Senate. But no, really what they care more about than any issues, the country itself, sovereignty, gun rights, freedom, what they care more about than that is being praised by the media. Because they're respectable conservatives. Yeah. Oh my gosh, the desire of the people on our side to be praised by the media.
I would say it's our biggest problem, because if people stood up against this kind of silliness, the crazy side would really not stand a chance. But right now, I mean, I just find it extraordinary that people don't seem to see that Hillary, even if Hillary were better on the issues, she is someone who is, I think, demonstrably corrupt. And when I say corrupt, I took a lot of heat also for in my book. I talk about character and stuff. Really what I mean principally, okay, it's not that other things don't count, but principally when you're talking about character in a democracy, you need leaders who give the voters the impression that they actually care about the country, not about lining their pockets, not about looking out for their own power, that when push comes to shove, they will do the right thing for the country, for the people who voted for them, and not do what a corrupt person does, which is to say, I don't care, I'm going to line my pockets, I'm going to take care of my own, whatever. Hillary Clinton doesn't pass that test.
No, look at the Clinton Foundation alone. What 90% of the money they collected went to pay their own salaries, to pay for their own travel on nice private planes, to pay for their own hotel rooms. It was 90% spent on them, 10% on the charity. Just look at that alone.
Well, this is what I've been saying, is that if you understand what you're dealing with in a Hillary Clinton presidency, you have to really think that even if you cannot stand Trump, you have to consciously figure out, would he be worse than Hillary Clinton? If you think he would, I disagree violently. But if you do, I get it. But how can anyone think that when you understand that Hillary Clinton is going to elect people like Ruth Bader Ginsburg to the Supreme Court? That's the end of America. You're going to have an activist judiciary. I
think it will be the end, because she will work directly with Paul Ryan unless the great primary opponent Paul Nehlen takes him out on August 9th, which I hope he does. But we know that Paul Ryan is 100% for amnesty. 100% for transforming America into a different country, more like France has been experiencing. You can see the new country they're foisting on us. Well, that's 100% Paul Ryan, and Hillary has already said the first thing she wants to do is reach out to the Republicans and pass amnesty. She said that. Well, she said immigration, but, comprehensive immigration reform, that's one of many, many euphemisms for amnesty. It's the first thing they're going to do. The country will be overwhelmed, more than it already is, with the third world. We'll never win anything again. I look to France, look to California to your future.
See, this is what I'm saying, is like, people don't seem to understand this is real. You're not just saying this is going to happen.
And it may be over already. I don't think it is.
Well, I mean, again.
But this is the election that's going to tell us. Have they already overwhelmed the country with so many ringers coming in, collecting welfare and block voting for the Democrats, that no Republican, maybe we already are California.
Folks, we're going to be right back with Ann Coulter. It's the Eric Metaxas Show. Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs.
While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
It's happening to you every night. One snores, and the other can't sleep. It seems like there's no end to it. But now, there is a quick, easy, and natural solution. Snore Stop. It is the #1 selling brand in the U.S. for non-apneic snoring. The new Snore Stop system is not another annoying device. It is the ultimate anti-snoring solution because it combines sprays and tablets to target all 3 locations where snoring occurs. Your risk-free trial is only available by calling 877-SNORE-STOP or 877-766-7378.
Thank you, Snore Stop. You saved my marriage.
Don't wait. Try Snore Stop today and make every night a better night for both of you.
Thanks, Snore Stop. Now I'm back in the bedroom.
The Snore Stop system works or your money back. Don't wait. Call now for this limited time offer and get free shipping and handling. 877-SNORE-STOP or 877-766-7378.
She was thrown out of a pickup truck.
Somebody threw him out of a car and shattered his leg.
They found her walking on the streets.
Many have been abused, malnourished, eating garbage.
Scabs, itching, licking, missing fur.
There's this commercial on TV that the ASPCA does. They want you to send in $19 a month for a dog in the shelter. I think you should go and adopt a dog from the ASPCA and then get that dog on Dinovite. DINOVITE.com.
You don't need to spend thousands on vet bills.
The answer is nutrition.
The omega-3 fatty acids.
Flaxseed, zinc, alfalfa,
the digestive enzymes that are cooked out of regular dog food.
When you rescue a dog, you've got to feed him right for life. Every rescue deserves at least 90 days of Dinovite.
859-428-1000.
859-428-1000.
Dinovite is nutrition.
Dinovite for life.
DINOVITE.com.
Somewhere beyond the sea, somewhere waiting for me, my lover stands on golden sands and watches the ships that go sailing somewhere beyond the sea.
Hey, it's the Eric Metaxas Show. We're talking to Ann Coulter. Ann, what's the good news? Newt Gingrich is not going to be the vice president.
That's the good news.
Are you happy about that?
I'm so happy.
And tell me why.
Good choice.
Tell me why. Why do you not? Why would you not have liked Gingrich? Because many people were hoping it would be Gingrich. You have to educate. Not everybody is as up on this stuff as you are. So.
Okay, but just before I begin, you don't have to spend all day reading and obsessing over politics. I don't require that of people. I know they, unlike me, have lives and little league games and wives and children and they have to do things. But if you don't do that, just hang on my every word and stop making stupid mistakes. Because you get the worst of all possible. It's actually not worth me spending time attacking Gingrich. It's not Gingrich, but I will say briefly, I mean, why bother? I don't like attacking other Republicans unless I have to. But I will put it in a gentle way. You get the worst of both worlds with Newt Gingrich. I was forced to write about it quite a bit when he was running for president, if anyone cares to go up and back and look up the articles from 2012. You get the image of this angry right-winger, but then he's constantly selling us out and never accomplishing anything.
So that's kind of the worst of both worlds.
The reverse. Yeah. I want, speak softly, carry a big stick. Right. With Gingrich, you're throwing out the baby and keeping the bathwater. Right. over and over. And look at this. Look at the Muslim ban right now. I mean, I will get back to what happened in Nice now. A couple of things. One is, wow, that Muslim. The pause in Muslim immigration is looking good now. And when you consider all the other alternatives and the stupid things people say, as you say, I mean, after Charlie Hebdo, oh, that's so weird. But we ran out onto the streets holding candles. We made our hashtags, I am Charlie Hebdo. Why didn't that stop the next terrorist attack? And then you have, and Newt Gingrich isn't the only one. I mean, this was, I believe, Cruz's suggestion and a few others. No, let's just investigate them when they're here. Well, no, we have a finite amount of public money to be spending on things. There are right now today more than 1,000 investigations of immigrants we have brought in, investigating them for terrorism. Do you realize how much money this is costing the country? And does it work? No, we still have the nightclub shooting in Orlando. They investigate and then say, go on your way anyway.
Right.
I know. Let's stop bringing them in. Yeah. How about that for a plan?
Well, it's interesting because I think what I don't get is liberals are horrified by, let's call it, theologically conservative points of view. So you would think that liberals would be the enemies of serious Muslims, radical Muslims, but somehow
because they both hate America.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
That's 9/11 won them over.
There's it's so harsh.
It's true.
But what else is there to say?
It's true.
I know.
Oh, for Pete's sake, it's unbelievable. And actually, I write a lot about that in my next book and about Trump's Muslim ban and what he's up against in Trump We Trust, E Pluribus Awesome, out August 26th.
You know, and as your friend, you're going to get a lot of criticism for the title in Trump We Trust because you've put Trump in the place of God.
I haven't. It's an expression. If I said Trump the Beautiful, I am not putting Trump in the place of America.
Right.
I'm using an expression.
It's a kind of a joke. You're a jokey person. People don't realize that about you.
I think they realize it.
No, just go with this. They don't realize it.
No, the Mark Gersons, whom we have not discussed enough. Mike, whatever. See, that's what I mean. It's always these, as you call them, fussy Christians, and they're always the ones you never really liked. You have to be persuaded. No, really, he's on our side, and you think, this guy's kind of a dork. Okay, he's on our side, and he's the first one to sell out the conservative movement to be respected.
Well, there are a number of people who have been more vocal than others against Trump. Mike Gerson has been dramatically vocal on the issue.
And my longtime fave of sucking up to the New York Times, Russell Moore.
Yeah.
Because wasn't that what Jesus commanded? Be very concerned about the opinion of the world. Very, very concerned. Do not worry about the one who can destroy both the body and the spirit. Don't worry about that. What you want is the good opinion of the New York Times. That certainly drives my life.
Well, I'm sure that were Russell Moore here, he would defend himself and say that he's not. It's not about that for him.
And then he'd call it into the New York Times.
Because I like Russell Moore, I have not read him on this subject. Because I guess I would find it a little depressing. So, but
it's not just this subject. He's always been like this.
Well, I don't know him very well, except I did have him on the show, and he's written a wonderful book. But I do think that at some point, I want to know, what do those folks say? In other words, the Never-Trumpers were hoping that the convention, something would happen. Now that door is also shut.
It's been shut since he gave the Mexican rapist speech. He's the nominee. He was the nominee from that moment.
No, look. Yes, but what I'm saying is, even if you were one of those people holding out hope that something could happen at the event, at the convention, now that door is shut. So I want to say to those people, what are you
it's a binary choice
to do?
Right. Are you going to do what Ann says? You're in charge of the side dishes. We take care of the turkey, work on the House and the Senate races. Okay, you don't have to say anything. You can be like me with Mike Pence. You will not say anything about that subject. You deal with getting, Toomey reelected and Kelly Ayotte and even John McCain. And by the way, these are Republicans. Well, I I like Toomey. I don't love him. I like Toomey. I do not like Kelly Ayotte. You know, the one worst vice presidential choice than even Newt would have been John McCain. This year, I say vote for the Republican. Because Trump is going to need a Republican Senate to get his Supreme Court nominees through. And in any other world, I'd be totally against McCain. No, this is what I care about. If you care, you should be supporting Trump. But they don't care. They don't care, Eric Metaxas. They care about their good opinion with the New York Times.
I think we need to listen to a little Elton John. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back with Ann Coulter's The Eric Metaxas Show. Stick around, please.
In a little cantina that the boys had found. I was desperate to dance just to take the local sound. When along came a senorita, she looked so good that I had to read.
Did you know there's an approved healthcare choice just for Christians that's founded on the timeless principles in God's Word? It's not insurance. It's MediShare. Over 189,000 believers across America who love God and share each other's healthcare bills. It's about half the cost of health insurance, and you never pay for medical practices that go against your Christian beliefs. Best of all, the healthcare law includes a special provision for MediShare members, so you don't have to buy insurance or face penalties. MediShare is affordable healthcare without compromise.
Learn how thousands of Christians can help you save on your health care. For your free information guide, call 855-PSALM-11. Not available in Montana. MediShare, affordable biblical health care. Call 855-PSALM-11. That's 855-PSALM-11.
With SRN News, I'm Rich Thomason in Washington. President Obama vows the U.S. will stand with France, America's oldest ally, in the wake of the deadly terrorist truck attack in Nice. 84 people were killed. Mr. Obama notes 2 of the victims were Americans.
A family from Texas, a father and young son, just 11 years old, who were there on vacation. Their family, like so many others, are devastated.
More than 200 people injured, with 25 of them in critical condition. The attack was carried out by a French citizen of Tunisian descent. Republican National Committee Chairman Reince Priebus giving a thumbs up to Donald Trump's choice of Indiana Governor Mike Pence as a running mate. On Wall Street, ahead of the closing bell, the Dow is up about 9 points. The Nasdaq is down 5, and the S&P is off 2 points. This is SRN News.
Miracles are God's way of letting us know He's here.
From the producers of Heaven is for Real, Miracles from Heaven, based on the incredible true story.
So you're telling me it healed her? Yes. That's impossible.
If you don't believe in miracles, you will after watching this film, says The Insider.
He told me I'd be fine. Who told you you'd be fine?
Miracles from Heaven, starring Jennifer Garner. Own it now on Blu-ray, DVD, and digital HD. Rated PG.
After a rough day on the range, a feller can get a bit saddle sore. That's why I use Blue Emu Original Super Strength Cream. It works fast and penetrates deep to soothe my tired muscles and joints.
And he don't stink.
And I'll tell you one thing, I had no idea this stuff was so darn handy.
Blue Emu Original Super Strength Cream. Available at all major retailers. It works fast for long-lasting soothing of tired muscles and joints.
And you won't stink.
Hey folks, it's the Eric Metaxas Show. We just have a few more minutes with the great Ann Coulter. Ann Coulter, before we go anywhere, we've got to talk about the funniest thing that I read this week. A tweet by Donald Trump. Donald Trump tweeted after Ruth Bader Ginsburg made her utterly impolitic, disqualifying comments. I mean, it is, if ever you needed proof that she needs to leave.
Yeah.
But he tweets something about she's disgraceful, whatever. Her mind is shot. She should resign. Just the phrase, her mind is shot, is so funny. Because you could say anything else. You could say she's unqualified, but he goes right to her mind is shot. She should resign. And I thought only a New Yorker somehow would. Anyway, I just had to say, it's the funniest thing I read.
Very, very funny.
Oh, it's hilarious.
And whenever you think he has said something outrageous, I write about some of them in my book that on closer examination, it's complete nonsense. And,
what is?
A lot of the attacks on him and things he said right now, you're probably thinking to yourself, as I did with at least one retweet he sent, well, you take the rough with the smooth, he defends himself, he doesn't back down, he's going to bring up all this stuff that no other Republican would bring up. And okay, so, it's great that we get this direct, unfiltered look at Donald Trump's mind, the way he just tweets. He will take, talk about freedom of the press. You're from the press? Want to talk to Donald Trump? Sit down.
Right,
Come in. Give me a call. He is the most accessible person, and that's great. But sometimes, but a lot of the things that you probably think were mistakes on closer examination were not mistakes, and some of the famous ones I do go through in my book. But the other thing that's done to him, and it's done to me all the time, which is why I'm sympathetic to it, is things that are obviously jokes that you can see in the context of it that it is a joke, or maybe not even a joke, but a flip remark of some sort, and it will be twisted slightly. Certain words will be dropped. It will be repeated with all kinds of nonsense around it. And once they have created the architecture around the joke, when you go back and try to read the joke or the comment or whatever it was without the architecture, you can't help having that architecture in your brain. So they have colored it in a way where if you just heard it as it was said to begin with, it is not at all what they say, he said, or I said. And they do this to me all the time. And it drives me crazy. Just don't trust anything.
Well, it's begun even to happen to your humble correspondent. I have to say, it's very dismaying if it hasn't happened to you before, because you say, wait a minute. I mean, Pete Wehner in the New York Times said that I was gushing about Trump. I thought, yes, I have said that people should vote for Trump, but I have not yet gushed about him. Where did you get that from?
That's just an insulting word.
It turns out that I was sort of joking. I said something about being at that Trump evangelicals event. I said, I was there, all caps, right? Like, I'm sort of joking.
No, gushing is always an insult. It's like being part of an ilk. There are certain words.
Yes, ilk.
You never want to be gushing. That's, you're a little schoolgirl gushing.
Right.
No, men don't gush. Yes. No, it's one of these subtle insult words.
But it was just so strange because I thought that's simply not true. But now everyone's reading it in the New York Times, and so they assume that it's true. Folks,
not me. I read it in the New York Times and assume it's not true.
Right. That's the show, and thanks for being my guest.
Great to be here.
Folks, that is the show. Thank you for listening. Please send this to all your friends. Thank you very much.
We are country at its best with a blend of yesterday's memories. WCAB, Rutherfordton.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Patrick Cross. Turkey state-run news agency says some 90 people have been killed in an attempt to overthrow the country's president. The senior Turkish official says more than 1,500 military personnel have been detained across Turkey as the government cracks down on the attempted coup. President Obama, meanwhile, is voicing support for the democratically elected government in Turkey.
The White House issued a statement saying the president urges all parties in Turkey to support President Erdogan's government. He urges people to show restraint and avoid any violence or bloodshed. The president spoke by phone with Secretary of State John Kerry, who says the U.S. views with gravest concern the events unfolding in Turkey.
White House correspondent Greg Cluxton. President Obama is vowing to stand by America's oldest ally, France, in the aftermath of Thursday's deadly truck attack in Nice.
We will not be deterred. We will not relent. We're going to keep working together to prevent attacks and defend our homeland. We are going to keep taking out ISIL leaders and pushing ISIL back in Syria and Iraq.
84 people were killed. Indiana Governor Mike Pence is the choice for Donald Trump's running mate. Meanwhile, Republican National Committee Chairman Reince Priebus says the people who don't support Trump aren't backing anyone else.
There is no other candidate. I mean, that was one of the problems that this Never Trump issue had last night. Who is the other candidate? What VP nominees are you vetting? We're voting next week on Tuesday or Wednesday. What money are you raising? Where is this person?
Chicago Cubs open the second half of the Major League season Friday with a 6-0 win over visiting Texas. Cubs shortstop Addison Russell says it would be great if his team got off to a hot start of the second half.
That would be really nice. Definitely, for sure, if we come out hot, that'd be, it'd be a lot easier down the long haul.
Cubs lead the National League Central by 8 games. More of these stories at townhall.com.
Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Posting your job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all the top job sites. And now you can. With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job to 100-plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with a single click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll in to ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calls to your office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person fast. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by over 400,000 businesses. And right now, listeners can try ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/America. That's ZipRecruiter.com/America. One more time. To try it for free, go to ZipRecruiter.com/America.
South Korea's prime minister received a hostile reception Friday from people angry at the deployment of a missile defense system in the area.
A few days ago, South Korea announced it would deploy the missile shield in Seongju, a quiet rural county which up until now had been better known for growing watermelons. The Prime Minister went there to explain the government's decision, but he faced an agitated crowd of local people who jeered and threw eggs and water bottles. The Prime Minister hid behind umbrellas held up by bodyguards and retreated to the safety of a local government building. North Korea, China and Russia all opposed the deployment. This protest also shows the anger of the people who live near it.
That's the BBC's Michael Bristow. In a move to tighten state control over religious discourse, Egypt has launched a campaign to force Muslim clerics to read standardized government-written sermons at Friday prayers. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. The wildly popular Pokemon Go game is proving to be dangerous.
Ohio police say 2 men in their mid-20s have been arrested for criminal trespassing at the Toledo Zoo. The pair went over a fence near the zoo's tiger enclosure. They were spotted on a security camera walking through the zoo, searching for the smartphone game's cartoon monsters. Meanwhile, firefighters say 2 Southern California men were taken to a hospital with injuries after they fell off an ocean bluff while trying to catch the digital monsters on their cell phones. Greg Clugston reporting.
The federal appeals court says the U.S. Navy was wrongly allowed to use sonar in the nation's oceans that could harm whales and other marine life. The court ruled the National Marine Fisheries Services didn't meet marine mammal protection requirements in 2012, and it granted the Navy permission to use low-frequency sonar in peacetime operations in the world's oceans. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm Patrick Foss.
Hi, Tom Green with a check on your weather going into Saturday. Cloudy, 50% chance of scattered thunderstorms, low around 70. Isolated thunderstorms and a high 90 and a low 70 under partly cloudy skies with a 50% chance of thunderstorms Saturday night. Sunday, partly cloudy, scattered showers and a high around 90. We thank you for tuning to us for the latest in news, sports, and weather. Join Jay Coombs at 6:05 for the Wake Up Call Morning Call Around Report. Great gospel music coming up at 3:30. Running of the Lake Regions 200 from New Hampshire. And then at 6 o'clock, Braves baseball here on AM 590 WCAB Rutherford.
I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jemson weed. I'm back in the saddle again, riding the range once more, toting my old 44, where you sleep out every night and the only law is right. Back in the saddle again, whoopee-tie-I-oh, rocking to and fro. Back in the saddle again, whoopee-tie-I-eh, I go my way. Back in the saddle again. I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jemson weed. I'm back in the saddle again, riding the range once more, toting my old 44, where you sleep out every night and the only law is right. Back in the saddle again, whoopee-tie-I-oh, rocking to and fro. Back in the saddle again, whoopee-tie-I-eh, I go my way. Back in the saddle again.
The Old West is a time and place of the heart. Welcome everyone to another great hour on Chronicle of the Old West Weekly Edition, the country's #1 radio show that's dedicated to the history of our American West, and it's the best of the West. I'm your guide for the hour and the radio voice of the Old West, Dakota Livesay. You're invited to come along with me on a journey into the Old West. We'll ride Mustang ponies, round up some cattle, and then reflect on our day's experience around the campfire. Come along with me to a time of wild men and strong women. Every once in a while, I like to share with you, my friends, the guidelines for the segments we air on our weekly show. So here they are. First, the subject has to involve the history of our American West. We periodically may talk about Eastern events or historical people who were raised in the East, as long as that event or person influenced something that took place in the Old West. Second, I look for people who aren't so scholastic in their presentation that the average person can't understand what they're talking about. And I consider myself an average person. Our two guests in today's show are perfect examples. I have a lot of conversations with authors about their books. The book needs to be nonfiction. Although sometimes they're far from the fact, Western movies are fair game. Western movies are such a large part of our enjoyment of the Old West that I find even the most avid historian enjoys them. Incidentally, we point out where the movie is off target. We are a great supporter of cowboy, or what is becoming to be Western music and poetry, so we try to get cowboy songs and poetry into the show. And the song or poem has to be relevant to the subject discussed. We also talk to poets and singers. If you're a regular, you understand that the conversations are recorded. Sometimes they take place in a studio, other times they are on a phone, and often they're at an event with all kinds of activities and noise going on around us. Both of this week's conversations took place at events. If you listen close, you can hear people in the background. Because of this, the quality of the recording can vary. We engineer them to improve any marginal conversations. And we trust the quality of the subject and the guest will overcome any limitations with the sound. Incidentally, we're always open to suggestions about subjects and people to cover on the show. Now that you know the show's parameters, let's take a look at this week's show. We'll start with a conversation with David Grosset about an event that took place about 40 miles from where we live. It's about the Holbrook Shootout. And the second half of the show, I'll be talking to my good friend Lee Anderson about cowboy guns and horses. But first, how about a word about a publication that will bring the Old West into your living room? Do you enjoy reading about people and events from the Old West? How about reading about the events as they were originally reported in a newspaper that looks like the newspaper in which they were originally reported? How would you like to know what it was like to live during the times of Wyatt Earp, Billy the Kid, and Wild Bill Hickok? If you answered yes, or even thought about answering yes to any of these questions, you need to check out Chronicle of the Old West. Visit our website, www.oldwestnewspaper.com. That's oldwestnewspaper.com, or call us at 888-DOG-JAKE. Thanks, Jake. Chronicle of the Old West is the most authentic Old West publication in existence. You'll find it's as close as you can get to the Old West without a time machine. And you get to visit the Old West every month.
You're listening to Chronicles of the Old West on AM 59 WCAB, Rutherfordton.
You're listening to Chronicle of the Old West Weekly Edition, and I'm your host, Dakota Livesay. I am excited to have with me David Grosset. David is an expert on Commodore Perry Owens. As a matter of fact, people say he looks just like Commodore Perry Owens. Welcome to Chronicle of the Old West.
Thank you very much.
David, give people a little bit of a background as to who Commodore Perry Owens is. And first off, let them know that he was not a naval Commodore.
No, actually, there's a lot of speculation about just his name alone. His whole image is surrounded in a myth. He's most famous for the 2 years he spent as sheriff of Apache County, during which he engaged in a gunfight with the Blevins crew, killing 3 of them and wounding another one in about 30 seconds, single-handed. Great claim to fame, but he was actually a pretty good lawman other than that. Usually he tended to bring his prisoners in alive, but that's actually sort of part of the myth. There's a lot of myth about him, tough to dig through. He was originally born in Tennessee. His mother is the one who named him after the Oliver Hazard Perry Owens, the famous naval commander.
Right.
She was a student of history and thought that would be a good name. And his father was named Oliver Hazard Perry Owens. His father initially wanted to name him named for his father, and the mother said, no, let's just call him Commodore.
Okay.
So I mean, even his very birth is kind of shrouded in a myth. So it just kind of goes on from there forward. His family, right before the Civil War, moved up to Indiana. He ran away, they think about the age of 13 or 14. It's really hard to find any information about his early life. So we're still kind of researching that. He turns up in Oklahoma in about the 1870s. He was actually arrested for peddling whiskey. Went before the famous hanging Judge Parker. From what the documents read, did about a year and was fined about $500.
Interesting.
So, and next place he shows up is New Mexico, and there's big gaps in the historical record there. And it shows up in New Mexico where the famous photo of him was taken with the long hair and the rifle and the Buscadero gun belt, which is kind of one-of-a-kind gun belt.
Right.
Not very common. Then next thing he shows up in Arizona. As far as my knowledge goes, up to this point, he had not yet killed anybody, but he had a reputation anyway.
He was involved in the famous Pleasant Valley Wars, the Graham-Tewksbury feud, yes or no?
Not really. He kind of had a walk-on role, I guess, for
Okay.
lack of a better way to put it. The Blevins crew, there were 4 Blevins brothers. Samuel Houston, who was 13 at the time. Andy Cooper, who was actually a half-brother to the Blevins, the first of the matriarch Blevins boys. There was also a Hamp Blevins, who was killed in the war. And there was John Blevins, who was one of the ones who was shot at Holbrook gunfight. Owens really kind of tried to stay out of it. His job was in Apache County, and most of the Pleasant Valley action was in Yavapai County. The Owens sheriff. Owens pretty much avoided it as much until it started spilling over into his county. Kind of stayed out of it. He was paid more by the ranchers to get rid of rustlers than to solve a feud, so...
Yeah, wasn't he a ranch detective at one time as well?
He did. He worked, when he first got to Arizona, he worked for numerous ranchers, including James Hook. He worked for the stage lines. He did quite a bit for a lot of the ranching. He had a lot of connections. It's one of the reasons, one of the things that got him elected to the post.
Let's take him to that event in Holbrook, Arizona, which Holbrook is located up in northern Arizona, up in what is called the White Mountains area. He had a warrant, and he's going to serve this warrant.
Yeah, he actually had that warrant since the beginning of his term.
Oh, really?
And
Okay.
he was issued, when he first became sheriff of Apache County, he's issued 14 warrants. One of them, just as a side note, was for Ike Clanton and his brother Finn, of Tombstone fame.
Right.
Or infamy, I guess. There was a lot of speculation about he'd actually run into Andy Cooper or Andy Blevins earlier and told him he had a warrant for him. They had actually talked, but he did not serve the warrant at that time. Andy Cooper had a pretty bad reputation. He was a known killer. He was a known rustler and pretty much all-around bad guy. And the speculation was among the townspeople in St. John's, where Owens was based out of, which was a county seat at the time, and in Holbrook, that Owens was actually scared to go up against him.
Oh, interesting.
And so basically came down, the Apache County Council called him before and said, either go arrest this man or we're taking your badge. And so he made the ride up to Holbrook.
And he got off his horse. He has a rifle in one hand, his pistol in the holster. He walks up to the house.
Yeah,
Take us from there.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. He actually stopped to clean his gun at the stable beforehand. He said he'd been out practicing.
Interesting.
And while he was at the stable, Andy Cooper's horse was at the stable. John Blevins came and retrieved the horse while Owens was inside. Somebody saw him, ran in and told Owens. Owens went and retrieved his Winchester from his horse and starts walking up the street. The thing is it was kind of a dicey proposition in that he didn't do any reconnaissance work beforehand. The house was filled, including Andy Cooper was inside, John Blevins was inside, a man named Mose Roberts, whose connection is really kind of unknown why he was there. He may have been a lodger. There's a lot of speculation to that. Sam Houston Blevins, the 13-year-old son, was there. There was also John Blevins' wife, 2 babies, 2 children, Artesima Blevins, basically a house full of women, children, and a family that Owens walked up to. So he didn't really bother to do his reconnaissance, just walked up to the door and knocked on it. And Andy Blevins came to the door, cracked it open, and as he came to the door, John Blevins, there's 2 doors that face onto the porch of the house, and John Blevins came up and opened the other door and sort of peeked out. So Owens had one in front of him and one off to his left, and he told Cooper, basically, I have a warrant for you, and I'm here to serve it. And they had a few words passed between them, and Owens said, it's time to go, and Cooper said, I'm not going, started to bring up his revolver. At that time, Owens stepped back one step, leveled the Winchester at the door from his hip, and shot right through the door, and right through Andy, too. Unfortunately, right behind Andy was John Blevins' wife, who was holding a baby in the arms, and when the bullet passed through Andy, it just splattered her and the entire wall with blood.
Oh.
And so it was just a really messy scene. Within a split second later, in fact, the whole thing happened probably in about 30 seconds, so telling it takes longer than it actually did to happen.
Right.
Andy's brother John lifts his revolver. Owens wheels around, firing from the hip again, and shoots through that door and hits him in the shoulder. At this point, he's kind of like, okay, a little more than he really expected to get. Owens retreated out into the street, as he recalled it, so he could see all sides of the house. There's windows across the front of the house on the right side of the porch, and he saw Andy Cooper moving along the windows, sort of bucking. He had a gun in his hand and sort of bobbing up and down. So he shot him through the wall of the house.
Wow.
And he was expecting to hit him between the shoulder blades. He actually hit him in the thigh. That's something for his aim, I guess. Okay. About that time, one of the windows on the side of the house, the same side as he had just shot through, slides open and a man jumps out with a pistol in his hand. All Owens remembered was that he had a pistol, he didn't have his hat on. It turns out to be Mose Robert. As I said, probably was just a boarder trying to escape the gunfire. Owens levels the rifle at him, takes one shot, goes through his back and out his chest. Mose Roberts stumbles around the corner of the house, goes back in the back door of the house, and collapses in the kitchen, and is pretty much out of the fight. Owens stands there for a moment, and everything seems quiet until Sam Houston Blevins, the 13-year-old, grabs Andy's gun and comes dashing out the front door with his mother right behind him. Owens, seeing somebody with a gun coming at him, levels his rifle and fires one shot, hits the boy square in the chest, and kills him right on the spot. And the boy sort of tumbles back right at his mother's feet. Afterwards, Owens stood there for a moment. Half the town council actually showed up to watch the gunfight.
Really?
They knew it was coming. They were standing across the street at the train depot. This included people like Will Barnes, Frank Watron, who later became sheriff of Navajo County, and 2 justices of the peace, sat there and watched the whole thing occur. They didn't. Watchman went to get a shotgun when it first started. He disappeared, but by the time he got back with his shotgun, the action was all over. But Barnes recalled seeing Owens stand there for a moment, loading cartridges into his Winchester. He stood there, waited. Nothing happened, and he just walked off down the street.
Wow.
And that was just into the sunset. He went down the street, ran into Watron, who was coming up with his shotgun, and Watron asked him, "Is it all over?" And he goes, "Yeah, I think I got them all." And he hopped on his horse and just rode off into the sunset back towards St. John's.
Wow. As a result of that, how many people were killed? How many people were injured?
The youngest boy, Sam Houston, died immediately. Andy Cooper lasted about 8 hours until he succumbed to his wounds. Mose Roberts lasted about a week until he finally died. He actually testified at the coroner's inquest afterward from his sickbed, but he soon died afterwards. John Blevins survived it with the shoulder wound, but he was indicted for shooting at Owens. The indictment came back. He was sentenced to 25 years Yuma Territorial Prison.
Wow.
Later, toward the end of Owens' career, after the indictment, after the sentencing, Owens was charged with taking him to Yuma. Ironic thing, I guess, is that a governor pardoned him on the way, and Owens refused to take him back. He actually dropped him off back in St. John's and made him walk home to Holbrook because he refused to take him. Needless to say, Owens was probably a bit angry, having the guy who took a shot at him being released like that.
Yes.
But he was indeed the last of the Blevins crew.
In my limited research, this was one of the more amazing shootouts where you have one guy against a household of individuals, and the result is 3 of those are dead, 1 of them is injured, and Perry Owens ended up without a scratch.
There's only one shot of the 4 people inside the house. Only John got off a shot. Owens said later he heard the shot go by him. When he went and retrieved Andy's saddle horse, they had tied it to a tree in the front. The bullet went past Owens and killed the horse.
Interesting.
But yeah, that was the only shot they got off, and Owens did walk away. It was pretty spectacular. I mean, considering the famous gunfights like the OK Corral, you're looking at 4 guys against 3, things like this. Is one guy against a house full of known outlaws. This is pretty impressive.
Perry Owens only served 1 term as a sheriff.
That is
he
correct.
did run the second time, did not get reelected. Why was that?
See, he had actually a couple of faults. After that, he was pretty popular. They actually were really impressed with that. Earlier, his deputies had taken out Ike Clanton. So at the first year of his term, he was very popular with the cattlemen who had pretty much got him into office, with the populists for cutting down on the rustling. But unfortunately, his second term, he suffered from a couple of escapes. He wasn't really a good administrator, which is also a big drawback. He was literate, but not very.
Okay.
He could write his name, and I actually have a copy of one of his letters. His spelling is, well, atrocious. But he really wasn't a good administrator. And they also got to the point they didn't need a gunman anymore, and that was really what his fame rested on, was his prowess with his weapon.
David Grosset, thank you very much for joining us here on Chronicle of the Old West. You know, obviously you have a book there in your head and probably on paper as well. We're looking forward to you coming out with it. Thank you, David.
Thank you, sir.
The Due West Trio has a song about that shootout in Holbrook, and in particular, it's about a young man by the name of Sam Blevins.
Sam Blevins, put down that gun. You're just 14 years young. You're no match for the sheriff of the county. He just shot your brothers 3. Now it's only you and me. Son, please stay by my side. Never leave me.
Up in northern Arizona, back in 1888, was a little town called Holbrook, was the county seat. Only wild and untamed cowboys inhabited that town. No women or churches were likely to be found. When Apache County's new sheriff first rode into town, they considered him a dandy as they looked him up and down. He wore his pistol backwards and his hair was long, they say. So Sheriff Owens knew he had to prove himself one day. It was said that the Blevins gang moved into town about then. Owens knew he had to face them. He knew right where and when. So with a warrant in his hand, he set out all alone to take those horse thieves off to jail or send them skyward home. Well, it all happened so quickly, there were many folks who saw the calm of Sheriff Owens as he carried out the law. His Winchester was deadly as he fired from his hip. Justice was served that day from Owens' fingertip. Then from within the sheriff's view, something caught his eye. The youngest of the Blevins boys had seen his brothers die. Sam picked up his brother's gun and made his way outside. Just when he saw the muzzle flash, he heard his mother cry.
Sam Blevins, put down that gun. You're just 14 years young. You're no match for the sheriff of the county. He just shot your brothers 3. Now it's only you and me. Son, please stay by my side. Never leave me. Sam Blevins, put down that gun. You're just 14 years young. You're no match for the sheriff of the county. He just shot your brothers 3. Now it's only you and me. Son, please stay by my side. Never leave me. Son, please stay by my side and never leave me.
That was a song by the Due West Trio. It's entitled The Holbrook Shootout. It's from their CD entitled Legends. And incidentally, that house where the shootout took place is still in existence. It's being used as a senior citizen center. Have you been thinking about going on an overnight pack trip with your horse or mule, or maybe just an extended trail ride, but you don't have the necessary trail and pack equipment? Fret no longer. The Possible Shop has you covered with a complete line of trail and pack supplies. Visit their website, www.possibleshop.com, or call them at 575-625-6762. That's 575-625-6762.
More Chronicles of the Old West after this, right here on AM 59 WCAB, Rutherfordton.
WCAB, news, sports, and today's country hits and yesterday's memories.
Well, I work from 8 to 5, and I listen to you guys and listen to you guys before work and coming home from work and at night.
Family-friendly radio for the foothills. WCAB.
Coming up in the second half of Chronicle of the Old West, I'm going to be talking to Lee Anderson about Old West cowboys. one of the topics we don't cover is where the Cowboys came from. We're going to cover that right now with a song from the Sons of the San Joaquin entitled From Whence Came the Cowboys. Incidentally, the song was written by one of the members, Jack Hanna. And should Jack and the song not mention one of your favorite cowboys from the past or the present? It's because Jack Hanna confessed to me that he selected names more because they worked in with the song as opposed to how famous they are. Here is the Sons of the San Joaquin with From Whence Came the Cowboys.
From whence came the cowboy, the history is plain. He rode out of Europe on a frigate from Spain, Mexico southward and northward he spread. From the gaucho and the Huaso the vaquero was bred. Your everyday cowboy, and oh, what a sight! More dashing and daring than the medieval medieval night.
Rodriguez, Gonzalez, Villalobos, Padrón, Figueroa, Santiago, Alamino, Rascon, Rojas, Senil.
Cowboy, yippee-yi, yippee-yo, come a horseman from history. Yippee-yi, yippee-yay, in all colors he came. Yippee-yi, yippee-yo, and his name still holds mystery. He is a legend, and cowboy's his name. Cowboy's his name. Then into the west from the Civil War days, the white and the black cowboy rode in like a blaze. Some will implore that all cowboys were white. I can tell you from facts, boys, that isn't right. For all of the cowboys that rode a horseback, one for those hombres was sure enough black. Sure enough black.
Bo Ziger, Rick Johnson, Jim Kelly, Jeff Small, Nat Love, Isendard, Charlie Glass, Jim Perry, Bobby Crosland, Bill Pickett.
Cowboy, yippee-yi, yippee-yo, come a horseman from history. Yippee-yi, yippee-yay, in all colors he came. Yippee-yi, yippee-yo, and his name still holds mystery. He is a legend, and cowboy's his name. Cowboy's his name. If you think the cowboy is all said and done, this hombre that's carved out his place in the sun, he isn't gone, and I'm a-telling you, friend, there's more cows and horses than there's ever been. But a cowboy's a cowboy by whatever name, whatever his color, his glory's the same, and his name, like his spurs, has a wonderful sound. Keep your eye on the sunset, 'cause he's still around, he's still around.
Mary Shree, Gary Horton, Buddy Mitchell, Jack Hanks, John Underwood, Randy Riemann, Bill Evans, Jeff Smith, Joel Nelson, Cliff Taylor.
Cowboy, yippee-yi, yippee-yo, come a horseman from history. Yippee-yi, yippee-yay, in all colors he came. Yippee-yi, yippee-yo, and his name still holds mystery. He is a legend, and cowboy's his name. Cowboy's his name. Yippee-yi-yay, yippee-yay, yippee-yay, yippee-yi-yo, yippee-yo, yippee-yo, yippee-yi-yay.
If you missed any part of this morning's Chronicle of the Old West, you can hear it again Sunday night at 11 p.m. right here on AM 59 WCAB Rutherfordton.
You're listening to Chronicle of the Old West Weekly Edition, and I'm your host, Dakota Livesay. I have with me my good friend Lee Anderson. Lee Anderson is an expert on the Old West, and we constantly talk, and he's always giving me different ideas. And Lee, welcome to Chronicle of the Old West.
Well, Dakota, I'm glad to be here.
Lee, we're going to have some fun here. We want to talk about two unique items for the cowboy, tools, I guess you call them, guns and horses.
Yeah, Dakota, guns and horses, they're two of the most misunderstood tools that cowboys used. In fact, one of them, not every cowboy used, and that was a gun. Quite a few of the working cowboys didn't even own a gun.
Is that right?
There's a difference between a working cowboy and the drovers. The drovers moved cattle a long distance to market before there was a convenient way of doing it. They would drive the entire herd. And these guys were covering 2,000, 2,500 miles of territory where there were no roads, no bridges over the rivers, very few towns, and even fewer lawmen. So yes, they carried a sidearm. But the working cowboy on the ranch really didn't have a need for a sidearm. If he needed a gun, he used a rifle. Most of his shooting was done at distance. A wolf isn't going to get up within 20 feet of you so you can shoot it.
Now, the cowboys in the movies, everybody's got a Colt 45. Is that how it was, even with the drovers?
Well, the Colt 45, it's kind of misunderstood. The favored civilian caliber early on was not 45 caliber, it was 44 caliber. 45 caliber was a military round. The model of the gun is called the Single Action Army. It was developed on an Army contract, and the Army specified 45 caliber because they used the 45-70 single-shot rifle. But nobody made a 45 caliber repeating rifle. Winchester made the lever-action repeating rifle in 44 caliber. So Colt made the pistol in 44 caliber, so the man only had to carry one cartridge. He didn't have to carry two of them. Besides that, if you had a 45 caliber pistol and a 44 caliber rifle, the cartridges were almost identical. You could mix them up.
Right.
You jam a 45 caliber cartridge in a 44 rifle, and you got to take the whole gun apart to get it working again. So the 45 early on wasn't all that popular.
But what about the Colt 44?
All right, the Colt Single Action Army in general.
Right.
Okay, according to Colt's production record, by 1890, they had only manufactured 70,000 guns of the Single Action Army. 70,000 is all they had. 35,000 of those were on a military contract. That don't leave very many. Now, the 1890 U.S. Census put 17 million people west of the Mississippi River. 17 million, and they didn't count Indians and Mexicans and blacks. 17 million. At no time were there ever any more than 30,000 cowboys. Now, there were 16,970,000 other people doing something.
Right.
And a lot of them had money. Now, there was only about 40,000 single-action armies for the entire production run of Colt up to that time, and he sent guns all over the world. So we had the population in the East that had a lot of money that could buy guns, a lot of bankers and financial people in the West. Not many of the cowboys really carried a single-action army. Mostly they carried the old cap and ball percussion guns because they were plentiful and cheap.
With the cap and ball being plentiful and cheap, did the cowboys buy used guns usually?
Well, you know, you got to look at it in kind of in today's light. You can buy a brand new single-action army from Colt. They'll make you one. Cost you $2,000. You can go buy a really nice clone for about $400. Brand new. Which one do you suppose most people are going to buy? All right. Back in the 1880s, a Colt single-action army cost $18.50. You could buy an American Bulldog double-action 38 caliber pistol for $1.50, brand new. So which one do you suppose they'd buy when they're making $25 a month?
Yeah, the Bulldog.
Right. Financial matters haven't changed much.
When they were carrying their pistol, did they have a holster?
Well, there was horse pistols, belt pistols, and pocket pistols. A horse pistol was, the Colt Walker was a horse pistol. It was designed to be carried in pommel holsters in the saddle, not on the person. Then a belt pistol was to be stuck in the belt and carried, and a pocket pistol, like it says, in the coat pocket. It wasn't until cowboying became fairly popular, and the drovers, that holsters became popular because if they needed to carry it, they needed to be able to get at it. And a holster was the handiest way to do it. Generally, the working cowboy would carry his pistol in his saddlebags because it was in the way when he was riding a horse, and it was heavy. He didn't need it.
You were explaining a little bit earlier, you're left-handed, as I am, so you have your pistol in a belt holster on your side.
Right.
But you were indicating that most of your working cowboys, if they carried a pistol on their hip, didn't actually carry it on the side of the hand that they favored.
No, and the reason for this, it might sound like it's unrelated, but it's because they did a lot of roping. They carried a pistol up high on the hip, out of the way, but they would usually carry it on the opposite side from the strong hand, like in a cross-draw position, because when you rope a steer, okay, now I'm left-handed, so I would throw the rope off the left side of the horse, it would catch the steer's horns, you'd jerk the slack, you'd take 2 wraps around the saddle horn, and then the horse would turn around to the right, and that rope will lay right across your leg where your gun would be. So the rope would interfere with the gun. By carrying it on the other side, it didn't interfere with the rope. And sitting on a horse, you think about it, when you're sitting in a chair, it's a whole lot easier to pull a gun out on a cross-draw situation than it is pulling it straight up from the hip. So on horseback, it made more sense. These boys were not good shots with a pistol. These working cowboys, they worked 12, 14, 16, 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. When are they going to practice with a pistol? No. It was a close quarters defensive weapon only for a cowboy, and he didn't often need it on the job.
And ammunition was expensive, and these guys were not very high on the pay totem pole.
That's correct. In the 1880s, a box of 44 or 45 caliber cartridges cost you 70 cents for 50 of them. Well, if you're making $25 a month, how many of them are you going to shoot up? Not very many.
Did the rancher ever provide ammunition for his men?
Yes, this was pretty common, and generally the rancher would provide them with a rifle if they needed. A lot of cowboys never owned a firearm. They would use the ranch equipment. It's just like going on the job today. The employer supplies a lot of the equipment. Well, the rancher supplied his horse, and he supplied his firearm if he needed it. The cowboy could, no problem. But generally, it was only the higher paid, the foreman and so on, that could afford to buy a lot of that stuff.
The cowboy movies show every cowboy coming into town with a gun on his hip. I understand that the gun control laws in some towns were a lot more strict back in the 1800s than they are even today.
Yeah, they were. Right here in Arizona, quite a few of the towns had a city ordinance against carrying a firearm. It was also quite often ignored. So, yeah, they did carry them. And quite often they would carry them concealed.
What have we missed on the Cowboys' guns?
Well, I think I was talking to you earlier about the Colt Lightning rifle, the slide action. It's getting real popular with the cowboy shooters. And I've heard it commented before, well, how come the cowboys didn't use more of them? Because it was such a fast repeating rifle. Well, there's 2 big reasons. The first is they didn't need a fast repeating rifle to shoot 1 or 2 shots. And the next one is, you try jamming a slide action rifle into a saddle scabbard. It'll open the action on you. Whereas a lever action, that didn't happen.
We hear that you load a 6-shot revolver with 5 shots, leaving an empty cylinder on the hammer.
Yes.
You had told me earlier that that was something that Colt recommended from the very beginning.
Right from the very beginning with the very first percussion revolvers, the cap and ball revolvers, Colt always said, you can load all 6, but you cap 5. And when it came to the cartridge guns, he always advocated that you load 5 and put the hammer down on an empty. However, even though this has been known for 150 years, we still have people today that'll put 6 rounds in a gun. Yeah, and that's why the government had to make rules that they got to make a gun so it won't go off if you drop it and all that. Well, back then they had people just as dumb as we got them today. They'd put 6 rounds in and there'd be accidents. It's still the safest thing is put 5 rounds in your gun.
What about a single action versus a double action? They had them both.
Well, the single action was a much simpler gun for one thing. Cowboy could take it apart and put it back together. He could replace parts pretty easy. A double action is a pretty sophisticated piece of machinery and a lot of small parts. That's why the military, one of the reasons that they rejected the Smith & Wesson over the single action was because of the small parts. And out in the field, if they had to repair them, if you lose one of them little springs or them little screws, well, you got a useless gun. Along those same lines, the Winchester lever action was far more popular with the working cowboy than the Marlin. And the Marlin is a far better piece of machinery, and people can't understand why. The Marlin is machined too fine for the kind of dirty work a cowboy did. And if you didn't clean it every time you shot it, it could hang up on you. And it would cause premature wear and everything else. Whereas with the Winchester, when you crack the lever, it feels like the action's kind of falling apart. But there was so much open tolerance that it could take snow and mud and dirt and all kinds of stuff and still function. So it was far more reliable under the dirty working conditions of the cowboy.
Does anyone have a question before we move from guns to horses?
Did they do reloading back then?
Oh yes, definitely. There was old reloading tools that they kind of looked like a pair of dentist pliers, and it would decap and resize and press in the bullet. The one tool would do it. Now, something that's interesting: the 44 cartridge is the first reloadable cartridge that was made. That cartridge, the length of it is designed so that it is its own powder measure. You simply scoop it full of black powder, level it off, and push the bullet in, and that packs the powder properly. And if you load them that way, you'll get the most consistent readings on your chronometers that you ever saw. I loaded my old Lightning that way, and we tested 20 rounds, and it never varied more than 10 feet per second out of the 20 rounds.
Right after this short break, we'll be back with Lee Anderson talking about Cowboys' horses. Remember when you were young listening to Gunsmoke, Gene Autry, and Hopalong Cassidy on the radio? You would sit there watching the radio, mesmerized by the drama being acted out. Your imagination actually saw the sheriff's posse chasing the bad guys. Well, those days are gone. Or are they? Galaxy Press has a series of Western audiobooks by L. Ron Hubbard, a man who understood the early West and how to tell a story that mesmerizes the listener. Galaxy Press uses over 75 Hollywood actors and a library of 175,000 sounds to make their old-time radio audiobooks. To order a free catalog of their Wild Wild West collection, give them a call at 877-8-GALAXY. That's 877-8-GALAXY. GALAXY. And remember, great audiobooks make great driving partners.
You're listening to Chronicles of the Old West on AM 59 WCAB, Rutherfordton.
We return now to our conversation with Lee Anderson as we talk about the Cowboys' horses. Let's move on to the horse.
Okay.
Now, I have asked a lot of people, and I'll ask you also, why was it that the cowboy was so revered through the ages when he was the low man on the totem pole as far as income was concerned? I classify him as a 1800s migrant worker, but he was revered as someone special. The answer I keep getting, and to me, the answer that is most logical was the fact that he rode a horse. Throughout history, the knights, the kings all rode horses, and the cowboy rode a horse.
Yeah, historically, the common man did not fool with horses. Now, even in the 1800s, not everybody owned a horse. They were expensive, they ate a lot, they took a lot of room, people in town especially. That's why livery stables were invented. If you needed to get to the next town, you go to the livery stable, you rented a horse or a horse and a rig, and then you would go to the next town. But cowboys were different. A cowboy without a horse is like a pilot without an airplane. He may know how to do the job, but he can't do it without that horse. So, horses were a very important part of it. Now, historically, too, a man on a horse stands literally head and shoulders above other people. Also, a man on a horse has a certain freedom of movement that other people don't. And this is sensed more than anything else. Even today, you see somebody on a horse, and you know they can go anywhere. Up the side of a mountain, they can go through a river. The reason a cowboy rode a horse, A horse can go anywhere a cow can go. And cows can go some god-awful places, trust me. I mean, you wouldn't believe where they can go. You hike around these hills out here, and you'll find little piles of cow droppings everywhere. And it took everything you had to get there. How a cow got there, I don't know.
Did the cowboy use a quarter horse?
Quarter horses did not really come into existence until about the 1940s. There were quarter-type horses, but originally what the cowboys had in the early 1800s were these Spanish Mustangs that ran wild. And they'd have them gather up, and they'd have one cowboy that was a little bit better rider than the rest. He'd kind of knock the rough edges off of them a little bit, and they'd use them to work cattle. But what happened was, this was okay when you were working with cattle that weighed 900 pounds, because they're about the same as a horse. But after 1900, they started breeding beefier cattle. And you got 1,100, 1,200, 1,300 pound steers, an 800 pound horse ain't going to cut it. So they had to improve the breed of horse. And what they normally did, the rancher would bring in a really good thoroughbred stallion from the east and cross them on the range mares. And this would give them a little bit bigger, beefier, faster horse.
Again, going back to the movies, you see the cowboys riding the same horse the whole time. The cowboy, when particularly he was on cattle drive, had several horses, didn't he?
Yes. Some of the cowboys never even owned a horse. The ranchers supplied the horses. Now, cowboying was seasonal work. Every fall, about 2/3 of the crew would get laid off. And then in the spring, they'd hire a new crew. Well, then early before they'd hire the crew, he would have the cowboys that were working through the winter, they'd go out and bring in the herd of horses, and they'd split off the working horses, and then they'd split off the mares and the young foals and the ones that were too old and too crippled to work, and they'd turn them back out. 3- and 4-year-olds that weren't broke yet were in a separate pen. And they'd have, I said, some guy that was a little bit of a better horseman than average, because most cowboys were lousy horsemen. They were just not good. Anyway, this guy'd knock the edges off of them, and then when they'd hire the new crew, the foreman would dish out anywhere from 4 to 8 head of horses per man, and that was the horses they rode while they worked for the ranch. When they got laid off in the fall, they might borrow the rancher's horse to get wherever they had to go or whatever, but it'd eventually wind up back home because of the brands. But no, the cowboy rode the rancher's horses, and the cowboy treated the rancher's horses generally the same way contractors' pickups get treated.
Okay.
It was a tool to get the job done, and you used them up, you threw them away, and you got another one. And you got to consider, this was different times and different values. You can't compare what they did then with what they do today. Today, our hothouse pets couldn't begin to do what those cowboys' horses did. But the cowboy himself, like I said, he was a poor horseman. Now, there's a difference between a horseman and a rider. He could ride anything that grow hair and whinny, but he was a lousy horseman. He didn't really look after his horses like we do today. Charlie Siringo, in his book, A Texas Cowboy or 15 Years on a Hurricane Deck of a Spanish Cow Pony, which is an excellent book, by the way,
Right.
states in there how ranch horses were used and how hard they were used, and that they would get such terrible saddle sores because a cowboy owned his own saddle. Well, one saddle won't fit every horse, and these horses would get these big saddle sores, and they still had to go to work every day. And they'd throw a blanket on, and they seldom washed the blankets. They'd throw this old blanket on, cinch his saddle down, and of course the horse would object. He'd buck a little bit, and they'd buck him out and put him to work. Now, the Mexican cowboy, now there's a different sort. Okay. He was a horseman. He grew up, from the day he was born, he grew up on the back of a horse, and he knew horses. And he had inherited the old Spanish methods of training. Now, the Spanish are among the oldest to domesticate the horse. The Spanish riding school in Vienna, the Lipizans, that's Spanish. That goes way, way, way back. And fine horsemanship was one of the social graces of the Spanish and Mexican people. A lot of these cowboys never even saw a horse until they went to work for a ranch. I mean, they saw them, but I mean, they'd never been on a horse. They were not good riders. They were teenagers before they ever learned how to ride. Well, here was a Mexican that already had 15 years on him. He was an excellent rider and an excellent trainer. And a lot of What cowboys today yet still do with their horses is a misconception of what they saw the Mexican doing. Neck reining is a myth. You cannot neck rein a horse and guide him properly. In order for a horse to turn easily, if he's going to make a turn to the left, he needs to lead with his nose. Now, if you're going to neck rein, you're going to pull real hard on that rein. If you're going to go left, you swing real hard left with both reins. The right rein pulls the horse's nose to the right, and you're wanting him to go to the left. This is wrong. The Mexican's horse knew that when that Mexican's body weight shifted to the left, he went left. And the reins were secondary. They told the horse when to do it. His shift of his body weight told the horse what he was going to do, and when he touched the rein, that was a signal of when. The cowboy never understood this. All he saw was what he thought was neck reining. Another thing, by the way, in horses. Anybody here familiar with the Spanish spade bit? It's considered to be the most vicious thing that was ever put in a horse's mouth. Well, I'll tell you what, a Little League baseball bat in the wrong hands is mighty vicious too. Yeah. No, properly trained, the way the Spanish trained a horse, that spade bit is the mildest thing that a horse can wear. Because the horse spent years without a bit before they ever even hung it in his mouth. He knew everything he needed to know, and I mean at a touch, that horse would turn himself inside out for him. And I know this for a fact. My horse is a proper bridle horse. He wears a Spanish spade bit, and the reins are held to the bridle with a single loop of thread. And he'll take team pennon anytime.
Lee, in seeing photographs of cowboys from the 1800s, I don't remember ever seeing a white horse, a Palomino horse, Appaloosa, any of those colors. Was there not horses of that type available, or he just didn't use them?
Well, they were there. I've got some photographs that show some light-colored horses. Spotted horses they didn't like, and the reason why most of them are solid-colored was the military. Because the military was a good market for horses. The military specified a solid-colored horse. They wanted bays and chestnuts and what have you. So they bred them for that, and they didn't really care about the other colors.
Of this group of a half a dozen horses that the cowboy had, were there horses that he used for special purposes?
Oh, yes.
Night riding and the like?
Yes. A horse did not get designated a cow horse unless he knew how to cut cattle. Separating the cattle, cutting one cow out of the bunch and moving it, that was a cow horse. But for everyday riding, he had his circle horses. And they're called a circle horse because what they do, they'd leave the ranch, they might go 10, 15, 20 miles, and then they'd split up, and everybody would have a certain area where he would go after the cattle. And he would make a big circle to bring these cattle into the main grounds. So he'd have his circle horses, and he'd have his cow horse. He would have certain horses that were night horses that would go real well at night when he was on night guard. They were very, very quiet. They didn't move quick. They were easy going. They didn't want a horse to take off bucking in the middle of the night and start a stampede. So yes, he had different horses for different jobs. You know, there's only 3 things that you need in order to be a cowboy: a rope, a saddle, and a horse. Everything else is optional.
Are you looking for great leather luggage or briefcases with a Western flavor? Look no further. Dog Jake has a great line of hand tool leather luggage and briefcases. Let me tell you, these are top quality products at a great price. I've had a computer case and portfolio for over 3 years, and they've been everywhere with me. But they still look like new. Sunny has a handbag that she also uses as a briefcase. She loves it. You have to check these out by visiting www.dogjake.com. That's dogjake.com. Not only will we pick up the freight, for an order over $150, you'll get a free hand-tooled checkbook cover. And while you're visiting Dog Jake, why don't you check out some of Dog Jake's other quality products, including Western clothing and dinnerware? Once again, friends, we've come to the end of another show.
You're listening to AM 590 WCAB, Rutherfordton. It's 6 o'clock.
For questioning here in Nice, including the former wife of the attacker, Mohammed Boulal. Meanwhile, investigators continue to search his apartment. Neighbors say the man, who had a long list of petty crimes, was odd and apparently had some mental issues.
In Turkey, President Erdogan says his government is in charge following a military coup attempt that left more than 160 people dead in the country's capital. Reports on state TV say more than 1,100 others are wounded. Turkey's prime minister, speaking today, says people involved in the coup will pay the price. More than 1,500 military personnel have been detained. In Istanbul, which was also under fire, residents are trying to move forward. Reporter Katie Watson with our partners at the BBC has more.
We've seen relative calm compared to the early hours of this morning. Certainly the streets here in Istanbul, some people are waking up, opening shops and trying to get back to normal life, but it's still relatively quiet for a Saturday, certainly.
Here in the U.S., President Obama and Secretary of State John Kerry calling for calm in the country, which is a key NATO ally. A day after announcing his vice presidential pick, Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump will appear with his choice of running mate, Indiana Governor Mike Pence, at a press conference in New York today. It kicks off a week of appearances leading